The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Good evening and welcome to this Flag Day edition of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. And here is what happened on this day in history. In 1381, Richard II in England meets leaders of the Peasants' Revolt on Blackheath. The Tower of London is stormed by rebels who enter without resistance. In 1645, Battle of Naseby, Lancashire, new model army under Oliver Cromwell and Thomas Fairfax beats royalist forces of English King Charles I. In 1821, Barry VII, King of Sennar, surrenders his throne and realm to Ismail Pasha, general of the Ottoman Empire, bringing the 300-old Sudanese kingdom to an end. In 1940, Auschwitz concentration camp and extermination camp opens in Nazi-controlled Poland with Polish POWs, later expanded to include civilian Jews, Roman Catholics, Gypsies, and Soviet POWs. At least 1.1 million would die within its walls. In 1941, Estonia loses 11,000 inhabitants as a consequence of mass deportation into Siberia. In 1982, Argentina surrenders to Great Britain, ending the 74-day Falklands Islands conflict. In 2002, The Bourne Identity, directed by Doug Liman and starring Matt Damon, is released in the U.S. In 1923, recordings of the first country music hit, Little Old Log Cabin in the Lane. In 1966, Miami beats St. Petersburg, Florida State League, 4-3 in 29 innings, longest uninterrupted game in organized baseball. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Maya, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
The Abbot and Costello program with the music of Carl Hoff and his orchestra, our singing star Amy Arnell, and spotlighting that chunky, chubby little cherub who, when caught putting a pick and shovel in his Uncle Artie Seven's pocket because he heard him say he had to tear up the street, calmly said,
"I'm a bad boy!"
Costello! What in heaven's name do you mean by coming in here dressed in pajamas?
Abbott, my sister's getting married tonight, and I'm going to be the best man, and she told me to wear these things.
You dummy, she told you to wear evening clothes.
Well, I always wear pajamas in the evening.
Oh. Look, never mind that. Where did your sister meet this man she's going to marry?
Oh, he's a fireman, Abbott.
Yeah?
He proposed to her while he was carrying her out of a burning building.
No.
It was romantic.
Must have been.
And there she was with her head hanging over his shoulder, and he was singing Smoke That's in Your Eyes.
Oh. Well, he's a pretty fortunate man to get your sister for a wife.
Oh, I don't think so. She's been married once before. You know, I'd hate to be a second husband.
Well, what's wrong with being a second husband? I'm my wife's fifth husband.
You're no husband. You're a habit. Abbott's a habit.
All right.
Abbott's a habit.
All right, quiet, please, Costello. You're an idiot.
You're a habit, Abbott.
don't care what it does.
Abbot.
Never mind what it does. You're an idiot. You don't even know what a husband is.
A husband is what's left of a sweetheart after the nerve has been killed.
All right, wise guy. What is a wife?
A wife is the one who sticks to you through all the troubles you wouldn't have had if you hadn't married her.
Look, will you talk sense, Costello? What is your sister going to wear at the wedding tonight?
Oh, Abbott, she's got a beautiful torso.
Torso?
Every bride has to have a torso.
No. I think you mean she has that trousseau.
No, he ain't going to be there.
Who won't be there?
Robinson Trousseau.
No. Look, Costello, just this is first wedding. When she came into the church, did you notice her train?
What train? She drove up in a second-hand Plymouth.
No. I'm talking about her dress. Didn't you see that long white piece of goods hanging from her dress?
Oh, yes, sir, I saw that.
Oh, well, that was her train.
Oh, I tripped over that and tore it off.
You tore off her train?
Yeah.
How did the bride look without a train?
Oh, she looked like a late face with a loose caboose.
All right, never mind that, Costello. What kind of a fellow is this man your sister is married?
I don't like him.
You don't?
There's something wrong with him, Abbott.
What do you mean?
He likes to hear the water bubbling in the bathtub.
Well, what if he does like to hear the water bubbling in the bathtub? That doesn't bother you.
It's my head he holds under the water. And he's very mean to animals,
Now,
too.
careful. How do you know he's mean to animals?
Last night when he slept with me, he chased all my pigs out of bed.
Oh, he's probably not as bad as you
He
try to
chased
make
all
out.
my pigs out of
You
bed.
said that once.
All
I
right,
don't...
well, let's try it again.
Well, all right, you can try it once more. See how it goes.
Hope it doesn't fall apart.
All right, never mind that. Louis, what is this man's name?
Izzy Rappaport.
Izzy Rappaport.
Where's that big fat slava brother-in-law of mine?
Uh-oh.
Oh, hey, that's me, Abbott.
Yeah?
That's him now. Here he comes.
Well,
My brother-in-law. My future brother-in-law.
Look, Costello, here's a pair of striped pants that I'm going to wear to the wedding tonight. They're 4 inches too long. I want you to take them to the tailor shop and have them shortened. And have them back here at 6 o'clock. Do you hear?
Yes, sir.
And if those pants aren't back at 6, Fatso, I'll knock that punkin' head of yours so far down inside your ribs, you look like you're peeking out from behind a Venetian blind.
That's the guy my sister's going to marry. Why do women go for big, rough, tough men when they can have pretty little girls, boys like me?
Just forget that. Louis, you better get that guy's pants shortened before he shortens you. Now, take them over to my Uncle Herman at the Hollywood Dry Cleaning Plant.
Dry cleaning plant?
Yes.
What is your Uncle Herman doing there?
Well, this is Thursday. He's dying today.
Oh, that's terrible, Abbott. That's terrible. I didn't even know he was sick.
Oh, he isn't sick. He's dying.
He's dying and he ain't sick?
Oh, that's right. If he was sick, he couldn't die.
Why not?
Oh, it's against rules of the cleaning plant.
You gotta have laws? You mean you won't let him die if he's sick?
That's right. If a man is sick, they won't let him into the place to die.
What do they do? Leave him on the alley?
No. He can't die in the alley. If he wants to die, he has to go up to the 7th floor.
He's gotta die on the 7th floor?
Certainly.
Wow! Is there an elevator in the place?
No.
The nerve of those people making a poor man climb 7 floors to die. Why did they send him home?
Well, because his wife don't want him dying in the house.
How do you like that? The poor guy might as well crawl under a rock.
What for?
Imagine a guy can even die in his own house.
No. If there's any dying to be done around the house, his wife does it.
You mean his wife's got to die too?
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, but what are you trying to do? Bump off the whole family? I got a good mind to bring poor Herman over to my house to die.
Oh, no, he couldn't die at your house.
And why couldn't he die at my house?
Well, because you have no dye.
Oh, you got to have die to die.
Yeah, sure.
Die to die.
Yes.
Die
sure.
to die to die to die.
All right, never mind that. Cut
Die
down.
to die.
Will you please pay attention? What I'm trying to tell you is that my Uncle Herman has to die so he can live. If he doesn't die, he can't eat.
You mean he eats after he dies?
Certainly. Then he dies for a while, and then he eats. Then he dies again, and he eats some more.
Must be the food that's killing him.
No.
Probably had a bite to eat at backstage.
No, you
Bar.
idiot. No. A man
Next
has
door to
to
Boulevard.
eat. No, a man has to eat if he stands up all day dying, Louis.
You mean he has to stand up to die?
Well, naturally. Did you ever hear of anybody dying lying down?
All the people I ever knew did.
No, look, fella. He can't lie down on the job. He's got to be through dying by 6 o'clock. If he dies after 6, don't forget, if he dies after 6, he gets time and a half.
You mean he gets paid for dying?
Oh, yes, it's piecework.
Oh, he dies a piece at a time.
Look, you idiot.
It's a slow death.
No, nothing of the kind. Look, when I say Uncle Herman is dying, I don't mean that he's dying like a person dies when he dies. I mean he's dying for a living, and a person that dies for a living is a living even though he's dying.
Oh, when you say that Uncle Herman is dying, you don't mean that he's dying like a person dies when he dies. You mean he is dying for a living, and a person that dies for a living is living although he's dying.
Now, you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Just say that I'm a friend of yours, and I'm sure that they won't get wise. And when they see us together, I'll brush the dream from my eyes. I'll tell my heart it mustn't sing the song of remember when. So just say that I'm a friend of yours, that you happen to me again. Just say I'm a
What is it, Mr. Rappaport?
Where is that prospective brother-in-law of mine? Isn't he back with my pants yet?
No, he isn't. I imagine he had to wait. You know, tailors are pretty busy now.
If I know that stupid Costello, he's probably standing at a street corner winking at girls.
Oh, Mr. Izzy Rappaport, Costello is not interested in girls, and you know it.
No? Then why does he call Greer Garson on the phone every night and say Costello's back? Get rid of Gable. Listen, Abbott, I've got 30 minutes to get dressed. If he doesn't get back here with those pants, I can't marry his sister. Send Costello up to my room as soon as he gets back.
Hey, Abbott.
Costello, it's about time you got here. Rappaport has been down here yelling for his pants. You get him shortened like he said?
No, the tailor shop was closed when I got there at 6 o'clock.
But you left here at 3 o'clock. Where have you been?
Well, I was walking up Hollywood Boulevard, and there was a picture there. I just had to see. The Wolfman's daughter married Zombie, the son of Dracula, at the foot of Frankenstein's grave.
Well, that didn't take 3 hours.
There was a double feature, Abbott. The second picture was Lassie Comes Home. Just as I was going to leave, the terrific love scene started. How that blonde could neck and kiss.
Now, wait a minute. Now, there's no blonde in Lassie Comes Home.
No, but there was one with me in the balcony.
Look, Costello, what are you going to do? Will you listen to me, please? What are you going to do? Rappaport said that if you didn't get the pants shortened, he'd call the wedding off.
Yeah, but let's go across the hall and we'll see Mrs. Niles. Maybe she'll shorten them for me.
All right.
Hello, Mr. Abbott. Oh, I see you boys are moving. You have your overstuffed sofa out in the hall. Oh, pardon me, that's Costello.
Mrs. Niles, I didn't come over to argue with you tonight. My sister is getting married in a half an hour, and I got to have the groom's pants shortened 4 inches.
You have a lot of nerve coming to me with your sewing. Whoever gave you the idea that I could use a needle and thread?
Well, everybody says you're an old so-and-so.
Mrs. Niles, can't you please help Costello?
I'm sorry, Mr. Abbott, but I'm going out. I'm going to the dog show, and I expect to win a blue ribbon with my petter.
Well, I hope you win it.
Costello, I refuse to talk to you.
Well, now what are you going to do, Costello? You still haven't got the pants shortened.
Wait a minute, Abbott. There's a little tailor shop right around the corner that stays open till 7:15.
Well, come on, you've only got 1 minute to make it.
Footsteps. Hey, Abbott. Abbott. Hey, Abbott.
What?
I read everything in a script. Hey, Abbott. There's a tailor shop there, and there's still a light in the window.
Hey, fella.
Hey, look, Costello, it's Melonhead.
No, I can't talk to you now. I've got to get in the tailor shop. I've got to get these pants shortened because my sister's getting married tonight to a fellow named Izzy Rappaport.
Izzy Rappaport, huh? She's too good to marry a guy like my brother Johnny.
Oh, no, I'd like to see him married to your brother.
Fine thing. My brother has a wife and 16 kids, but you want him to throw his first wife out and marry your sister, huh?
No, he shouldn't throw out his first wife.
Oh, they should all live together, huh? Go on, tell everybody my brother's a bigamist.
Your brother's not a bigamist.
I suppose that Hawaiian girl he married the other day was his grandmother, huh?
Look, your brother has 2 wives. Your brother has 2 wives.
Go ahead, yell it out so his third wife will hear you in Kentucky.
Look, Melonhead, your brother shouldn't be married to all those women. Marriage is a beautiful thing. It makes for supreme joy.
Oh, my wife pulled out all my hair because she's happy, huh?
Look, Melonhead, if you don't like your wife, then why did you marry her?
My wife happened to be my school teacher for 7 years.
Well, you didn't have to marry your school teacher.
I suppose you know a better way to get out of the 4th grade?
Melonhead, why are you picking on your wife? I know your wife, and she's everything a good wife should be.
Then why does she always go out without wearing her wedding ring?
Oh, that's very bad. You should make your wife wear her wedding ring all the time.
Oh, day and night she should sit in the pawn shop, huh?
You mean that you pawned your wife's wedding ring?
I certainly couldn't get a nickel on her.
You got no right to talk like that. Your wife is 14 karat pure gold.
Then why does she turn green every spring?
Look, Costello, the man is pulling the shades down in the tailor shop. He's closed now.
Oh, it's all your fault, Melonhead. You got me good and mad now. You and me are going to fight this thing out.
Okay, I'm ready to fight.
You see this piece of chalk?
Well?
I'm going to draw a line right across the sidewalk.
Go ahead and draw it.
Now, okay, I'm going to draw right across the sidewalk.
Well, go ahead, so what?
So what? I'm daring you to step across that line.
You're daring me to
Come
step
on!
across that line?
I dare you to step across that line.
You little pipsqueak, I'll step across the line there. I'm across the line.
Come on,
No, I'm across the white line.
Side of the line.
I'm across the white line. Now what?
Now you're on my side.
Amy Arnell brings us the rhythm favorite, Atlanta, GA.
I love the morning glories growing and the breezes softly blowing in Atlanta, GA. I love to wake up in the morning, see the sun come up at dawning in Atlanta, GA. I love to walk among the flowers and taste the honey from the bees. I want to while away my hours, reading books and dreaming dreams beneath the trees. I want to see the ivy clinging, want to hear the robin singing little songs I adore. I want to wanna attend the Sunday meeting, wanna hear that friendly greeting when I get home once more. I long to hold that certain someone. I miss him more and more each day. I'm getting ready for a wedding, gonna get the train that's heading for Atlanta, GA. I wanna see the ivy clinging, wanna hear the robin singing little songs I adore. I wanna attend the Sunday meeting, wanna hear that friendly greeting when I get home once more. I long to hold that certain someone. I miss him more and more each day. I'm getting ready for a wedding, gonna get the train that's heading for Atlanta, GA.
Come in.
Mr. Abbott, is my brother Louis here?
Oh, hello, Marie. Costello, your sister's here.
Hello, Marie. Are you all ready for the wedding?
What wedding? Izzy refuses to go through with the wedding without his striped pants. He says he gave them to you to be shortened. Now, where are they?
Gee, sis, I didn't get him shortened. I went to a movie with that little blonde next door, Tessie Tinfoil.
Tessie Tinfoil? Didn't Mama tell you to stay away from her?
Oh, but she's such a nice girl. She works in a candy factory. She's a mechanic.
A mechanic in a candy factory?
Yeah, she tightens the nuts on peanut brittle.
That's fine!
Costello, stop this silliness, please.
Yes, Louis. Do you realize that you're wrecking my marriage? I don't know why Izzy gave you the pants in the first place. You never do anything right. You nearly ruined my first marriage.
What did I do?
I told you to stand outside the church door and to throw rice on us when we came out. You ruined our clothes.
Ruined your clothes? Costello, what kind of rice did you throw?
Fried rice with egg foo young.
And then you deliberately pushed me out of the cab and went away with my husband on my honeymoon.
But, gee, sis, I'd never seen Niagara Falls. Come on over and kiss your poor old father.
I don't know why I have to have such an idiot for a brother. Louis Costello, if this wedding doesn't go through tonight, I'll never speak to you again as long as I live. I hate you.
Well, Costello, you've certainly messed things up again.
I guess I'm just no good, Abbott. I hope my scoutmaster don't hear about this. He'll take my scalp pin away from me, and then everybody will point their finger at me, and they will laugh.
Wait a
and
minute.
they will be... Oh, they'll laugh so hard.
Wait a minute. Does the pin mean that much to you, Costello?
Yes, sir. It holds up my pants.
Oh, drop it. Costello, wait a minute. Here comes the actress, Bessie May Mucho.
Oh, maybe she can shorten the pants for me.
Yeah.
Miss Mucho, I'm in an awful fix. I had to get the groom's pants shortened for my sister's wedding, and all the tailor shops are closed. Could you shorten them for me?
I'm sorry, Mr. Costello. I'm just leaving for Santa Monica. I've been invited to I'm going to a card party at the home of that famous author, Spencer Trossi.
Spencer Trossi?
Oh, Abby, you know who Spencer Trossi is. He lives right next door to Clark Hubel.
We're going to play a few hands of Jean Rumi.
Jean Rumi?
Yes. Don't you just adore a thrilling game of Jean Rumi?
No, my favorite game is stewed hooker.
Well, boys, I hope you get the paunch shortened. But I may say in Spanish, hasta mañana, amigas.
And a half a banana, some tomatoes for you.
Costello, please, do you realize that the wedding starts in 10 minutes and you haven't got those pants shortened yet?
Abbott, what am I going to do?
Footman, laddies.
Oh, hey, it's our old friend, Scotty Brown.
Laddies, I come over here to the wedding to offer my services. I'd like to drive the bride and groom to the railroad station. I go to all the weddings in town, and I always drive the happy couple.
Isn't that pretty expensive, Scotty?
No, laddies. It's downhill to the railroad station. And I always get the old shoes that are tied to the back of the car.
Look, Scotty, please. Costello's in trouble. He was supposed to get a pair of pants shortened for the groom, and he didn't do it.
Scotty, do you think your wife could shorten them 4 inches for me?
I'm sorry, laddie, but my wife is very busy today. She went out in the chicken coop and discovered that our setting hen was gone.
Is she out looking for the hen?
No, she has to stay home and sit on the eggs. Come on, laddies.
Well, Costello, what are you going to do?
Holy, jump up and sit down. It's my father.
Just a minute, Louie. Don't try to hide under that table. Come here to me.
Pop, you look mad. What's the matter?
You know what's the matter. You've ruined your sister's wedding. To think that you couldn't do a little thing like getting a pair of pants shortened. How could you hurt us like this? After all we've done for you. Why, I can remember when you were going to kindergarten. I went to school with you every morning and came home with you every afternoon. You didn't even appreciate that.
Well, all the other kids laughed at me.
Why should they laugh at you?
They thought it was funny me and my father was in the same grade.
That's enough of this. Your sister's out in the kitchen crying her heart out. Izzy Rappaport refuses to come out of his room until he gets his striped pants. I hate to say this to my own son, but Louis Costello, get out of this house and don't ever darken my door again.
Abbott, this is awful. Me and my own father breaking up. Now we won't have anybody to play jacks with.
I'm sorry, Lou, but you brought it on yourself.
Abbott, I'm going upstairs. I'm going to pack my things and get out of here.
What about the pants, Costello?
They're right there on the table. Goodbye, Abbott.
Goodbye, Lou. Poor Costello. Come in. Oh, hello, Mrs. Niles.
I came over for the wedding, Mr. Abbott.
I guess there isn't going to be any wedding, Mrs. Niles. Costello didn't get the pants shortened, and his father just ordered them out of the house. I'm going up and help him pack. I'll see you later.
Oh, poor Costello, being ordered out of the house on account of a pair of pants. He's a little stinker, but I should have shortened them when he asked me to. Hey, it isn't too late to do it right now. There's the pants lying there on the table. I'll just take them over to my apartment, cut off the 4 inches, and bring them back. Oh, my, I feel so much better. Won't Costello be surprised when he finds out I shortened the pants? I'll just put them back on the table here. I feel like a Girl Scout.
Mr. Abbott, this is Costello.
Oh, hello, Scotty. I haven't got time to talk to you. Costello's father just ordered him out of the house because he didn't get the pants shortened for the wedding. I've got to call a taxi. I'll see you later, Scotty.
Costello being ordered out of the house. Hey, wait a minute. There's no reason why my wife couldn't shorten the pants while she's sitting on the eggs. I'll take them home now. This is the way we shorten pants, shorten pants. Well, there's the pants all shortened and everything. It didn't take the wife no time to fix them. And with the 4 inches I cut off each leg, we made a nice pair of drapes for the bathroom window. Well, I'll just drop them back here on the table.
Hurry up. Upstairs there, Costello. Hurry up. The taxi cab is waiting.
I'll be down in a minute, Abbott. I'm writing a farewell letter to my mom and pop.
Okay. Oh, gee, I can't let Costello go like this. Oh, why, we've always been together as long as I can remember. We even worked hard together as kids. Why, I can remember on those cold winter nights, I'd hold the lantern and he'd chop the wood. The thing that a pair of pants would come between us. Hey, wait a minute. I wonder if I'd botch the things up if I try to shorten them myself. Hey, no. Here's a pair of scissors and some glue. I'll cut off 4 inches and glue the ends up. He won't know the difference. There we are. All done.
Well, Abbott, I've got my bags all packed, and now I'm ready to go. This is goodbye, old friend.
Costello, I've got a surprise for you. You don't have to go. I shortened the pants for you.
You shortened the pants, Abbott? Abbott, let's make this a double wedding.
A double wedding? What do you mean?
I didn't know you could sew.
Well, Costello, where are my pants?
Here they are, Mr. Rappaport. All shortened and everything.
Okay, I'll go in this room and put them on.
Hey, Abbott, I guess I won't have to leave home after all.
How do I look in the pants?
Hey, I didn't know you was coming to the wedding, Napoleon.
Napoleon? Napoleon? Do I look like Napoleon?
You do in those short pants. You're showing your bony parts.
I should go
weeping, I should care. I should go without sleeping. Strangely enough, I sleep well, but for a dream or two, and I count my sheep well. Honey, how she can lull you to sleep. Oh, I should care. I should let it upset me. I should care. But it just doesn't get me. Maybe I won't find someone as lovely as you.
Bud and Lou, back to the final word.
Well, Costello, you were the most popular man at the wedding tonight.
Yes, I really was, Abbott. And all I can say is...
pardon me, Miss Costello. Would you mind posing for a picture? I'm the photographer for the Hardware Journal. We'd like to have a picture on our front cover this month.
Wait a minute. Why do you want my picture on the front cover of the Hardware Journal?
We picture of the nut of the month.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
Good night, folks. Good night, everybody.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Mom. Come on, Mario. Come on, Mario, jump! Don't give up.
Want to grow? The calcium in milk helps bones grow.
Okie dokie.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Thanks, David. Rosie, I think the network is, I think we got it.
What are we going to do about it?
You got me. Maybe I'll sing something. How about that?
Good thinking.
If I am fancy-free and I love to wander, that's just the gypsy in my soul. There's something calling me from away out yonder. It's just the gypsy in my soul. I've got to give vent to my emotions. I'm only content having my way. There is no other life of which I'm fonder. It's just the gypsy in my soul. No cares, no strings. My heart's flying on wings. If I am fancy free and I love to wander, it's just the gypsy in my soul. Yes, I'm got to be low. There is no other life of which I'm fonder. Just the gypsy in my soul. No cares, no strings. My heart's leaping on wings. If I am fancy free and I love to wander, that's just the gypsy in my soul.
Hey, I have a current statistic on weddings.
A statistic on weddings? What is it, Ken?
Well, a spokesman for a big wedding chapel over in Las Vegas says that grooms outfaint brides 3-1.
The boys faint 3-1, as compared to the girls.
Yeah, that's a disgraceful ratio.
I refuse to believe it.
Or admit it, huh?
I don't think whoever said that meant fainting at all. A man about to get married is so full of love that he becomes giddy. He kind of rocks back and forth, sort of totters a bit, but I don't think he actually faints.
Well, these statistics refer to fainting, Rosie.
Yeah, you're ducking the issue, kid. Don't oversimplify here. Ken's got the figures. It says 3-1 on fainting. Now, we're not talking about being dizzy or overcome emotionally or anything. Where a fella sways back on his heels a little, this is caving in, taking a dive. He hits the rug. Did you hear what the man said? 3-1.
Out like a light.
Yeah, El Foldo.
Well, I've been to a lot of weddings in Las Vegas and all over, and I've never seen a bridegroom faint yet.
No?
No. I've seen cases where it was necessary to hold a poor fella up, but I've never seen one fall flat on his face.
Well, it's a whole big exciting thing for a fellow to get married, and I can see how he'd get dizzy, but I never thought men outfainted the women, especially 3-1.
Maybe that's only in Las Vegas, if anywhere.
No, that's a figure you can take an average on.
That's where the odds are born, you know.
If it happens in Vegas, the 3-1. It happens in Los Angeles, it's 3-1 in San Francisco, New York, Timbuktu. Wherever man faces this romantic ordeal.
Down he goes, huh?
Down he goes and away he goes.
Alas, poor Yorick, I know him well.
I suggest a real romantic song. Any objections?
Not at all, dear lady.
Don't you boys faint now?
Well, I could use a cup of sassafras tea.
Oh, make one for me, too.
Boy.
It's not the pale moon that excites me, that thrills and delights me. Oh, no. It's just the nearness of you. It isn't your sweet conversation that brings this sensation. Oh, no. It's just the nearness of you. When you're in my arms and I feel you so close to me, all my wildest dreams come true. lights to enchant me. If you only grant me the right to hold you ever so tight and to feel in the night the nearness of you.
Hey, remember those crazy reducing diets, the ones that said you could eat all you wanted, of things you didn't like?
Oh, times have changed, Bing. Now you can have things you do like, including delicious desserts. All you want, as long as you make them with luscious, low-calorie Deserta gelatin.
Deserta, one delicious gelatin dessert that's made without sugar, so a serving has only 12 calories. Practically no calories compared with any other dessert, even fresh fruit. Think of all the luxurious desserts you can make with Deserta, and eat as much as you like.
Let yourself go. Have a luscious double Deserta. Enjoy all 6 delicious Deserta flavors. Try those Deserta puddings, too. So rich-tasting, you can't believe they're low-calorie.
Look for Deserta, D-Zerta, in the low-calorie section of your grocery store. Remember, Deserta is made without sugar, so you can have delicious desserts and cut calories, too.
You know, Bing, I don't think we should publicize the fact that men swoon so easily at the altar because it just proves one thing.
What does it prove?
Well, that men are the weaker sex.
Well, we're the weaker sex when wedding bells ring. You know, a man just naturally falls apart.
Oh, what are you talking about? Some men are cool, calm, collected, and fearless.
Yeah, they'll find out.
Yes, the shock is just being deferred for them is all. They'll get hit with it.
It'll hit them sooner or later,
And
huh?
when it does, bam.
Oh, what a wonderful spot for someone to sing I'm Getting Married in the Morning.
Sure would. Sing it, man.
No, you sing it, Rosie.
No, you sing.
Oh, you sing it.
Oh, you sing.
Maybe I should sing it.
Oh, no, not that. I'm getting married in the morning. Ding dong, the bells are gonna chime. Pull out the stopper, let's have a whopper, but get me to the church on time. I got to be there in the morning, spruced up and looking in me prime. Girls, come and kiss me, show me how you'll miss me, but get me to the church on time. If I am dancing, roll up the floor. If I am whistling, kiss me out the door. For I'm
getting married in the morning. Ding dong, the bells are gonna chime. Kick up a rumpus, but don't lose the compass, and get me to the church. Get me to the church. Be sure and get me to the church on time. I'm getting married in the morning. Ding dong, the bells are gonna chime. Box me or jail me, stack me or mail me, but get me to the church on time. I got to be there in the morning, spruced up and looking in me pride. Someone who's able, look under the table and get me to the church on time. If I am flying, then shoot me down. If I am wooing, get her out of town. For I'm getting married in the morning. Ding dong, the bells are gonna chime. Feather and Tommy, call out the army, but get me to the church. Get him to the church. Oh, be sure and get me to the church on time.
Hey, looky, Miss Rosie, an automobile sponsor.
That's news to me, Mr. C. How so?
This copy here talks about a cushioned, smooth ride. Ever tell you, Rosie, about the old Stutz Bearcat I had back in...
Never mind. This cushioned, smooth ride describes the performance of Traverse draperies when hung on Eastern's Duo Trax Traverse rod.
Duo Trax? Oh, now I know why my Stutz rode so rotten. It didn't go on tracks. Tell me, Rosie... What's so great now about the Duo Trax?
Unlike ordinary single-track rods, the Duo Trax gives each drapery panel its own separate track for unfailing, jam-proof action every time. Remember how you talked to your Stutz when it wouldn't go?
Tut, we're on the air, Rosie.
Relax, Bing. The way draperies zip along with Eastern's patented Duo Trax, you'll have only words of praise for this finest of Traverse rods, guaranteed for 5 years. Folks, at your local department or drapery store, get the Duo Trax as well as a complete line of drapery hardware by Eastern Products Corporation of Baltimore, featuring a rod for every purpose, every purse. For the name of your nearest dealer, call this station.
You are my personal possession. You're mine alone. You are my personal possession, my very own. Nobody else must kiss you but me. Nobody else must miss you but me. Nobody must dream of you but me. And nobody else must love you but me. You're my personal possession. That's what you are. You're my magnificent obsession, my lucky star. Possession, my precious love. possession. My precious love.
Well, I think this would be a good point to have a little rouser, folks. Would you assist, Rosie?
Glad to. Let's rouse him with Hey, Look Me Over.
That song's got to do it. That'll do it all the way.
Hey, look me over, lend me an ear. Fresh out of clover, mortgage up to here. But don't pass the plate, folks, don't pass the cup. I figure whenever you're down and out, the only way is up.
And I'll be up like a rosebud high on the vine. Don't thumb your nose, bud, take a tip from mine.
I'm a little bit short of the elbow room, but let me get me some. And look out, world, here I come.
Nobody in the world was ever without a prayer.
How can you win the world if nobody knows you're there?
Kid, when you need the crowd, the tickets are hard to sell. Still, you can lead the crowd if you can get up and yell.
But don't pass the plate, folks, don't pass the cup. I figure whenever you're down and out, the only way is up.
And I'll be up like a rosebud high on the vine. Don't thumb your nose, bud, take a tip from mine. I'm a little bit short of the elbow room, but let me get me some. Hear me shout, world, here I come. Hear me shout, world, here I come.
Well, we're cutting out now. Got to fade. Skip, thank you very much.
Hope you listen again, friends.
Godfrey's back, and the CBS Radio Network's got him. Back from vacation, full of the old spice and ready with a good solid chunk of entertainment every morning, Monday through Friday, same as always, right here.
This kind of power, this kind of challenge, this kind of flying, crashing feeling. When you decide to get serious, there's only one place to come, the games of Super Nintendo. No one else creates this kind of experience, because no one else creates these kinds of games. Now you're playing with power, superpower.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Well, I want
Me too, so do I. How about you?
Yes, from Richmond, Virginia, it's the new Bob Hope Swan Show, presented by Lever Brothers Company, with our great singing star, Doris Day. Our new singing discovery, Bill Farrow. Irene Ryan, the Les Brown Band, and yours truly, High Averback. We get a better breakfast fun. How about you? Yes, how about you? Who, me? Just call me Robert Gypsy Hope. Well, how are you doing in your tour? Well, we did our show in Mexico, and we got paid off in cactus. In Texas, they gave us barrels of oil, and tonight we're doing a show in Virginia. Anybody want to buy 3,000 poke chops? And now, Bob Hope's Swan's Eye View of the News. Capitol Hill. The most controversial issue before Congress this week was the proposed health plan providing compulsory medical care for the nation. Yes, sir, and under the president's plan, everybody would get free hospital service and operations. I can just see President Truman in his rubber gloves when they wheel in Drew Pearson. But imagine the government sponsoring a health program. That will lead to a lot of embarrassing situations. A pedestrian in Washington gets hit by a car, and as the ambulance speeds up, he groans, help me, I'm dying. And the doctor sticks his head out and asks, Republican or Democrat? The doctors have really made a lot of progress in recent years. Some doctor just invented a brand new tablet. It has 50,000 times more fizz than Alka-Seltzer. The label on the bottle says, take one tablet, drink a glass of water, and say hello to the boys in the airlift. And it's even possible that the government may go on the air to plug this medical program. Can't you just hear Dean Atchison on your radio saying, you feel low in vitality. Is your liver lavender blue minus 2 dilly-dillies? Take government pep syrup. It comes in 3 sizes, large, very large, and the Capitol Dome with a cork in it. Then Margaret Truman comes on singing, good health to all from Rexall. Richmond, Virginia. Pausing in the middle of an exciting barnstorming trip, the Bob Hope Swan Show arrived here today. Yes, sir, here I am on NBC from Richmond, Virginia, the home of the old gold. Jack Benny's on CBS. That's the home of the new gold. And Richmond is a very historic town. This afternoon I visited a hotel that's a national shrine. Over the door it says, Phil Harris slept one off here. And, you know, most hotels in America have two towels. I'll be back. Just a second. How now, Brown Hotel? Well, anyway, most hotels in America have 2 towels in each bathroom marked his and hers. But these southern hotels are really different. They got one marked you all. America has 2 towels in each bathroom. I didn't realize there were so many cigarette manufacturers down here till I arrived at the airport. A guy pushed his way through the crowd. I said, autograph? He said, no, I make Virginia rounds, and I just wanted to get a look at a Hollywood square. He'll be all right in a couple of days. I hit him with a wet cork tip, and where are we? Oh, yeah. And everyone loves it here in the South, but Les Brown's musicians, they were so disappointed when they found out Mount Vernon was a house. And on our trip... And on our trip, we passed through Texas. Texas really big. Traveling across Texas is like ironing one of Kate Smith's dresses. Everything in Texas is really big, even the hotels. I stopped at one hotel, and I don't know how big it was, but it's the only place I ever saw that had Burma shave signs on the way to the washroom. And while I was in North Carolina, I wanted to meet Doris Duke. Doris Duke, that's Fort Knox with a plunging neckline. And when we arrived in Virginia, the mayor made a very fine speech about our troop. Just what are carpetbaggers? And we're lucky we got here in time for tonight for the show. You know, it took our plane 22 hours to fly the 80 miles from Winston-Salem. One of Les Brown's boys poured some Southern Comfort in the gas tank, and the motor drawled all the way. If United Airlines is listening, I'm only kidding. But traveling by plane is wonderful compared to those old days in vaudeville. I'll never forget once I had to share an upper berth with a trained seal. I wouldn't have minded that so much, but I sleep curled up like a ball, and that seal had such a cold nose. And while I was down here in the South, though, I met some Southern girls, and I thought I'd get further if they didn't know I was from the North, so I said to one, I'm a direct descendant of Stonewall Jackson. She looked me over and said, if you're a Stonewall, you ought to do something about those loose bricks. And now, here it is, proof that no matter who you are, no matter where you live, you get a better break with Swan. Just break a cake of Swan in two. That's right, ladies. The inside of the cake tells you that Swan is the best soap afloat. That you get a better break with Swan.
Just break a cake and see.
Sure, just the way I'm breaking the cake right now. Look, a smoother break. Now I press the inside of the cake. It's firm and solid, not soft and spongy. Then I press the edges. Again, firm and solid. No wasteful, crumbling edges, no matter how hard you press. That proves Swan will last longer. It's more economical. That you get a better break with Swan.
Just break a cake and see.
And, ladies, Swan is better because it's made by an exclusive patented process that no other floating soap can use. So buy some Swan soap tomorrow. You'll discover that for dishes and your hands, for bath and for baby, you get a better break with Swan. To prove it,
just break a cake and see.
Yeah, here's our delightful singing gal who will be in Greensboro, North Carolina tomorrow afternoon and Charleston, West Virginia tomorrow night to sing at the people there from Warner's picture, My Dream Is Yours, Miss Doris Day, ladies and gentlemen.
Cures everything gloomy, turns the wrong into right, brightens the night, brings happiness to me, makes me like children throwing a seven, takes me nearer to heaven than anyone's allowed to do. So when your heart is talking, I feel like I'm walking on a cloud with someone like you. Someday I'll find someone I can boast to, somebody to hug, a bug in a rug to snuggle up close to. And whenever I do, you never who I'll do the most to. You play on my mind, say that I find someone like you. Someday I'll find someone I can boast to, somebody to hug, a bug in a rug to snuggle up close to. And whenever I do, you never who I'll give the most to. You play on my mind, say that I'll find someone like you for me, until I find someone like you.
Washington for the 4:30 matinee show. I just thought I'd sneak that indoors. That was wonderful. By the way, how are you enjoying your stay here in Virginia?
Oh, it's just fascinating, Bob. You know, I can't get over all the old historic landmarks down here. Why, do you know that High Aberback is staying at a place where George Washington used to sleep?
Really?
Yes, and I stayed last night in the hotel where James Madison used to live. Bob, where did you sleep?
I don't like to say, but I stuck my head out of the lid once and was sold to the American Tobacco Company.
About you, but I'm having just a wonderful time down here in the South.
Oh, so am I, Doris. Isn't that a wonderful soft drink they got down here with the leaves sticking out of it? I drank 7 of them last night.
Oh, Bob, those are mint juleps. They're intoxicating.
Oh, they didn't have any effect on me.
Not much. After the third one, you rushed to General Lee's statue, saluted, and said, "Are there any messages for my company?"
I did that?
Yes.
That explains everything. No wonder.
No wonder what?
Well, the bell captain of the hotel told me I came in at 2 o'clock, introduced him to a floor lamp, and said we were engaged.
Bob, it's ridiculous. You thought a floor lamp was a girl?
Yeah, I should have been suspicious. When we did the rumba, she was only using one leg. But anyway, I'm having a lot of fun here in Richmond, and who could that be? Come in?
I'll beg your pardon, Mr. Hope, but I'm a Virginia plantation owner, and I have a request to make of you.
Yeah, move back. You're getting grits all over me, boy. You have a request? What is it, boy?
Well, now, I wonder if you could use your influence to get Jane Russell to come down here.
Well, why do you want Jane Russell?
Well, I got some tobacco that's only half toasted.
It's the last time I hire an actor from No Folk.
Bob, maybe you would do better down here with the girls if you made them think that you were from the South.
Oh, I don't have to worry about that, Doris. I can get a girl anytime I want to. All I have to do is stand in the street corner and act like I'm on the loose.
Yeah, I know. The last time you did that, a policewoman came along and tightened you up.
Is that true? I met a Richmond girl just yesterday. In fact, I had a date with her last night.
Well, I have to admit, these Southern gals really know how to get a man.
Yeah, we were sitting there in the moonlight, and she looked at me and said, Candy Pie, you're my sweet little old honey bunch of jasmine blossoms. Right there, and something happened to me.
Were you bit with a love bug?
No, a boll weevil. I was wearing my cotton pedal pushers. Later on, she introduced me to her father. I wanted him to think I was from Virginia, so I imitated his southern drawl.
Well, how'd you do that?
I put a chicken dumpling in my mouth and talked through the gravy. Say, that's pretty cute, isn't it? I talked through the gravy. I made it jolly. Do you hear all that? Come in.
Hello, darling. Hello, Mr. Hall. Well, hello, Miss Ryan.
Say, look at that. You're wearing a whole new outfit, dress and everything.
Yes. I bought it because we're in Virginia. You see, I've always had a secret desire to be a Southern belle.
You have?
Yes. The trouble is, a belle at my age is all wrung out.
Well, the chimes are still there, but you could use some new shingles on your steeple.
You wouldn't think it to look at my figure now, but I used to be just a slip of a girl.
Just a slip, huh?
That's right. But as I got older, the slip went into a slide and everything got away from me. Don't you just love the way these Southern women dress? Oh, yes, Doris. Those picture hats they wear with the big brims frame their face so beautifully. I went into a store to buy one, and I said to the man, have you got a hat that will frame my face?
What happened?
Well, he took a look at me and said the best thing he could recommend was to knock the bottom out of a shoebox and put blinkers on.
Well, Miss Ryan, I was telling Doris how I got a southern drawl. You see, I put a chicken dumpling.
Whenever I'm south, I'm reminded of a play we put on when I was in high school called Uncle Tom's Tavern.
That's hard to say, Uncle Tom's Tavern. Anyway, let me give you my joke about I got
Uncle
some.
Tom's Tavern was such a wonderful play, and I had the part of Little Eva. Little Eva? Yeah, and there was one thrilling scene. I remember I used to run across the ice dragging a piece of raw liver.
Raw liver?
Yes. I was anemic, and without that, the bloodhounds couldn't locate me.
Well, Miss Ryan, I haven't told you my joke yet.
In the play, Little Eva was supposed to be anemic, but I kind of overdid it, and being in that condition caused some confusion. What do you mean? Well, at the end of the play, I was supposed to die, and the stagehand was supposed to pull me up to heaven on a wire as soon as I looked dead. Well, what about it? He had me up there 6 times in the first act.
Well, that's very interesting, but we...
I wouldn't have cared about that so much, but the station had the wire hooked on the wrong end of me. I'm the only Little Eva in history who ever backed into heaven.
Well, that's fine. Listen, let me tell my joke.
Doris, listen to this. If you think this is a cute outfit I got on, you should have seen what I wore yesterday. You see, my grandmother used to be a Southern belle, and when she passed on, she left me a beautiful old-fashioned crinoline dress. Your grandmother? Yes. She left it to me, and I wore it yesterday. I wanted to get acquainted with some Southern gentleman. Oh, you did? Yes. I saw a nice-looking man in the park, so I flirted with him in a Southern way, you know. First, I fluttered my fan. Then I'd spin the parasol and peek out at him. Then I'd
spin my parasol again, and then I peek out. But the second time I looked out, he was leaving. I said, where are you going? And he said, I thought if you were going to take off, I'd clear the runway. Bye now.
Thank you very much, Miss Ryan. Take off for Greensboro, honey. Say, and now here's Hi Everback with an important announcement. Take over, Hi Boy.
Bob, I want to tell everybody about 30 million little kids over in Europe who are in desperate need. We all know that they need food, but maybe some of us don't know that one of the most critically needed things is soap. That's right, the smallest sliver of soap over there is a real treasure. Because it's scarce and important. Soap helps prevent disease. Sure, because nothing fights germs like cleanliness. Soap keeps morale up, too. But you know, millions of children abroad have literally never seen a cake of soap. Well, now listen. Soap is going to be sent abroad, lots of it, with your help. It's the great Swan Soap Care Plan. A plan to send white floating swan to kids in Europe through CARE, that great non-profit, government-approved organization which has delivered so many packages to the needy in Europe. Here's how the Swan Care Plan works. Buy 2 or more cakes of Swan today. Keep the soap for your own use and mail the wrappers to CARE, Boston 1, Massachusetts, or to your local NBC station. That's CARE, C-A-R-E, Boston 1, Massachusetts, or to your local NBC station. And for every 2 wrappers received, Labor Brothers, the makers of Swan, will send a regular-sized cake of Swan through CARE to some kid over there. Delivery is guaranteed.
How about that? You know, when I was over in Europe last December, I saw a lot of unhappiness that could be washed away with soap and water. So take it from me that Swan will be appreciated. Keep those wrappers coming to CARE. You'll be doing a lot of good for the kids in Europe if you join in this great plan of Swan. Do that, won't you?
Buy Swan for yourself. Send just the wrappers, 2, 10, 20, as many as your heart tells you, to CARE, Boston 1, Massachusetts, or to your local NBC station. For every 2 wrappers, Lever Brothers Company will send a cake of Swan to a needy child in Europe. All wrappers should be mailed before August 1st, 1949. Start your Swan wrappers coming tomorrow.
Here's Les Brown bringing on our boy baritone who's charging towards Constitution Hall in Washington, D.C. with the rest of us to do a matinee and night show this Thursday. Mr. Bill Farrell, right there.
Powder your face with sunshine. Put on a great big smile. Make up your eyes with laughter. Folks will be laughing with you in a little while. Whistle a tune of gladness. Gloom never was inside. The future's brighter when hearts are lighter. So smile, smile, smile. Whistle a tune of gladness. Gloom never was inside. The future's brighter when hearts are lighter. So smile, smile, smile.
Cleveland Billy, who is now reading Whitey Lewis's book, The Cleveland Indians. Get it. It's very fine. Take it, Les.
Ladies and gentlemen, Virginia has one of the most colorful histories of any state in the Union. Tonight, the Swan Players present their version of the settlement of Virginia.
My name is John Smith. I'm sure you've heard the name John Smith before. It's on cornerstones and history books and on every hotel register in the country. I was born in London of rich, aristocratic parents in the true English tradition. Before the doctor slapped me, yes, 1 lump or 2. As a youth, I was given the best of education. I spent 2 years at the London Prep School for backward children. That's where they prepare you to be a backward child. I did very well, too. I started in the 8th grade, and in no time at all, I was back in kindergarten. When I reached the age of 25, I spent most of my time in the court of Queen Elizabeth, and one day I was summoned to the chambers of the Queen's Prime Minister.
John Smith.
Yes, my lord.
The Queen has asked me to speak to you about a very personal and delicate matter which only you can handle for her.
Do I have to lux out her undies again?
No, Smith. Her Majesty desires that you set sail for America to establish colonies. You must go to Virginia.
All right, but I don't even know the girl.
Don't be silly, old chap. Virginia isn't a girl. Virginia is a beautiful territory with a picturesque coastline.
I guess he's never seen a girl.
Smith, you will leave next week with a fleet of 10 ships.
But I'm afraid of the ocean.
You will take a company of 300 men to clear the wilderness of Virginia.
But I'm afraid of the wilderness.
You will also take 300 of England's most beautiful women.
I'm coming, Virginia.
There's nothing to be afraid of, Smith.
What about the Indians?
Well, there are only a few tribes. The Iroquois, the Algonquins, the Seminoles, and one other tribe that is almost extinct today.
Oh, yes, you mean the Dixiecrats.
Go then, John Smith, and be of stout heart. It should fear the set you remember the glorious slogan of the Crown, Per patria e pluribus in hoc alpha unum pluribus.
What does that mean?
Smoke a lucky and feel your level best.
The next week, I went down to the docks to sail in my ship. There it stood on the London docks. The SS Speedy rigged. I immediately went to my cabin. The sea was very rough and choppy. I had to stay below because I became violently ill. The next day, the ship left port. Finally, after 52 days at sea, we were 3 miles out of London. Somebody forgot to untie the boat. After weeks of starvation, scurvy, and shuffleboard, we arrived in America. I knew it was America. Duncan Hines was on shore waving. We went to work at once. Woods had to be cleared. Wells had to be dug. Rocks had to be moved. No man could be spared. In fact, whenever a man would faint from exhaustion, I would lay down for him so he could go on working. Finally, our work was completed, and one day there appeared at our settlement a beautiful Indian maiden. She was beautiful in her buckskin dress, and as she walked toward me, I could see she had 3 feathers on her head. It was amazing the way she balanced that bottle. I said to her, "What is your name, O Indian maid?"
Lee Pocahontas. What's your name?
John Smith.
A likely story.
Say, you're a girl, aren't you?
Yes. Now you know what I am. What are you?
I'm a man.
How do you know?
Well, I was... I always get a seat on the bus. There are other ways to play this whole thing.
Why you come to Indian's land, John Smith?
We mean peace. We mean peace, Pocahontas. How's the time? We mean peace, Pocahontas. We want to farm the land.
Oh, you make good farmers.
Why do you say that?
Got 'em built-in flour on faith.
Say, you're kind of cute, Pokey. Tell me. That's for short, Pokey. Hey, tell me, do you think you could ever fall in love with me, John?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm used to great, big, husky warriors.
Well, what about my physique? Look, why, my muscles are coming through my shirt.
Yes, but through the buttonhole?
Say, Pokey, if you're not doing anything later, how about going for a canoe ride?
Canoe ride? Will you try to hug me and kiss me and make love to me?
Oh, no.
Then I won't go.
Oh, come on, we'll have a lot of fun.
Oh, I cannot go. My father, the chief, says I must only go out with red men.
Red men, huh? Meet you at 8 o'clock. I'll bring the sun lamp. Everything was going along fine at the settlement until one night I was captured by the Indians. They subjected me to all sorts of torture. Twisted my arms, burned the soles of my feet, and worst of all, they tied me to a stake and made me listen to a long-playing Crosby record. When I came to, I decided the Indians were planning to broil me because not only was I tied to a stake, I was wearing paper panties. A few minutes later, Chief Paladin spoke to me.
Eki wana loto ki matumba. Iki hai lo matamahi.
Hello, Mort.
White man, pretty soon we burn you at stake. You die. What you say now?
Goodbye, Mort.
You must die, white man. Take Indians' land away. Now you burn, you pot-bellied, knock-kneed, cross-eyed, yellow-livered swine of a dog of a big...
Oh, hi.
Yes, sir?
About those insults, half of mine in the script, you know.
I couldn't help it, Bob. I got rolling.
You did, Well, keep on rolling. I'll open the door and you can roll right down to the unemployment office. It's all right. Now, where were we?
Oh, yes. You must die, white man. I'm going to burn you. You got a match?
Why should I give you a match so you can burn me?
Oh, Father, you mustn't burn him. I love him. I'll marry him to save him.
Will you marry my daughter Pocahontas if I save your life?
Sure I will.
All right, but if you marry her, you must live with pride, work 20 hours a day, sleep in teepee with pig and dog and cow, and first year you must have 19 children.
20 hours a day, pig, dog, and cow, 19 children? Hey, Chief.
Yes?
Here's a match. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We've knocked around the world a bit, but I want to say that we've never met people more friendly and gracious than folks here in the U-Haul Belt. They say you can't take it with you, but believe me, every time I see the South, I want to wrap it up and take it home. Tomorrow afternoon, we play Greensboro, North Carolina. Tomorrow night, Charleston, West Virginia. Thursday, it's all day in Washington, D.C., and Friday morning, we'll be in Winchester, Virginia for the Apple Blossom Festival. Friday night, Saturday matinee, and night, we're doing 3 shows in Providence, Rhode Island to make up for the date we had to break last winter. Attention, Providence weatherman, no practical jokes this time, please. Sunday afternoon, we play Erie, Pennsylvania. Sunday night, Columbus, Ohio, with all my brothers and relatives. It'll be a touching scene. And Monday, Fort Smith, Arkansas. You need a terrific airplane on a merry-go-round like this? That's exactly what our United Airlines... Stop making motions in front of my face. That's exactly what our United Airlines DC-6 is, and terrific. The word for the crew: Captain Ed Kesick, Sam Miller, co-pilot Claire Jarvis, navigator, B. Cowley and Winnie Porter, hostesses, and the engineers, Ray Powers, Jim Weir, and Bill O'Connor, and a special bow to our Major D of Travel, Mr. Bud Saunders. They're making this trip as smooth as a mint julep and as safe as U.S. saving bonds. And, folks, what a privilege it is to be meeting so many of the fine people whose ideals make that little old savings bond the finest investment in America. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, is my hair fairest of them all?
It is when you use Rave cream shampoo. Rave leaves your hair so clean, so soft, and yet so very easy to manage. Easy to manage because the pure lanolin in Rave is specially blended with other important ingredients to make hair behave, even on shampoo day. Your hair will be well groomed if you use Rave. R-A-Y-V-E. Rave Cream Shampoo. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Harper speaking. I'm talking from the bedroom of Norma Desmond. Don't bother with a rewrite, man. Take this direct. Ready? As day breaks over the murder house.
Yes, you'll read the big black headlines about Norma Desmond and this Hollywood scandal. But you'll never read the true story about the rest of us who were part of it. Me, for instance, Joe Gillis, a promising young writer from Dayton, Ohio. And Betty, that nice kid I met at a Hollywood party, who knew nothing about me, but knew what she wanted. Don't you love Artie?
Of course I love him. I always will. I'm just not in love with him anymore.
What happened?
You did?
Well, we should have lived happily ever after, like they do in the movies. But this was different. Because this is a Hollywood story about the people who make the movies. The little ones that you never hear of, like Betty and me. The great ones, like Cecil B. DeMille. All those who knew Norma Desmond. A strange woman who left her mark on all of us, who crossed her path. Has it ever occurred to you that I may have a life of my own? That there may be some girl that I'm crazy about?
Who? Some car hop or dress extra?
What I'm trying to say is that I'm all wrong for you. You want a Valentino, somebody with polo ponies, a big shot.
What you're trying to say is you don't want me to love you. Say it. Say it.
Gloria Swanson, one of the great personalities of this generation in a role that comes to an actress once in a lifetime. Rising to the heights, William Holden creates a startling portrayal. And a new star is born in Sunset Boulevard, Miss Nancy Olson.
Joe? Where are you? What's this all about?
Why don't you come out and see for yourself? The address is 10,086 Sunset Boulevard.
Yes, come out to see for yourself the film that reaches a new milestone of dramatic daring. The film that every critic says is a giant among motion pictures.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield, first cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size, brings you Dragnet. Ladies and gentlemen, the story you're about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a robbery detail. You've just rounded up a vicious gang of thieves. The heavy man is still at large. Your job? Get him. Hello, this is George Fenneman. I want to talk to you about the cigarette that's really on the move. The one everyone's talking about and trying. Chesterfield. First cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size. Chesterfield king size is exactly the same quality and exactly the same blend of tobacco as Chesterfield regular size. There's absolutely no difference, except that king size Chesterfield is larger, contains considerably more of the same tobaccos. So much more it gives you a 21% longer smoke, yet costs very little more. And Chesterfield king size contains better tobaccos and is of higher quality than any other king size cigarette. So sound off for Chesterfield. Either way you like them, regular or king size, Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke. Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files.
From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, March 6th. It was windy in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Didion. My name's Friday. It was 2:46 p.m. when I got to room 27A. Robbery. Frank?
Yeah, Joe.
How about those subpoenas?
Took them down to the warrant office. They're going to serve them.
Oh, fine. All the follow-ups made, packages in order. That about wraps it up, doesn't it?
Yeah, all but Bentley.
Yeah, nothing from Mac yet.
No, he said he'd call as soon as he heard anything.
Yeah, no. Be happy when we get him, won't you? He's probably the worst of the lot.
Yeah. Well, according to what Mac said, he's in real trouble now. Broke. None of his friends will have anything to do with him. We'll turn him.
I don't think I'll ever understand a guy like Bentley. What makes a man want to beat somebody just for the sake of beating him?
Figure that we'll have it made.
32 robberies, and just about every one, Bentley's got to work over at least one of the victims. He's pretty vicious.
Now we get him this time, he's through. Probably knows it, too. Even when Mac blows the whistle, probably going to be rough to take. Yeah. Joe, I don't know how you feel about it, but I'm happy it's over. And let's face it, we were lucky on this one. The guys were gun happy. Taking any longer to get him, they'd have killed somebody, sure.
Maybe so.
Well, on my next day off, I'm going to do nothing but sit, not make a move. My feet are killing me.
Yeah, we had a lot of legwork on this one.
Not just this one, Joe, all of them. I was reading in the magazine the other day about a new kind of arch support. I got to get me a pair of them.
Well?
According to the ad, these are going to be just a ticket. Some new kind of rubber, soft, when they mold it to your feet. Place back in Wisconsin.
Well, how'd they do it? They got a place here in L.A.?
No, just a home office. Just a small place, I guess. According to the ad, the whole process pretty new.
Yeah, well, how do you get this? What is it, a mold?
Yeah. You stand on a piece of paper, hold a bucket of water in each hand. You know, you put all your weight on your feet.
Yeah.
And you draw the outline of your foot on the paper. They make the arch thing up from that.
Well, if you're holding a bucket of water in each hand, is that right?
Yeah.
Well, how do you use the pencil?
What?
Well, a bucket of water in each hand, how are you going to draw?
Yeah.
I get it. It's Robbery Friday. Oh, hi, Faye. Yeah, he's here. Oh, how are the kids? Oh, yeah, sure, I'll put him right on. Frank, it's for you. Your wife seems upset.
Thanks, Joe. Hello, honey. Yeah? I can, but what's up? Well, can't you tell me now? Well, why not? All right, honey, I'll be right there. Don't worry now. Huh? Goodbye.
What's the matter? Something wrong?
I don't know. Faye wants me to come right home. Says something's going on.
Couldn't she tell you about it on the phone?
No, said something about the phone being tapped.
We went down to the carpool and started over for Frank's house. For the past 3 months, we'd been working on a case involving a gang that had been operating in the city. During that time, they'd committed 32 armed robberies, and in most instances, they'd beaten their victims for no apparent reason. Their ruthless attitude was the most outstanding single point of their M.O. We'd successfully rounded up all members of the gang with one exception, Leroy Bentley, alias the Bull. Bentley was the known heavy man of the gang. In order to successfully prosecute and apprehend any criminal or criminals, the police officer requires the fullest measure of cooperation and assistance that he can obtain from many people, the private citizen and his own associates as well. From the ranks of the private citizen comes one important aid, the informant. The working detective knows that in many cases his most valuable assistance can often come from his informant. In this particular case, we'd received information that would lead us to Bull Bentley within a matter of days. 3:22 p.m. We arrived at Frank's home.
I'm glad you're home, honey. I'm awfully worried. Oh, Joe.
What's the trouble now? What's this all about this phone being tapped?
Well, that's what he said.
Who?
The man who called.
All right, now, honey, can you tell me what this is all about?
I got a phone call just before I called you. It was a man. Said his name was Bull Bensler or Bentley. I didn't get it. He said that you thought you were a smart cop, but if you didn't lay off him, he was going to take care of you where it hurt the most. He threatened the children and me, too. Frank, I don't know what to do.
Go on.
Said the phone was tapped and we were being watched. Said to tell you he wasn't kidding. He didn't have anything to lose. He sounded real mean. I'm frightened. Do you know this man, Frank?
Oh, he is? Yeah, we have a warrant for his arrest.
Faye, where are the kids?
Well, Stacy's in her room playing. I called the school for Mike. The teacher said she dismissed the class. He should be home by now. Frank, I don't know. I'm worried about him.
All right, lock the doors. Don't open for anybody. Joe and I'll go out and see if we can find Mike.
All right, I'm worried sick about him. Should have been home 20 minutes ago.
I'll go and call the captain, Frank. Ask him to send a couple of men out, huh?
Thanks, Joe.
Don't worry about it, Faye. 2511, please. Yeah, robbery. Hello, Glenn. Is the captain there? That's Friday. I'd like to talk to him. Skipper, this Friday, I'm out at Frank's house. Frank Smith, yeah. Bull Bentley called his wife, threatened her and the kids if he didn't lay off. No, said if he didn't lay off. Well, could you send a couple of men out to stand by? Fine. Mike isn't home from school yet, and Frank... That's his little boy. Frank and I are going out to look for him. Yeah, I said he was watching the house. Who? Yeah, swell. All right, we'll be in as soon as we find the boy. Right, Skipper. O'Donnell and Stewart from the office will be out, Faye. They'll park the car down the street. Watch for him and let him in, won't you?
All right, Joe. What about it, Frank? You going to lay off this guy?
You want me to?
Please find little Mike.
All right, honey. We'll find him. Lock the door and don't open it for anyone but O'Donnell and Stewart when they get here.
All right, dear.
Now, don't worry, honey. We'll find him.
Yeah.
Let's go. Joe, what do you think?
I don't know.
Tell you one thing.
Yeah.
I'm scared.
There are two types of criminals that can be counted on to be dangerous. The youngster who becomes easily panicked at the scene of a crime, and the older criminal who will do anything rather than go back to the penitentiary. Bull Bentley was one of these. We knew that he was more than capable of carrying out his threat. His record was one of armed robbery, vicious beatings, and kidnapping. At this particular time, he was wanted for murder in the state of Colorado. The average criminal will blame anyone but himself for his predicament, usually the police officer, and this was so in Bentley's case. He apparently thought that by getting us off his trail, he could go free. Frank and I searched the area around the house. We found his little boy in a vacant lot 2 blocks from school playing with a group of youngsters. We put him in the car and returned him to his home. Stewart and O'Donnell were at Frank's house and said they'd stay there until they were relieved. 4:36 p.m. Frank and I checked back into the office.
Smith, Friday, in here.
Right.
Come on in. Find the boy?
Yeah, Skipper, out playing with some of the kids in the neighborhood.
All right. Now, what's this all about?
Well, this bunch we just cleaned up?
Yeah.
Bull Bentley called Frank's wife and told her that if Frank didn't lay off of him, he was going to get to him through his family.
What do you plan to do?
Oh, no choice. Get him before he can do anything, I guess.
Frank? Yes, Skip. You like to be taken off this assignment?
No, it's a personal matter.
It's up to you. Let's see that your house is covered when you're not home. You keeping the boy away from school?
Yeah, Captain, until this thing's over.
You got any ideas where you can pick Bentley up?
Well, we've covered all the places he's known to hang out.
Want any help?
No, not right now. Just find him fast.
Well, you know he's in town. Figure he's going to stay here?
Well, we don't think he's got much choice. We figure he's broke, he's hot. None of his friends will take a chance on putting him up. He's going to need money.
Better cover the bus depots, train depots, alert the airport detail. Get a couple of 100 mugs printed up on him, distribute them to the beat men and radio cars. Contact Captain Hamilton, the intelligence. He might be able to come up with something.
Our informant said he could turn Bentley for us in a week.
A week's a long time, Joe.
Yeah, no.
You've covered all his hangouts.
All of them. Nobody's seen him in a couple of days. Just seemed to drop out of sight.
Big town, a lot of people. Sometimes you don't realize how big till you start looking for one man.
Yeah.
Want to get in touch with the boys in the press room, give them the story, see if they'll carry Bull's picture. See Jack Ricketts, he'll put the picture on suspects wanted.
We'll get started on it right now.
You got a silent number, haven't you, Frank?
Yeah, it's unlisted.
How'd Bentley get it? It had to come from somewhere.
Joe and I were talking about that. You know pretty much who we give the numbers out to. About the only one we can figure that'd be in a position to give it to Bentley is Harry McLeod.
Your informant?
Yeah.
How long since you've heard from this McLeod?
A couple of days.
Figure maybe he'd cross you, throw in with Bentley?
Well, it's possible. I don't think so, though. He's leveled with us so far.
The number had to come from someplace.
Yeah, well, it sure makes it look like McLeod, doesn't it? I don't think Mac would give the number away on his own.
Bull could get it. We got 32 people to prove it.
Well, we better get on this thing. Come on, Frank.
Right.
Check you later, Skipper. Joe, I don't know what I'm going to do. Well, don't worry. We'll get to him. No, I mean this two-bit thief calling Faye, threatening her. Try to take it easy. I know how you feel. Why me, Joe? Bull Bentley's brushed up against 100 different cops in his day. Why me? Law of averages, I guess. You were handy. I knew just what to do. Skipper gave you a choice. If you'd like to go home, nobody'd blame you. You don't know what it is, Joe. You don't have a family. Something like this can split you in two. Half of you wants to be on the job. The other half is pulling you toward home. Joe, if that cheap punk steps on my front porch, I'm going to lean on him hard. Now, look, Frank, this isn't going to get us any place. Let's get over to the photo lab and get this thing moving, huh? I could just figure it. 4,000 guys in the department, and Bentley has to pick me. Joe, why me? All right, look, Frank. I could try to spell it for you 100 ways, and we still wouldn't come out with any kind of a total. I know what you must be going through, and I'm sorry it's got to be you. I'm sorry it has to be any cop. You're right about me not having a family, but it's squeezing me just as hard as it is you. You and I both knew when we filled out those application blanks what we were taking on. It's the job, Frank. Maybe I never told you before. Maybe you've been through this, too. I don't know. There isn't a day goes by that I'm on the job here that I don't run into something that breaks my heart. Why did Ed Wilson have to get shot down when he and his partner tried to take that guy out of that rooming house over on 8th Street? Why did Olson and his partner have to end up in the P&F ward last week? Why do you have to run the gamut of every human emotion and class of people on Earth? Poor to rich, it's all the same. Somebody picks up a gun to knock over the corner gas station, everything hangs in the balance. The minute that thief slips a cartridge into his gun, the gas station attendant, his family, his kids, and every relative he's got slides right onto the short end. Everybody seems to think that wherever crime is concerned, they never get any closer to it than the front page of the morning paper. I know you know this, Frank. For every attempted crime, God only knows how many innocent people are thrown into the balance even before the crime's been committed. That's the way it is, Frank. I'm not trying to tell you anything you don't know, but the minute you passed that exam, you had to make book that something like this could contaminate you just as surely as if you weren't a cop. I guess it's almost a legacy. Nobody's found a vaccine for crime. Nobody's immune. And it's worse with you and me because we know better than to think we can't be touched. We know we can. We invite it every time we roll on a call, every time we pick somebody up, every time a guy gets out of line. It's the job, Frank. I didn't mean to give you an academy lecture, but if it's any comfort, I'm with you. I know just how you feel, and so do 4,000 other guys right down here.
Yeah. I guess maybe we better get moving, huh?
Yeah, come on. We took the mug shot of Bentley to the photo lab and asked them to run off 200 copies. We checked with the reporters in the press room, and they promised us full cooperation. Jack Ricketts told us that he'd put the picture on the air the next day. Frank called home and found that there'd been no further calls from Bentley. 6:17 p.m. We started to look for Harry McLeod, our informant. We checked his hotel, but the clerk told us he hadn't been in all afternoon. We started checking his known hangouts. In fear of burning McLeod, we were unable to ask for him by name, which made it necessary for us to canvass each individual place. 9:28 p.m. We located McLeod in a small bar that was known to be frequented by thieves. We walked over to the bar and sat down next to him. We ordered a drink. At the first opportunity, without arousing suspicion, we told McLeod we wanted to talk to him and that we'd meet him down the street, 2 blocks west. We left the bar, got in the car, and drove to the meeting place. 20 minutes later, McLeod arrived, got in the back seat, and we drove away.
Want to get the radio, Joe?
Yeah.
What's the matter with you guys? I told you I'd get in touch with you and I had something for you. You trying to get me burned?
Take it easy, Mac. Just a couple of things we want to know.
I'm on your side. You guys know that. I've always leveled with you, haven't I?
Yeah.
Well, then what's this bit? You walk into that joint, you know what goes on in there, and you pull me out. Good chance somebody could have seen you, you know.
Yeah, we know, Mac. Have you seen Bentley?
No, I told you I'd let you know when I turned him.
Now, don't snow us, Mac. This is important. Have you seen him?
If I saw him, I'd have called you. You know that, don't you? I'd have called you guys. I told you once I'd finger him for you. I haven't called. I haven't seen him. It's that simple. What's the big rush about getting Bentley, anyway? He ain't going nowhere.
Now, look, Mac, we got a personal interest in this thing. This isn't just robbery. Bull's been calling Frank's wife, saying he was going to kill her and the kids. You know he'd do it. Now, how about it?
I didn't know it was like that. Bull's mean enough to do it,
Well, that's how it is. Now, I'll ask you once more. Have you seen him?
Yeah.
When?
Day before yesterday, Sunday morning. Saw him down Marty's.
How come you didn't call us?
I couldn't, honest, I couldn't. He came in and asked me for some dough. I told him I didn't have any. I tried to stall him till I could get to a phone.
Yeah?
Didn't work. He wouldn't wait. Got mad when I couldn't help him out.
You say anything about a meet?
Just said he'd get in touch with me.
Yeah.
He was real sore when I couldn't let him have any dough, but I told him, I said, look, Bull, you know I want to help, but I just haven't got it. That's what I said.
Yeah?
Wasn't kidding either. Things been pretty rough. Say, you guys couldn't see your way clear, could you? Sawbuck to tide me over, huh?
No, you got me at the wrong time, Mac. I'm tapped.
How about you, Smith?
Well, if you gotta have it, I got $10 I've been saving for a pair of shoes.
I sure appreciate it. You guys know that.
Yeah, we know. You got any idea how Bull might have gotten Frank's home phone?
No, not the slightest.
You sure you didn't give it to him?
Joe, you've known me for a lot of years. Would I do a thing like that after the way you guys treated me?
Well, that's what we're trying to find out, Mac.
I should get a little insulted at that. You guys figuring out about
Oh, now
me.
come off it, Mac. Did you give him the number?
No, I swear to you I didn't.
All right. You got any ideas where Bull might be hiding?
Not in particular. Check the usual places?
Yeah, we looked through them all.
And you know as much as I do. He did say he looked me up in a couple of days.
You see where he was going when he left you?
No, just walked out of Marty's. I saw a friend of his yesterday, though.
Yeah?
Guy said he'd seen Bull Sunday night.
Say what he wanted?
Money. Said he'd try to tap him for some dough to get out of town.
His friend help him?
He didn't give him any money. He gave him something else, though.
Yeah.
He gave him a gun.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Chesterfield is the first and only cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size. Just as Chesterfield is the first and only cigarette to tell you what it's made of. Yes, Chesterfield names all its ingredients, so you'll know what gives you the best possible smoke. The world's best tobaccos, pre-tested by laboratory instruments for the most desirable smoking qualities. Pure, costly moistening agents, costly glycerol and pure sugars which are natural to tobacco. And cigarette paper of the highest purity, the best that money can buy. That's what's in your Chesterfield. Ingredients that give you the best possible smoke. Much milder, with an extraordinarily good taste, and, as confirmed by a well-known research organization, no unpleasant aftertaste. So sound off for Chesterfield. Either way you like them. regular or king size, Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke.
Before we left Mac, he furnished us with the name of the man who'd given the gun to Bull Bentley. We recognized the name Dave Slater as a small-time hoodlum who'd do anything to make $1 as long as he himself was reasonably safe in doing it. Mac told us of several places where we might find him. The most likely place was a pool room on North Main Street. Slater had numerous arrests, most of them for being drunk and for acting as a lookout for gambling games. He was a type of thief that can be found in every large city, always on the fringe of criminal operations, but never directly involved in the crime itself. We checked several of the places Mac told us about, but we couldn't come up with Slater. We checked the pool room. The manager was evasive and at first appeared reluctant to talk. We informed him that we knew Slater would be back and that we'd wait for him. The manager asked us to come to the back room with him. He told us that Slater had said that he was going down to the all-night hamburger stand on the corner to get something to eat. We found Slater sitting at the counter.
Call this thing a hamburger, all I can see is a bun. I'd be ashamed to sell a thing like this lousy deal 35 cents for nothing.
Slater?
Yeah, well, something you want?
Police officer, Slater. We want to talk to you.
What about?
Bull Bentley.
Bentley? Never heard of him.
We got information you do know him pretty well.
Yeah? You tell your pigeon he's lying. I never heard of the guy. Now, let me finish eating.
We want to talk to you, Slater. You want to make it here, or would you rather go downtown?
Can't you see I'm eating? Now, let me finish. I got nothing to tell you. I don't know any Bull Bentley. Now, lay off, huh?
Come on, you can think better than an empty stomach, Slater. Let's go.
Frank and I took Slater out of the restaurant and put him in the car. Once he was in custody, his attitude changed completely. He said he wanted to help us, but that he didn't know Bull Bentley. 10:44. We got back to the city hall.
I want to stop by the office, Joe. Call home.
All right, I'll be in the interrogation room. You tell us, Skipper.
Yeah.
In here, Slater.
Yeah.
Sit down.
Sure. Look, I told you I want to help you guys out, but honest, I don't know anything. If I did, I'd let you know.
All right, come off it, Slater. Where's Bentley?
Look, I keep telling you, I don't know any Bentley.
Where are you living now?
Solly Hotel, West Fifth.
How long you been there?
A couple of days.
You working now?
Yeah, a little. Odd job now and then. You know, nothing steady.
What do you call an odd job, Slater?
Oh, you know, sweep out the pool room, rack the balls for him.
Yeah, sure. Now, look, we've known you for 8 years. You never worked a day in that time. Now, how about Bentley? We got a personal interest in him. We want him. We want him bad.
Look, I tell you, I don't know any Bentley.
Anything new?
Yeah, Joe, he called a couple more times tonight. Last time at 10:30, scared Fay half to death.
Yeah.
Said he knew Mike was home. He knew we were looking for him. That if we don't stop, it'll get to the kids. Said it didn't matter how many cops we had around the house, he'd get to him. Fay's almost hysterical. O'Donnell called the doctor.
Yeah.
How about Slater? He come up with anything?
No. Still says he doesn't know him.
Doesn't know him, huh? Listen, Punk, let's you and me get straightened out. What happens to me is one thing. What happens to my family's another. They don't pay me enough money to jeopardize my family. Now, you get this straight. When punks like you and your trigger-happy friends can threaten my family, then something's got to give, and it's not going to be me.
Yeah, but I told you.
Look, wipe that silly grin off your face, Slater. You feel nice and safe there, don't you? You know, as long as you're in custody, we got to take care of you. Well, maybe you'd like to know that if I have to, I'll take this badge off and walk up one side of you and down the other. Now, I want to know where Bentley is, and I want to know now. We're not stumbling around in the dark. We know you gave him a gun. Let me tell you this, mister. Mark it down. If anything happens to my wife or my kids, you can't run fast enough to get away, because I'll nail you hard.
All right, Frank.
He's getting pretty tough, isn't he?
Just telling you how you stand. Now, come on. Where's Bentley?
I told you, I don't know Bentley.
All right. Let's get everything out of your pockets. Get it on the table.
Well, there's nothing much. Here, change, keys, yeah, and a nail file, address book, my handkerchief, comb, wallet, yeah, cigarettes, and matches. That's all.
You want to shake him down, Frank?
Yeah.
I told you that's all. Now, what are you looking for?
Now, push your luck, Slater. It's clean, Joe.
How much money you got in your wallet?
I don't know, double sawbuck, maybe.
It's a funny thing. You guys never work, but you always got money. All right, take the money out and count it, Slater.
Why? What's that going to prove?
Take it out and count it.
All right. 10, 20, 25, 26, 27, 37, another 5. $42. I didn't know I had that much.
All right. Put the money in your pocket.
That all the money in your wallet?
Yeah, that's it.
Let's see the wallet.
Here. There's nothing in it. A couple of cards, that's all.
Yeah. Let's see here. A couple of pawn tickets. Picture. Who's the girl?
Babe I met in Dago. You don't know her. She's not in the rackets. Married now. I haven't seen her in a year.
Then why are you carrying her picture?
Always kind of liked her. She had class. Real nice broad.
You said you didn't know Bull Bentley?
That's what I said.
How about Leroy Bentley?
Nah.
You know anybody at all named Bentley?
Look, I told you I don't know any Bentley. How many times do I have to tell you?
You know anybody by the name of Bull?
I don't know anybody named Bull. I don't know anybody named Bentley.
Yeah. Take a look, Joe.
Now, maybe you can explain this then.
Yeah, what's that?
Bar tab in your wallet. His name Bull written on it. How about it, Slater? Who's Bull?
I don't remember that. Probably something I picked up a long time ago. I don't remember it.
Tab's dated March 4th, day before yesterday. Your memory must be getting pretty bad, huh?
I got nothing to say.
Frank, you want to check the business office and see who this number is listed to?
Yeah, Joe, right away.
All right, fine. I'm going to tell you something, boy. This is a rotten deal. The law protects people like you. You're lying. We know it, and you know it, too. You know Bentley. You know where he is. What's more, we know you gave him a gun Sunday night, the same date on that tab. I'll tell you what we're going to do, Slater. You're a real wise guy. You talk fast. We're going to get Bull. Maybe not tonight, maybe not tomorrow, but we'll get him. And when we do, we're going to tell him that you blew the whistle on him. We're going to put him in the same cell with you. I'd like to hear you talk your way out of that.
You wouldn't do that.
Don't make book on it.
Look, he's a mean guy. He'll kill me.
Thought you didn't know him.
All right, so I know him. But you wouldn't do that. Would you put me in with him?
Where is he, Slater?
You going to tell him I turned him in?
We're making no deals. Where is he?
I don't know where he is now.
You know where he'll be?
Yeah, I was supposed to meet him there tonight at the bar down on West 7th. He's got a friend works there, feeds him.
He'll be there tonight, huh?
Yeah, said if I'd meet him, he'd pay me for the gun, $75.
What kind of gun is it?
A 38. A good one, too. Worth more than $75, but I needed the money.
Where'd you get the gun?
Well, you'll find out anyway. I might as well tell you. Prowled the car, found it under the seat. I found out later it belonged to a guy in the Vice Squad. Probably real sore about it.
Could be, Joe. Bar on West 7th, place called the Hamilton Inn.
Yeah, that's it. He'll be there.
All right, Slater, let's go.
Where are you taking me?
You're going to jail.
Yeah, you can't win. Should have known you. Hey, do me a favor, huh?
What's that?
Talk to the jailer, make him give me a cell by myself.
We handcuffed Slater to a chair in the robbery office until we got back to book him. 12:32 a.m. Frank and I left the city hall for the Hamilton Inn on West 7th Street. Slater had told us that he was to meet Bull Bentley between 1 and 1:30. When we got there were a half a dozen people in the place. We checked the bar and the men's restroom, but Bentley wasn't around. We went back to the car, drove down the street to a closed service station, and parked where we could keep both doors of the restaurant under surveillance. 12:50, 1 a.m., 1:15. We waited. 1:35.
Joe, that him?
I don't know. It might be. Let's take a look. All right, you want to take the side door? I'll try the front.
Right.
All right.
I don't see him, Joe.
Wait a minute. That him? Going in the phone booth back there?
Yeah.
Come on. I'll get him. Bentley.
Yeah?
Watch it, Joe!
All right, Frank.
I'll shake him down.
Who told you? Who blew the whistle? That bum McLeod. It was him. He was the only one who knew.
He give you my telephone number?
Yeah, he did. And he runs to you and cops out. Should have known better. I give him $20 for it.
Well, that figures.
What do you mean?
We gave him 10 not to.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On June 12th, the hearing was held in the district attorney's office. In a moment, the results of that hearing.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, I'd like to talk to you about something that's important to every one of you. Now, for the first time, you can get a premium quality cigarette in either regular or king size. Of course, that's Chesterfield. Both regular and king size Chesterfields are made of the proven ingredients that give you the best possible smoke. Both are much milder, with an extraordinarily good taste and no unpleasant aftertaste. Yes, there's no difference between the two, except king-size Chesterfield is larger, contains so much more of the same tobaccos, it gives you a 21% longer smoke, yet it costs very little more. So remember, either way you like them, regular or king-size, Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke.
Leroy W. Bentley was released to the Colorado authorities for prosecution on a charge of murder. A hold was placed on him for the state of California in the event he is paroled. He was convicted and is now serving a life sentence in the Colorado State Penitentiary without possibility of parole. Although David R. Slater was guilty of aiding and abetting a felony, a complaint could not be issued due to the fact it could not be proved that Slater knew Bentley was an ex-convict when he gave him the gun. He was filed on for petty theft in Division 7. He pled guilty and was sentenced to 90 days in the county jail. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Herb Ellis, June Whitley, Jack Crucian. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
These great programs sound off for Chesterfield. Radio, Dragnet, the Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis Show, and every weekday Arthur Godfrey time. On television, Dragnet, Gangbusters, Arthur Godfrey and his friends, and the Perry Como Show.
Tomorrow, you'll want to sound off for Chesterfield, because either way you like them, regular or king size, Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
This is Andy Leonard at the 1980 Atari Games. Lots of excitement here. Stiff competition in basketball. They have the jump on Skydiver. The human cannonball can't miss. And for the first time, Space Invaders. They're ready.
Let the games begin.
No other company offers you as many different video game cartridges as Atari.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
It's Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. By RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. And now, here we go, friends, to Duffy's Tavern with Arthur Treacher, Bert Gordon as the Mad Russian, Martha Sleeper, Hazel Sherman as Miss Duffy, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello? Duffy's Beverage Emporium. Where the elite foregather to sup. Treacher, the maitre d' speaking. Duffy is not in the vicinity. Oh, hello, Mr. Duffy. Beg pardon? What am I doing here? I'm here on the recommendation of my psychiatrist. Well, I've always been a butler in the movies, and he thought I needed a change of atmosphere. So instead of being a gentleman's gentleman, I am now a bum's bum. Yes, that is correct. Where's Archie? Well, he's very busily occupied at the moment. What? Oh, very well. I'll wake him up.
Don't be a wise guy, Treacher. Give me that phone. Hello, Duffy. Huh? How come Treacher's working here? Well, I figured we could use a tall waiter, you know, who could hold the tray high enough so the customers can't see what they're eating before it explodes in their stomachs. How come a new waiter? Well, I had to let Yasha Panyaslavnik go. I caught the crook stealing from the cash register. I do it all the time. I know, but with me it's different. I'm an old, faithful, trusted employee. Well, I think Treacher will work out great. Well, look, Duffy, I'll call you back. I gotta get back to sleep. I mean, to work.
I beg your pardon, sir.
What is it, Treacher?
Well, I hate to bother you, but a rather sticky little problem has come up.
Oh, that's so? What?
Well, there seems to be a corpse in the corner booth.
How do you like that? Now, who'd bring a corpse in here?
But he wasn't a corpse when he came in.
Well, tell me, what did he look like?
Oh, a pleasant chap. I shall never forget his last words.
What were they?
Bring me the 25-cent blue plate.
Preacher, you sure about this whole thing? Did you feel the guy's pulse?
Why?
Well, maybe he ain't dead. Maybe he just ain't used to strong food.
You mean he'll live?
Well, most of them do. It's the 15-cent blue plate that has us worried. Tell you what, just wait a minute and see if he falls on the floor in a convulsion. If he does, you'll know he's all right.
I see. And what shall we do about the check?
Well, at Duffy's, we always give the customer a sporting chance.
A sporting chance?
Yeah, well, watch which way he falls, see? If he lands face up, he pays. If it's tails, it's on the house.
Say, Archie.
Yes, Miss Duffy.
Say, Archie, how'd you like the show at the Bijou last night?
Oh, it was great, but how'd you know I was there?
I knew it as soon as the girls came out on stage wearing nothing but pigeons.
What do you mean? How'd you know that?
Who else but you would be throwing breadcrumbs in the aisle?
So what? I'm a bird lover. Funny, though, I didn't see you.
Oh, I was in the balcony with my boyfriend.
Oh, did you enjoy the performance?
I'll say. I had to slap his face 3 times.
I was referring to the performance on the stage. The vaudeville, you know. Incidentally, what did you think of that Professor Zodiac, that hypnotist?
Oh, those hypnotists, they're all fake.
I agree with you, Miss Duffy.
When was you ever hypnotized?
Oh, at the Palladium in London.
What happened?
Well, this hypnotist called me up on the stage, waved his hands in my face, looked me in the eye, and told me that when I woke up, I wouldn't know what time it was. And by Jove, the chap was right.
What do you mean?
Well, when I got back to my seat, my watch was missing.
Well, this guy last night was much more legitimate. You should have seen him. You see, he gets a guy up on a stage, and just by occult hypnotism, he forces the guy to make violent love to a dame.
What's so wonderful about that?
It was the guy's own wife. So, to make a long story short, I invited the hypnotist down here tonight for some instructions. And after a couple of lessons, I won't have no more trouble with dames.
You mean your trouble getting one?
No, me trouble getting the one I got.
Which one is that? Chiquita Simpleboffer?
No, not her.
Lana Quatfazel?
Miss Duffy, how many times do I have to tell you? Lana Quatfazel is engaged to Cadwallader de Grettenstunker III.
Well, let me see. Could it be Katrinka Yarbach?
No.
Natasha Damjanovic?
No. This one's a foreigner. It's me little French filly, Renee, you know. She don't seem to love me like she used to.
What makes you think so?
Well, she's been dropping a few veiled hints lately.
Veiled hints?
Yeah, little things, you know, like slamming a door in me face, hanging up the phone on me, getting engaged to other guys. Nothing one could put their finger on. But with hypnotism, that'll all be changed. I'll wave me magic wand 3 times and she'll be Mrs. Archie.
But, my dear chap, what will happen if she ever wakes up?
Well, so what? You think she's going to divorce a guy with a mansion and a swimming pool and a yacht?
Hold on, old chap. You're going to buy a mansion, a swimming pool, and a yacht on $15 a week?
Yeah.
How?
Simple. I'll give up smoking. Now, if you'll excuse me a minute, I'd like to study this booklet here. Let's see now. Zodiac the Great. Master of hypnotism. Reader of men's minds. The world's greatest intellect.
How do you do?
Mad Russian. Russian, what are you doing here?
Professor Zodiac is sending me. I am his new assistant.
What do you know about hypnotism?
You ask me what I know about hypnotism? Me, a man who for 20 years has looked into the eyes of Eddie Kemper?
But how did you get with Professor Zodiac?
The professor is noticing that I, too, have a hypnotic eye.
You?
Most of course. In fact, as I am coming into this world as a baby, immediately I am putting my doctor into a deep trance.
You put your doctor into a deep trance?
This was making medical history.
How come?
Before the doctor is slapping me, I am slapping him first.
Well, it serves him right for bringing you into the world. So you're Professor Zodiac's new assistant, huh?
What you might call his right foot.
You mean his right hand?
No, his right foot. When he is putting people to sleep, I am kicking them to wake them up.
And this makes you a hypnotist, huh?
This plus other things.
What other things?
Like I am hypnotizing my grandmother into thinking she's a horse.
Really? Is it a success?
Only to an extent.
What do you mean?
She came in next to last in the Kentucky Derby.
She came in next to last. Who ran last?
My grandfather. He is my grandfather. He is chasing my grandmother like mad.
Oh. How come?
As a horse, she was very beautiful.
So you're Professor Zodiac's assistant, huh?
Yes, I am known as the human sleeping pill.
Well, I'll tell you, I was thinking of taking some lessons, and I wanted to ask Professor Zodiac a couple of questions, but maybe you can help me.
Okie dokie, that'll do.
Well, what'll you charge me?
For $50, I will answer 3 questions.
Well, ain't that a lot of money?
Yes, it is. You now have 2 questions left.
Look, Russian, all I want to find out is what you have to do to hypnotize a beautiful dame.
What about the $50?
I ain't got $50.
How much you got?
5.
Mm-hmm. In that case, this little book will answer the questions. So please, you are giving me the $5?
Now, just a minute, Russian. I wasn't born yesterday. I'll give you $3.
What? You are daring to insult me with a mere $3? $3 for the inscrutable wisdom of the East?
I'm sorry.
Make it 4.
Just a minute. I want to see that book first. Let's see here. A scientific approach to hypnosis. Mesmerism and advanced tea leaf reading in Technicolor. Tea leaf reading in Technicolor?
We are using orange pickle.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. Here's a buck for the deposit. I'll pay you the rest later.
What? You are daring to insult me with a mere $1 for the inscrutable wisdom of the East?
Take it or leave it.
You have bought yourself a book.
Oh, boy. With this book, I'll be lousy with inscrutable wisdom. I can make any dame I want fall for me.
Archie, you think if I used the book, I could make fellas fall for me?
Look, after all, Miss Duffy, this is hypnotism, not magic. Hey,
very funny.
wait a minute. Give me that phone.
What are you going to do?
Call up that little French filly, Renee. With this book, she'll find out she's dealing with a new Archie. Hello? I'd like to speak to Renee, please. Who's calling? Tell her Maurice. Maurice Chevalier. Hello. Hello, Renee? This is Archie. Now, don't hang up. Well, wait till I tell you about the diamond bracelet. The diamond bracelet. Well, honey, I got a real big surprise for you. You'll be right down? Good.
Archie, you haven't got a diamond bracelet.
That's the surprise.
How do you like...
Yes, sir, I was right. One lesson in hypnotism, and already she's on her way down.
Every day, you hear more and more about an incredibly fast way to relieve the pains of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. It's Anacin. A-N-A-C-I-N. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven, active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So, the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin. A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100. Ask for Anacin at any drug counter.
Now, let me see here. Chapter 9. How to hypnotize friends and put people under the influence. It is best to hypnotize subjects who have minds that are weaker than yours.
I say, old boy, won't you have trouble finding subjects?
Preacher, stop interrupting. Now, let's see. Hypnotism is practiced in India by the street fakers who charm snakes with their flutes.
Oh, I say, that sounds jolly. Why don't you try that?
Where am I going to get a snake and a flute?
Why don't you start out in a small way, with a worm and a piccolo?
Everybody's alike.
I say, old chap, you don't really believe that reading that book for a few minutes will make you an expert, do you? After all, you know, hypnotism is a complicated science.
So what? Electricity is science, ain't it?
Yes.
How long does a guy have to sit in the electric chair to see how it works? Now, let me see. First, I look Rennie in the eye.
Say, Archie.
Oh, hello, Russian. What can I do for you?
You can give me the other $2 that you owe me.
Looks like I'll have to use this hypnotism sooner than I thought. Now, look, Russian, before I give you the $2, I got to see if this stuff works. Now, let me try it on you.
Oh, okay.
Now, close your eyes.
Okay, I close my eyes.
Now, look me in the eye.
Say, this is a good trick.
Please, relax.
Okay, I'm relaxed.
Now, once again, look me in the eye.
Which one?
What's the difference? The left one.
But the right one is so much prettier.
Okay, then look me in the right eye.
Now the left one looks prettier.
Is he in a trance yet, Archie?
With him, it's hard to tell.
Now, please, I'm a busy man. Give me the $2.
Not till I learn how this thing works.
Okay, I'll come back in 15 minutes.
All right, that's fair enough. In the meantime, I'll practice on somebody else. Now, let's see. Another effective method in hypnotism is to move a bright, shiny object before the subject's eyes. Let's see, what have I got around here that's bright and shiny?
Why don't you just bend over in that blue serge suit and sway back and forth?
Wouldn't be scientific. Oh, Treacher, have you got a $50 on you?
Yes.
Let me have it for a second.
Here you are.
Thanks. Now, wave it in front of your eyes. Arthur Treacher, you are under a spell.
He must be if he gave you $50.
Quiet, Miss Duffy. Now concentrate, Treacher. Keep staring at this 50-cent piece. You're getting sleepy. Very sleepy. Your eyes are closing.
They are, eh? Just try putting those 2 shillings in your pocket.
Go along with me. Now, I'm gonna make you bark like a dog. Now repeat after me. I am completely in your power.
You are completely in my power.
No, Treacher. I am completely in your power.
Very well, then you bark like a dog.
please. Try to concentrate. Now, I want to treat you. Repeat after me. I am in your power.
I am in your power.
It's working. I am your master.
You are my master.
My will is stronger than yours.
Your will is stronger than mine.
Hey, what's going on here?
Shh, quiet. I'm getting hypnotized.
Preacher, please. Before I pay the $2, I got to see if this thing works. Now concentrate. Look me in the eye. Arthur Treacher, you are a giraffe.
I am a giraffe.
Now speak to me.
Hello down there.
Archie, is it working?
Yeah, the guy really thinks he's a giraffe.
Good. Maybe we can get him to eat those cobwebs off the ceiling.
Quiet, Miss Duffy. Okay, Treacher, are you still in a trance?
Yes, master.
That's all I want to know. Okay, I'll snap you out of it. Abracadabra.
Where, oh, where am I?
You're in Duffy's Tavern.
Make me a giraffe again.
Here's a word from RCA Victor. You know, when spring puts in its appearance, the ladies always seem to catch the men off guard. They've been busy for weeks planning their spring wardrobe, studying the new styles. And this year, there's one style everyone will want to study. It's the better-looking in every way style of RCA Victor's magnificent new 17-inch television receiver, the Fairfield. With the Fairfield, you'll get television pictures which are exceptionally clear, bright, and steady. And you'll have RCA Victor's new picture pickup, which assures you of the best possible reception. If you've been looking for a television set that's going to look well in your home, here's your answer. The Fairfield console cabinet is truly distinctive, and its beautiful doors close over the screen when your set's not in use. Go see your RCA Victor dealer. He'll be glad to show you the better-looking Fairfield.
Archie, why don't you cut out all this nonsense with the hypnotism?
Nonsense, huh? Wait till you see how it works on Renee. Hey, wait a minute. Here she comes now. Well, Renee.
Bonsoir, Archie.
Bonsoir to you, my little pulley pop pie. Hey, that's some dress you're wearing.
Oh, it's just a little something I threw on.
Okay. Looks like you missed. First time I ever seen a backless dress worn backwards.
Now, please, Archie, let's get down to business.
Business? I don't know what you mean, mon petit petit.
What about the bracelet?
The bracelet? What bracelet?
The diamond bracelet you promised me on the telephone.
Oh, that diamond bracelet. Oh, yeah, the jeweler has been a little dilatory in delivering it. I'll call him up and see what happened. Hello, Cartier's? High-priced diamond department, please. Yeah, the one without the flaws. Hello? Hello? Oh, tell me, sir, is this the gentleman that sold me the $10,000 bracelet? It is? Well, this is Archie of Duffy's Tavern. And I'd like you to know, sir, that the bracelet ain't been delivered yet. Oh, I see. Uh-huh. Well, them things will occur. Thank you.
What happened?
The truck broke down.
The truck broke down?
Yeah.
Archie, you have lied to me. This is the last time
Wait.
I will have...
Renee, look into my eyes. Now concentrate.
Why?
You'll find out in a second. Now, I stare into your eyes. I'm going to take you to dreamland.
Oh, please, not another one of those cheap dance halls.
Quiet, you're being hypnotized. Now, follow the moving finger.
The way you're looking at me, I'd better.
Renee, concentrate. Look me in the eye.
Archie, I feel very strange. I feel a spell coming over me.
Oh, boy, it's working.
I will be anything you want me to be. I will do anything you say.
I say, old boy, this is your big opportunity.
Huh?
Make her a giraffe.
Preacher, that is not exactly what I had in mind. Now, Rennie, concentrate. You are about to become my bride.
Your bride? But who are you, strange one?
Strange one, hey? That gives me an idea.
Yeah, she thinks you're a stranger. Maybe you got a chance.
Quiet. Repeat them last words, Rennie.
Who are you, strange one?
I am Charles Boyer.
Charles Boyer?
Oui, better known as Pepsi La Cola. Come, Renee. Come with me to the Catskills.
Oh, Charles. Kiss me. Kiss me.
What a racket that boy is getting.
Charles, speak to me. Oh, Charles, how romantic you are.
Oh, I say, Charles, shall I fetch the bicarbonate?
Preacher, stop trying to break the spell. Now, what was I saying, Renee? Oh, yes.
Oh, Charles, put your arms around my waist and hold me tight. Press me close to you. Closer. Closer.
I'll murder the first guy that snaps his fingers. Now, repeat after me, Renee. I will marry you.
I will marry you as soon as I get the diamond bracelet.
Rennie, you mean to tell me that you was awake all the time?
And so ends another trance in the life of Archie the hypnotist.
That lousy Russian, if I can only put me hands on him.
Well, here he comes now.
Oh, wait. Look, you phony hypnotist, give me back that buck. I just tried some of that crummy hypnotosism on this girl here, and it don't work.
Archie, this man is a hypnotist?
Vive la trance!
Il est très gentil.
You are speaking to me.
Yes. I say that you are very cute.
Don't say that.
But you are cute.
I know, but don't say that. Tell me, my little French poodle. Would you like me to throw a trance at you?
It is not necessary, monsieur. I am already under your spell.
That's funny. I must have studied the wrong chapter.
And now, monsieur, you close your eyes.
With pleasure.
Now repeat after me.
Okay.
I will buy you a diamond bracelet.
I will buy you a diamond bracelet.
I will take you dancing at El Morocco.
I will take you dancing at El Morocco.
Then let's go.
After you, my little onion.
Good night, Archie.
Good night. How do you like that? That Russian is supposed to be the hypnotist, and the dame puts the spell on him. What a jerk. Hey, wait a minute. Where does this leave me? I give the guy a buck, and he winds up with my dame.
I say, old chap, repeat after me. I am a jerk.
You are a jerk.
No, you are a jerk.
Sometimes when Bing Crosby and Bob Hope get together, they don't make sense at all, but sometimes they do. For instance, get a load of this.
Now here's Chesterfield's answer to Cyrano de Bergerac. Bob Hope.
I'd top you easy, Dad, but we only have a minute here to sell Chesterfield.
Okay, well, let's get to it.
Better tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste.
The mildness is a cinch to prove. You just make the Chesterfield mildness test. You know, open a pack and enjoy that milder aroma. Then smoke them, and you'll know that Chesterfields are milder.
And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
So make our cigarette your cigarette. The reasons go together like this.
Chesterfield, Chesterfield always takes first place. That milder, mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste. So open a pack, give 'em a smell, then you'll smoke 'em.
Listen again next week, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. By RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. The best cigarette for you to smoke. Listen tomorrow evening for The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, the Saturday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
Boys Town is real. It is a drama greater than the imagination of Hollywood's best storytellers. 4,000 boys have passed through this city of little men. And now the drama, the laughter, the heartache, and the triumph of all these boys is crystallized in the story of one young renegade who came from the back streets into conflict with the one man who could save him.
Is that what this is all about? You're going to take my life because I owe the state something? Where was the state when a lonely, starving kid cried himself to sleep in a flop house with a bunch of drunks, tramps, and hobos? Is that when this debt started? The only pals I had at Jen's had were the kids in the alley.
There. That's better. I'm Father Flanagan. I saw your brother Joe just a little while ago. We had a long talk about you, Whitey. Joe wants you to come to Boys Town with me.
If you think you're going to make a plow jockey out of me, you got another thing coming.
Now, look, Whitey, in a pinch, I can be tougher than you are, and I guess maybe this is the pinch. You're coming with me to Boys Town because that's the way your brother wants it.
Sure, I'm blowing the plant. Go on back, will you, Pee-wee, where you belong? That's a good kid. On your way. Pee-wee! Pee-wee! How dare you, Father? Joe Marsh! Joe, it's me, Whitey! Whitey's at Bogue's Tavern. Whitey's at Bogue's Tavern. Whitey's at Bogue's Tavern.
Let's go.
Don't move. They're away there. We're coming through, Father.
Once in a generation comes a picture with the heartwarming sympathy, the understanding of Boys Town. Such pictures were David Copperfield and Captains Courageous.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner, It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Denis Day.
Oh, that makes life seem worthwhile, dwells in your eyes, and the spell of your smile.
Denis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Denis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant and the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Denis Day. Here's Denis to sing with a hey and a hi and a ho, ho, ho.
With a hey and a hi and a ho, 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 you start off the day with a glow, ho, ho. Sing all the way as the way you go with a hey and a hi and a ho, ho, ho. Up go the blinds and you know, ho, ho, it ain't gonna rain anymore, ho, ho. Sun's gotta shine 'cause you made it so with a hey and a hi and a ho, ho, ho. While you buy the paper on a little happy little hum, got a little caper singing happiness, here I come. With a hey and a hi and a ho, 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 you smile from your head to your toe, ho, ho. Pack up your blues and away they go with a hey and a hi, a hey and a hi, a hey and a hi and a ho, ho, ho. With a hey and a hi and a ho, ho, with a hey and a hi and a ho, ho. Hey and a hi and a hey and a hi and a ho.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, the main topic of conversation these days in the town of Weaverville is, of all things, modern art. For the eminent American artist Harlan Dunning is giving a one-man exhibit of his works at the local museum. And joy supreme, the exhibit will include a painting owned by Mrs. Herbert Anderson, a Dunning which has hung over her mantelpiece for years. Well, our young hero, Denis Day's art studies, ended at the age of 3 when he lost his crayon book. So Mildred has sent him down to the museum this morning to soak up all the knowledge of art he could. He has just returned, bone dry.
Did you really study the paintings and statues carefully, Denis?
Well, I tried to, Mildred. Did people actually pose for those statues?
Well, sure. Why?
Gee, there must have been even more virus X around then than there is now.
Oh, Denis.
Well, I couldn't help being a little surprised at those paintings and statues, Mildred. I thought they'd stop posing people in that condition after they were 2 years old.
But, Denis, that's art.
Well, maybe so, but there was one picture there that, well, I won't tell you what the title was, but I'm not going to open my eyes before noon during September.
Dennis, that was September Morn. That's a classical poem.
I bet it could get popular.
Oh, golly, and I was hoping when I sent you down to that museum you'd get something out of it.
All I got was my life unsheltered.
Well, at least you got to see the Harlan Dunning exhibit, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, it was off in a little room by itself. Anyway, I didn't blush at his pictures. I couldn't make head or tail of them.
Well, Mr. Dunning's a modern painter.
Oh.
In modern painting, it's more the feeling you get from the work. The objects aren't supposed to look like they do in real life.
He's got that part of it down to a science.
You couldn't understand his paintings at all?
No. There was one there that I thought was a picture of a baby. I kept wondering why it only had 4 fingers. Then I found out later it was a cow.
Well, that's funny. The Dunning mother owns is just a simple little landscape that anyone can... Oh, good morning, Mother.
Good morning, Mildred. Dennis.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Anderson.
Dennis has just come back from the museum,
The
Mother.
museum? Did you see my picture, Dennis? The Dunning I loaned them for the exhibit?
Oh, yes, ma'am. There was quite a big crowd around it.
Oh, I just knew there would be.
Yeah, they have it hanging over the Coca-Cola machine.
How dare they hang my painting in such a place?
Oh, I think it's on account of the frame. There's a lip on it that's good for opening bottles.
Oh, there is there? Well, we'll see about this.
Oh, now don't get excited, Mother. I'm sure they'll take very good care of it.
They'd better. Your father paid a fortune for that painting. Do you know what he'd threaten them with if anything happened to it?
You?
They wouldn't like it, I can promise you that. I'm going to phone that museum this instant.
Gee, she sure is proud of that painting, isn't she?
Well, you can't blame her. It's the only real art treasure she ever owned. Daddy surprised her with it on their first wedding anniversary.
Oh, really?
Yes. Mother didn't have any idea what she was getting.
Well, neither did your father the year before.
Dennis, how can you say things like that? Why, Daddy's the happiest man in the world.
Oh, hello, Mr. Anderson.
Hello, children.
Why, Daddy, is something wrong?
Wrong, you ask. You know that Harlan Dunning is in town? And that the painting I gave your mother is hanging in the museum?
Well, of course. What of it?
Just this. A secret I've kept for 20 years is about to be made painfully public. That painting isn't a genuine Dunning at all.
What?
Mr. Dunning didn't paint it? Gosh, what'll Mrs. Anderson say?
She'll probably ask you to have 6 of my friends standing by for a load.
But I don't understand, Daddy. How did it all happen?
Oh, it's a long, sad story, Mildred. The first year Pupsy and I were married, I was in New York on business. One afternoon, a couple of us went to Greenwich Village.
Gee, I've heard of that place. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo!
Well, so had I. I'd even passed through it once on a streetcar.
Boy, you've really lived, haven't you?
Yes, indeed. Well, suddenly I realized that the following week was our anniversary. I reached into my pocket, pulled out $3. All that was left after a big week of cranking at the penny arcade.
Oh, golly.
Well, to make a long story short, I finally found a dark-bearded Frenchman in a smock who was selling paintings. He sold me that picture of Pupsy's for the $3, including the frame.
Gosh, and then you signed Harlan Dunning's name to it?
Yes, and told her it cost me $200.
Oh. And now Mr. Dunning's in town and the whole story will come out. Oh, Daddy, Mother will never speak to you again.
Well, I don't think I can count on it, Mildred.
Gee, if there was only some way to keep this Dunning from seeing the picture. Hey, wait a minute. He's stopping at my boss's house. Maybe I can get some ideas from Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, my boy, if you only could.
Oh, do you really think you might, Dennis?
Well, it's possible. He's always giving me a piece of his mind when I don't ask for it. Maybe he can spare a hunk when I do. Mr. Willoughby.
Yes, Dennis?
Is it possible you'd do something for me? A favor?
Why, Dennis, you know how I feel about you.
Yeah, but would you anyway?
Well, what is it you want?
Well, Mr. Willoughby, I'm faced with a problem that calls for a bit of skullduggery. I've come to you because you've got more duggery in your skull than anyone I know.
You're very kind. My entire duggery is at your disposal.
Well, here's the problem. You see, this painter, Harlan Dunning, is stopping at your house.
Yes, what about it?
Well, it's very important that I prevent him from doing something. Now, first of all, do you think he'd take a bribe?
A bribe? What kind of bribe?
Oh, a pretty good one. Say $3.
Why, Diamond Jim.
No good, huh? Well, then maybe you've got something on him that I could use.
Something on him?
Yeah, something horrible he did once, like wife-beating or grain trading.
Dennis, don't you think this has gone far enough? Just what are you trying to do? Blackmail a man who is now in my house as a guest of my wife?
Guest of your wife? Hey, maybe there's a romance we could nail him on.
A romance with my wife?
I'll grab at any straw when I'm desperate.
Dennis, you can stop this nonsense about Harlan Dunning. I'm not interested in your problem, and I don't care to hear any more about it.
But, Mr.
That
Willoughby...
is final, Dennis. Oh, that reminds me, though. Run up to the barber shop on the corner and make an appointment with Mr. Dunning. He'll be in at 1 o'clock.
The barber shop?
Yes, and tell Roy to do a good job. Dunning wouldn't want to go to his exhibit unless he were perfectly groomed.
Hey, he wouldn't at that, would he? Mr. Willoughby, I just got an idea.
Oh, the poor, lonely little thing. What is it?
Well, it's something I have to do during lunch hour. Could you possibly see your way clear to give me one today?
Well, I suppose it's all right just this once. Don't think I'm setting a precedent, though.
Oh, no, sir. I'm not a radical. I'll see you later, Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, Dennis, wait a minute.
Oh, Mildred. Oh, gee, something important has come up, Mildred. I'm on my way right now.
But you invited me to come down and eat lunch with you today.
I know, and I'm sorry you made that long trip with the sandwiches. But you see, this is for your father.
Oh, you mean you've got...
Yeah, I got an idea to keep Dunning from appearing at the exhibit or anywhere else in public.
Oh, golly, honestly? Well, what? How?
Oh, come on, I'll tell you as we go. Oh, this is a killer. Boy, am I a low-down, dirty rat. Wait till you hear it.
Oh, Dennis, you're just marvelous.
Sure, and did you see how easy it was? I told Roy Mr. Dunning wanted a shave and a haircut, but out at Willoughby's, not here.
Yes.
And when he comes back, it'll be too late. Hey, Roy's white jacket fits me pretty good, doesn't it, huh?
Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness, look. There's a man coming across the sidewalk now. It must be Mr. Dunning.
Yeah, quick, get out of sight. I'm all set.
Oh, good luck.
Good day.
Well, 1 o'clock, right on the dot. My name is Giuseppe Antonio Silvestro Bacigalupo Graziani. I'm the barber. You the cuss? I have a seat.
What was that name again?
Giuseppe Antonio Silvestri Bacigalupo Graziani.
Why, the sign outside says Roy D. Flugelheimer.
That's correct. That's what my name is. I mean in English.
Oh, I see. Well, I like a haircut, a shampoo, and a shave, please. In other words, the works.
Ah, don't worry. That's just what are you going to get.
I'm rather particular about the way I look. You're certain you know your business?
Shoo! Don't worry about a thing, amico mio. I've been cutting hair every day for 20 years. And on a Domenica, that's a Sunday, just to keep in a practice, I cut all of the neighbors' hedges. Lean it back, please. Lean it back.
All right, then. And when you're through, you might trim my mustache, please.
Just leave it to me. I trim it fine. I got some nice stuff left over from a Christmas.
What was that?
Lean it back. I give you the haircut. So come on. Hey, how's that? Nice, huh?
What? You made the left side much too short.
Don't worry. We snip some off of the right. There.
Yeah, but now the right side is shorter than the left.
Okay, we'll work some more on the left. So, how's that?
Well, now the left side is shorter again.
Hey, what kind of head you got it there? Must be very uneven.
Well, it wasn't uneven before you started.
Well, wait, I fix him up.
All right.
Now the same on both sides, nice and bare.
Why, what have you done? I've got no hair at all on the sides and a club of it sticking up in the middle.
Yeah, you look like the Navajo.
What am I supposed to do now, sell blankets?
Oh, don't worry, I fix them. There. Whoops, still uneven.
How can it be? There isn't a hair left on my head.
No, but I cut off one eyebrow.
Why?
Oh, wait, I'll fix it. That's all right. There, even again. Okay, next, please.
You.
Yeah, that's too bad. What were the people?
Exhibit.
Why, your exhibit.
My name isn't Dunning. It's Sidney Newhouse. I'm a traveling salesman.
Sidney? Sidney Newhouse? A traveling salesman?
Yes, what about it?
Oh, nothing. It's delighted to meet you. You heard any good stories lately? Any good stories lately? Any good stories lately? So then the only thing I could do was to beat it before Roy got back. I'm afraid I failed, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, dear.
I guess we're sunk.
Well, as far as I can see, there's only one way to keep Dunning from getting a look at that painting. We're going to steal it from the exhibit.
Steal it? Well, wouldn't that be stealing? I'm certain it would.
I'm only taking what belongs to me, Dennis.
Well, yeah, but how are you going to do it? Mr. Stark, the chairman of the exhibit, is there all the time.
Well, that's where you come in, my boy. You're going to distract her attention.
Me? How?
By flirting with her.
Mr. Anderson, your mezzanine is falling downstairs.
You can do it. You're always imitating movie stars. Now pick out some great lover of the screen and go to work on it.
Well, there is one who always gets where it's at. After all, what can we lose? Just our health and our liberty.
Well, there she is, Dennis. Now, do you think you can keep her occupied while I snatch the painting?
I hope so. This is one screen lover who's never missed before, anyway.
Good. I'll hide here in the archway until you've made your conquest. Oh, here she comes.
Oh, is there something I can do for you, young man? It's after hours, you know.
Hello, short, gray, and beautiful.
I beg your pardon.
It's just about cocktail time, Dreamboat. Let's say we drift down to the beer parlor and blatz it and schlitz it a while.
Why, we haven't even been introduced yet.
I'm a man and you're a woman, kiddo. That's the stuff couples are made of.
But this is so sudden.
I can't help it, love bundle. You're the type that drives men wild.
Oh, my late husband always used to say that.
Not in that tone of voice, I'll bet.
Well, no. Oh, you are kind of cute.
I thought you'd begin to see things my way.
You have nice eyes and such lovely curly hair and a darling dimple.
You missed the lips, baby. Get a load of the lower one.
Oh, my, I'm afraid you're just too much for me.
You said it, kiddo, and my motto is, if you can't fight 'em, join 'em.
Well, aren't you going to ask me for a kiss?
Why, I hadn't planned to go into the matter that deeply.
Oh, come on, Brown Eyes, kiss me.
Well, all right, close your eyes and tilt your head back.
Dennis, everything's okay.
Well, my eyes are closed and my head is tilted, dear boy.
Okay, hold it. I'll be back in half an hour. Boy, that was close. Did you get it, Mr. Anderson?
It's right here under my coat.
Good, now we're in the... Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
A horrible thought just struck me. Won't the police investigate this?
Sure they will. That's part of my plan.
Say, that's pretty clever. How long do you think we'll be in for?
Well, you don't understand my scheme. We're going to plant this in Harlan Dunning's room at the Willoughbys.
Plant it? But he can prove to the cops he didn't take it.
Not if we're the cops.
Huh?
All we have to do is say that we're the police and accuse him of the theft.
Yeah?
Then we'll tell him that if he won't reveal that it's not a real Dunning, we'll return the picture and say nothing about it.
Wow!
Isn't that some idea?
Boy, when your brain gets revved up, your whole head spins, doesn't it? Gee, Mr. Anderson, we're sure in luck. Mrs. Willoughby is still out shopping, and Mr. Willoughby hasn't come home from the store yet.
It's about time we got a break. Okay, go ahead.
Right. Open up in the name of the law! Open up, I say!
Yeah, up!
What's going on out here?
Don't make a move, Dunning. I've got you covered.
Yeah, covered.
Okay, Anderson, whisk him.
Whisk him?
Risk him?
Don't you mean frisk him?
Oh, that's it.
Gentlemen, May I be so bold as to inquire what this is all about?
Cut it out, Dunning. Come on, where'd you hide the stuff, the loot, the swag?
Yeah, where'd you?
I'm afraid I haven't the faintest idea what you mean.
Oh, so you won't talk, huh?
I'd rather not. Much more fun listening.
Oh, yeah? Well, we'll beat it out of you. Herbie, where's your Billy?
Why, Billy has it.
Well, we'll get out the rubber hose. How do you want it, Dunning? With the nozzle on or off?
Just a fine spray, if you please.
You may not know it, Dunning, but you're in trouble.
Yeah, trouble.
We're detectives specializing in investigating theft.
Yeah, we're from the Homicide Bureau.
Come clean, Dunning. Where's the painting?
What painting?
The one you stole from Weaverville Museum.
Are you out of your mind?
He isn't going to talk, Sarge. We better search the room.
Right, Corporal.
Lieutenant.
Oh, sorry. You take the closets and bureau drawers. I'll go through his wallet.
You put your hands on my things, gentlemen, and you'll regret it the rest of your lives. Now, that's a warning.
Are you threatening us, cops?
You're no more cops than I am. Now, what's your game?
See here, you.
No use, Mr. Anderson. He knows we're not cops.
But how could he tell?
I don't know. Maybe it's our high arches. Better show him the painting, Mr. Anderson.
Well, all right. Here.
What? Oh, I say, that's got my name on it.
Yes, sir, but we know you didn't really paint it.
I should say I didn't. This is a...
Huh?
Nothing. What do you want?
Well, Mr. Anderson gave this picture to his wife 20 years ago, and she's always thought it was a Dunning original. And now with the exhibit and you being here in person...
She'd find out the truth and be unhappy.
Yes, sir. In a pretty bloody sort of way.
I see. Well, gentlemen, how would you like me to trade you a real Dunning original for this picture of yours?
Oh, my goodness.
Gosh, Mr. Dunning, would you?
Oh, why not? After all, you're in a spot. Glad to help you.
Oh, bless you,
Bless
sir.
you.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Here. Now, just sign this sales form right here, and we'll make it all fine and legal.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
There you are.
Yeah. And here is one of my paintings. It's a still life. I call it Flute and Liverwurst at Dusk.
Gee, it's a beauty, too. Thanks a million, Mr. Dunning.
Not at all. But perhaps you'd be interested in hearing just why I was kind enough to make this little exchange with you.
Why, yes, sir, we would.
Very well. I shall tell you.
You mean it wasn't a Dunning original I had hanging in the parlor all these years?
That's right, Poopsie. Now you know the whole story of how I bought it from that Frenchman in Greenwich Village.
And you actually traded it to Mr. Dunning for one of his genuine paintings?
Yes, ma'am. This is it right here.
Yes. Very pretty, probably. You say it's called Flute and Liverwurst at Dusk?
That's right. The flute is the one with the holes.
Well, anyway, it's an original Dunning, and that's all that matters. So all's well that ends well.
Yeah, that's true, little gumdrop.
There's just one more little thing. I don't suppose you'd even care about it one way or the other.
What's that, Denis?
The reason Mr. Dunning traded his picture for yours.
Oh, what was the reason?
Well, as I say, I don't suppose it matters. But the picture you had hanging in your parlor was an original Picasso worth $10,000.
Oh, no.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing Serenade of the Bells. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a luster cream shampoo, hair bright, washed right, easy to do and dress right, hair that's soft and silky from a luster cream shampoo.
Yes, Luster Cream Shampoo leaves hair with new three-way loveliness, fragrantly clean, glistening with sheen, soft and easy to manage. Be a dream girl, a lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
With Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Denis to sing the popular ballad, Serenade of the Bells.
In the sleepy town of San Juanito, there's a story that a padre tells of a gay senor and senorita and the serenade of the bells. Seems they asked the padre for permission to be married early in the spring, but their folks had made just one condition, that the mission bells had to ring. Everyone knew the bells were broken and hadn't sounded for a long, long time. Then one night the village was astounded, for the bells began to chime. Still the bells are broken, goes the story. But if in your heart a true love dwells, they will ring for you in all their glory. That's the serenade of the bells. Everyone knew the bells were broken and hadn't sounded for a long, long time. Then one night the village was astounded, for the bells began to chime. Still the bells are broken, goes the story. But if in your heart a true love dwells, they will ring for you in all their glory. That's the serenade of the bells. The serenade of the
Doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. For the Palmolive plan was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Someone that bag to hold and that... I hope you realize that you've made a perfect fool of yourself in front of everyone. Have you finished?
Yes, I have.
Thank you very much. Oh.
You lied to me.
Yes, but just a little
Telling
bit.
me a
I mean, no.
story about
But it
a
isn't a
leopard.
ridiculous story. I have
Where is the leopard?
In there.
I don't believe you.
But you must believe
I've been
me.
the victim once more of your unbridled imagination.
What do you want?
Well, Mrs. Random invited me for dinner. Would you please find out if she still wants me?
She's hung up.
Oh, yes. So am I.
I am Major Horace Applegate of the Explorers Club.
What are you doing with that gun?
The gun is, I have been hunting leopards.
Oh, you've been hunting leopards, have
Yes, yes, I have been hunting leopards.
Any luck?
Well, not what I'm accustomed to, no. You see, I was slightly confused regarding
Boys,
leopards. They told me that the...
Take your hand off that man!
Come on, here, man, come on.
Stop.
Lock him up, lock him
Hey, let go. Let go.
Hello, Gildersleeve.
Oh, Miss Susan, how in the world did you get here?
Influence.
You mean to tell me he wants to wear that thing?
Look, of course I don't want to wear this thing. All I want to do is get married.
Susan, I forbid it. I absolutely put my foot down.
Oh, but Auntie, you
I'll
don't
cut
understand,
you off
but
with
please
that
let me explain.
Now,
Now,
you
all
want
I
to
said,
marry a
please
man
listen
like
to
me.
me.
Quiet!
Oh, but David, please. Oh!
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The important war message you have been expecting will be broadcast immediately after the Fibber, Magee, and Molly program. Keep tuned to this station. Here's the Johnson Wax program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. Of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Glancing over one of the country's leading newspapers, and I noticed an article called Keeping Your House in Tune with the Times. You know, it made me feel right at home, for this is what I read. Preserving and protecting the surfaces around your house was once the sensible thing for a good housewife to do. Now it's a case of preserve or do without. The situation isn't as bad as it sounds if you take advantage of wax in any of its forms. Wax is not only a great preservative, but it's also a great time saver. For wax surfaces are more easily dusted because the dirt and dust remain on top and don't penetrate the layer of wax. Well, now, doesn't that sound just like H. Wilcox talking about Johnson's Wax? I must remember to write them a letter. They've really got the right idea. There comes a tide in the affairs of men when they think they can write a book. Well, the tide is in at 79 Wistful Vista. And here, busily filling page after page of scratch paper, we find that persistent proponent of pithy prose, that fearless perpetrator of punchy paragraphs, Mr. Magee, of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
So, grasping her in his strong arms, he kissed her tenderly on the forehead as she ran her slender fingers through his dark curly hair, which she had first took his hat off so she could. Then, as a knock came at the door...
McGee, I never heard such drivel in my life. What are you reading?
I ain't reading, I'm writing.
You're what?
I'm writing a book.
So that's what you've been doing the last few days.
That's it.
And I thought you were going over the household accounts.
Household accounts my clavicle. Don't you worry about them, Molly. When the dough starts rolling in from this book, we'll have so much money the government won't know what to do with it. Now, let's see. Where was I? Oh, yes. I was just getting to the place where my heroine, Maisie Laprine, has just met Lieutenant Fragwell.
Just met him?
Yeah.
Last I heard, he was taking her into his strong, curly arms and was kissing her.
Well, it was love at first sight. You see, he was coming down the street on roller skates while she was cleaning the front steps, and she swept him off his feet. I got some cute dialogue there.
I'll bet you have.
But the plot really gets torrid a little later on. This is a love story that'll have every woman in America dripping mascara.
Oh, my.
Where's my phone? Oh, yes. Running her fingers through his dark curly hair, which she had first took his hat off so she could. Then as a knock come at the door. Boy, is this realistic. Then as a knock come at the door.
Look, Arthur, I hate to disillusion you, but that was a knock at the door.
Well, it's plagiarism, that's what it is. Come in.
For goodness sakes, Abigail Uppington.
How do you do, my dear? I'm Miss Magee.
My dear Mrs. Uppington, what a charming surprise. Do come in. I say, Francois, chill another bottle of sparkling root beer for Madame. Oh, I say, this is jolly, isn't it? When was it we met last? On the French Riviera, was it not? I remember that romantic evening over the gaming tables at Monte Carlo? The night Fifi de Goumenac shot the Duke? How gay. I remember how the stars shone down like a million jewels on the velvet canopy of night.
Let's start over, Miss Magee. I wasn't here when the game started.
Listen, don't mind him, Abigail. He's writing a book and he thinks he's E. Philip Dippenheim or somebody.
Ah, yes. Fine chap, Dippenheim. I remember one afternoon we were sitting in a gay little cafe in the Latin Quarter. I remember it because I didn't know any Latin and Ippy didn't have a quarter. It's dread all those little experiences.
Oh, look, come off your high horse, dearie, before it throws you.
Well, I find this very interesting, Mrs. Magee.
You think I could write a book, eh?
I didn't think you could write, period.
Oh, you've been working like a little beaver, Abigail.
You betcha.
Chew a tree down and build a dam for the lady, little beaver.
Okay, deride. Laugh if you will, my fine feathered friends. But the time will come when you'll point to my picture in magazines and say, I know that man. That's Earl Stanley Magee, the author.
Who?
Earl Stanley Magee. That's my nom de plume.
I think you mean nom de plume, Miss Magee.
I mean nom de plume. I'm going to show the writing business some new wrinkles.
When you get the manuscript finished, dearie, let me give it to Uncle Denis.
Oh? Is he acquainted with some publishers, my dear?
Well, I think he is. I've often heard him say he knows every bookmaker in the country.
You know, I suppose, that you should have a literary agent, Miss Magee.
A literary what?
A literary agent. Someone to act as middleman for you, to make good arrangements with some publishing house, to protect your rights. You artistic people are so unbusinesslike, you know.
Oh, yes, I suppose we are. We authors live in a world of dreams, Abigail. We're shy and practical creatures. We should be shielded from the cruder, the harsher aspects of life.
Oh, my. Could you face the crude fact that your fountain pen is dripping on your pants leg, dear?
Huh? Oh. Hey, Uppy, I thought you joined up with the wax. When do you go?
Oh, I don't know, Miss Magee. I was declined with thanks.
Oh, that's too bad, Abigail. I'm so sorry.
Now, that's a shame, kid. They shouldn't ought to have turned down a big, sensible girl like you. What was wrong?
Oh, Mr. Magee, there was a time when I would have approached the answer to that question with some trepidation.
Yes?
I would have evaded a direct reply with all the delicate finesse at my command.
Yes?
But the cold, brutal fact remains that I'm too darn old. the book coming along, Earl?
Who?
Earl. I thought that was your nom de plume. Earl Stanley McGee.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I say, I think I'm coming along rather well, you know. Top hole and all that. Working on a jolly situation at the moment. This lieutenant lad, Fragwell, you know. Frightfully decent chap, Oxford and all that.
Oh, listen, stop it. First thing I know, you'll start wearing a manacle.
If you mean eyeglass, my dear girl, the word is barnacle.
It's no such a thing. A barnacle is a seashell that sticks to the bottom of a boat.
I thought that was a binnacle.
A binnacle is a collarbone.
That's my clavicle.
Well, then a binnacle is where they keep a ship's compass.
You're thinking of a monocle.
Well, then what are manacles?
Handcuffs.
That's what I said. You want to be arrested for murder? Well, you're killing me with that English accent.
You answer the phone, will you, Molly? I got Lieutenant Fragwell at the bottom of a 40-foot cistern, and I got to figure a way to get him out.
Well, let his girlfriend hold a big sirloin steak over the edge. I'd jump 40 feet for that myself.
Well, in this case, Molly Newsom's the telephone. Hello, Fibber McGee speaking. Who? Oh, yes. This is Earl Stanley McGee, the novelist. How do you do, Miss Cheltenham?
Miss who?
Oh, that would be jolly, of course, of course. I should be happy to discuss the matter. Oh, rather. Yes, I could carry on till you get here.
You keep carrying on like that, and I'll get the pip myself. Who's Miss Cheltenham?
She's an agent, a literary agent. She's going to sell my book. Ain't that wonderful?
How'd she ever hear about you through a Ouija board?
All the word gets about these things. Hey, I got to get busy. Now, don't let anybody bother me. Lock the door. This may mean millions.
Yeah, but how are you getting Lieutenant Fragwell out of the cistern?
Easy. I just start the next chapter by saying, what? Safely out of the cistern. Fragwell made his way to the nearest Barumba.
What's a Barumba?
That's an Abyssinian word meaning railroad.
Do the Abyssinians know that?
They will when they read the book. Now remember, Molly, I got to work fast. I ain't home to anybody. If the door bell rings, don't tell them.
I'm afraid Lieutenant Barumba will have to wait in the Fragwell for a minute, dear. Come in.
Hello there, kids. What you doing? I'm trying to write a book if I can get some peace and quiet around here.
Well, you go right ahead, Johnny. Me and Dory won't let anybody bother you.
Fine.
Wanted to be a storybook writer once myself, but the grammar got me.
Oh.
Teacher says I didn't know a subject from a pelican.
You mean a predicate?
I do? And a predicate one of them little salty crackers that you get with a glass of beer?
That's a pretzel.
Well, they're dangerous things. Grandpa had one go off right in his face once. Didn't know it was loaded. It was an old horse pretzel that he had...
Now, wait a minute. Don't you mean horse pistol?
I sure do, Doris. Grandpa was in the horse pistol for 3 weeks. Day nurse and night nurse...
That's a hospital.
Yes, sir. Most hospital folks Grandpa ever lived with.
I think you mean they were hospitable.
No, they took his chewing tobacco away from him when he went in. Grandpa always said...
Look, old-timer, look. Can't you stop changing the subject?
No, I can't, Johnny. Teacher always told me I couldn't tell a subject from a pelican.
Listen, but you don't mean pelican.
Why don't I?
Because a pelican is a big bird.
You're telling me, Johnny. Teacher gave me a bird so big it blew me out of school and never went back. Well, I won't bother you, Johnny. So long, Doris.
All right, Earl Stanley McStuff. You go to work on your masterpiece, and I'll stand here and guard the door like Voracious at the bridge.
You mean Horacious. Voracious means having a big appetite.
Well, this whole thing is strictly from hunger.
Oh.
You get busy, and I'll...
Hello, folks. Am I intruding? Oh, frankly, old chap, yes, you are. I say, old fellow, would you mind frightfully old radish if I asked you to stop by another time? That's a good fellow.
What's the matter with him, Molly? Did he fall asleep in a Ronald Colman movie?
He's writing a book, Mr. Wilcox. He thinks that phony Piccadilly accent gives him a certain air.
It does. Why don't you open a window?
Oh, now I say, old broom.
Stop it, Mr.
You sound like some dentist that just fitted you with a London Bridge.
Molly, what's this about him writing a book?
Well, let me tell you about it, Junior. You see, my hero, Lieutenant Fragwell of the Navy...
The Navy? Yeah. Hey, could you say something about battleship, linoleum, and then sneak in a few words about Johnson's glow coat?
This is a novel, Wilcox, not an advertising folder. Anyway, he falls in love with a girl named Magee because she reminded him of his mother.
And you remind me of my mother.
Oh. Magee reminds you of your mother, Miss Wilcox?
Yes, when he's happy and excited like this, he acts just like my mother used to when she was telling somebody about glow coat. How easy it was to use, now it shines as it dries.
Are you going to let me tell about my book?
Oh, excuse me. Go ahead.
Well, just as Fragwell and Magee are on their way to the house to get married, up comes a messenger in a cloud of dust.
So, what's a little dust? With Johnson's glow coat, dirt and dust right up to the damn floor. And anyway, glow coat's protected.
You better let him go on, Mr. Wilcox. He's turning green.
Oh, pardon me. Well, then what, Fibber?
It's a message for Lieutenant Fragwell to report for duty. The marriage is off. He's been called back into the service.
Well, the surface is an important thing. If you protect the surface of your linoleum against dirt and wear, it'll almost last forever because glow coat is the
I didn't say surface. I say service. D-E-R-V-I-S-E. You see, Fragwell is a West Pointer.
Now, hold on. Wait a minute, Magee. If Lieutenant Fragwell was in the Navy, why did he go to West Point?
Ah, wouldn't Hitler like to know that? Military secrets. Hey, where are you going, Junior?
Don't you want to hear the finish, Mr. Wilcox?
No, I don't think I do, Molly. You see, I'm so used to sparkling, gleaming, immaculate wax coating that Johnson's glow coat gives, it spoiled me for inferior finishes.
Oh.
Well, I'll see you again. Of all the unappreciative, inferior finishes, my clavicle. I tell you, the ending of my book has got a wallop that'll tear your heart out.
Well, what is it?
I don't dare tell. But get this, Molly. After the book ends, I'm inserting 3 pages of crossword puzzle.
Oh.
Just to give the readers a chance to calm down. This book has got such a smash climax that I don't want to be responsible for people going hayseed.
You mean haywire?
I thought Haywire was a movie actor.
That's Hayward.
What is Haywire?
Buy the bail?
I'll buy the bail if it's cheap.
Oh,
What are we talking?
Come in, thank goodness. Good afternoon.
I'm sorry, sis. Whatever it is, we don't want any. We got all the linens we need. And if it's magazines, you're wasting your time because
Are you Mr. Magee?
Yes, I am, sis. And let me tell you again.
I am Virginia Cheltenham, the literary agent.
Oh, you. Oh, gee, if I don't even. Oh, my God.
Got caught with your accent down, didn't you, dear? Come in, Miss Virginia Ham. Cheltenham. Virginia Cheltenham. I suppose you're a mighty proud girl to have a father who could write a book.
Yes, my father. I'm her mother. Oh, excuse me. Miss Cheltenham, my wife, Molly.
How do you do, I'm sure?
Your wife? Oh, how splendid. Let me tell you something about myself, Mr. Magee. I am a literary agent of long standing.
Have a chair, Kel?
I beg your pardon? Oh, yes, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Magee, are you familiar with serial rights, motion picture rights, dramatic rights, foreign translations, and the other 100 things regarding which a busy author must protect himself?
Heavenly days. And I thought an author just wrote a book and took his money and boom, that was that.
No, I never knew there was so much to it, Miss sis.
Well, they are all very important. I was having tea one afternoon with, now let me see, there was Red and Jack and Elle and Ernie.
Who are they?
Red, that's Red Lewis, of course. Sinclair Lewis, you know.
Oh, yes, I read his book, Aerosmith. Disappointed, though, no Indians in it. Who are them other guys?
That's Ellery Queen, Ernie Hemingway, and Jack Steinbeck.
Did you ever do any business with Charlie and Vic?
Who, Mrs. Magee?
Charlie and Vic? You know, Charlie Dickens and Vic Hugo?
Okay. Well, Miss Cheltenham, now here's about my book. This Lieutenant Fragwell...
I shall go to read the manuscript myself, Mr. Magee.
Well, it ain't finished. Pardon me. All right, I got 3 chapters to go.
Well, I'll take it as is. A manuscript needn't necessarily be complete to make a sale, you know.
Oh, swell. Well, this Lieutenant Fragwell...
Now, my usual business procedure is this, Mr. Magee.
Yes?
I take full responsibility for the promotion and sale of all rights in your literary work.
Oh, I see.
King's men sing and still the Volga flows.
Still the Volga flows through silent
and valleys that must learn to sing again. When every field and plain is bearing golden grain, then every voice will rejoice in spring again. And still she rolls along, the mighty heartbeat of defiance in the snow. Her sorrow rise again in peaceful skies again, and never fall while the Volga flows. There was once a city whose broken walls from dust will someday rise, when peace has cleared the sky. Those black and dim will lift again their heads on shining grain, and hearts will have no pain to remember. But now the memory is to the city and the meadow will
Did you say Miss Cheltenham took the manuscript with her?
Yeah, and you know what? First she's going to sell it to maybe a magazine like the Red Book or maybe Time Magazine.
Time magazine doesn't run novels.
Well, she says they will when they see this one. It's going to make history, she says. And then she says she'll sell it to maybe Random House as a book. You know them, they printed that book, I Lost My Garters.
I Lost My Garters. I don't remember that book.
Oh, well, maybe that wasn't exactly... Oh, no, it was the last time I saw Paris. Then she'll have it dramatized into a Broadway play and then sell it to the movies. Why, you heard when I... Hey, maybe that's a messenger with a check from some publisher. Maybe $1,000.
No, don't start counting your chickens just because you've laid an egg, dearie. Come in. Well, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, Mrs. Magee. Hello, Mr. Magee.
Hi, Wimple, old man. How's everything? Have a cigar. Take two. I'm getting some better ones anyway.
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Magee. My wife doesn't permit me to smoke.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Wimple?
Not at all, Mrs. Magee. She thinks, anyway. But I fool her sometimes.
You do, eh?
Yeah. Maybe when you have corn on the cob next summer, you'll save me the corn syrup.
You smoke corn syrup?
Yes. But don't look so shocked, Mrs. Magee. I don't inhale. But why are you wearing that green eye shade, Mr. Magee?
I've been writing a book, Lynch. Going to make me a fortune, too. I'll send you autographed copies. I do the light-hearted, gay, sophisticated stuff, like Somersault Maugham.
Somerset?
Yeah, I know. Some are a little set, but I ain't. I can write like Somersault Maugham or anybody else.
Oh, that's the sort of thing I always wanted to write before I turned to free verse.
Incidentally, Mr. Wimple, why do they call it free verse?
Did you ever try to sell any of it?
Well, no, I never have.
You ever do any serious writing, Lynch? You know, I might be able to give you a few pointers. Plot motivation and all stuff like that there.
Oh, I did do one short story, Mr. Magee, when I was single.
Mm-hmm.
I called it The Dream.
Oh, nice.
Then I wrote a sequel to it after she was and I renewed it.
Oh. What was the title of that?
You're waiting.
You know, Mr. Wimple, you don't look very well. Have you been ill?
Oh, no, Mrs. Magee, I'm doing quite... Oh, I guess you didn't hear about my terrible experience.
What was that, Wallace?
You know that horrible rainstorm we had last week?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was nearly drowned. I must have swallowed 5 gallons of water.
Well, don't you know enough to come in out of the rain, Wimp?
Oh, I was in, Mr. Magee.
Oh.
I didn't stir one little tippy toe outdoors all evening.
Well, and how did you swallow all that water?
Oh, I seen him started to leak like everything, and Sweetie Face said, "Oh, Wallace, what'll I do?" And I said, "Put a pan under it, silly." And she did. Mine.
Well, that was a dirty trick, Wimp. One of these days, that woman is going to go too far.
Yes, and I hope she stays there.
Hey, Molly, you know what I'm going to do with the first $50,000 I make off my book? I'm going to buy...
Tell me later, dearie. I've got to take these two things out.
You wait, Molly. One of these days you'll look back and wonder how we can live in a dump like this. Ah, there's a little woman that's going to have a dozen pairs of silk stockings if I have to stand over those silkworms with a horsewhip. Next, see the... Oh, come in. Oh, hello there, little girl. Did you hear about my book? I said, did you hear about my book?
You got a book?
What do you mean if I got a book? I just wrote one. I'm an author.
Your mother's house?
Not another anything. I says I'm an author. I wrote a book about a young naval lieutenant named Fagwell who falls in love with a girl.
Now, see, how'd you think he'd fall in love with a horse?
Don't be so fresh, kid. Remember, a hairbrush ain't exactly obsolete as part of a child's education.
I don't guess.
One more smart crack and you will. Now, look, haven't you got any place to go over here?
Sure. I gotta go down to Bontown Department Store and turn these fiddle rings.
What's the matter with him?
Too much fiddling and not enough wings.
Well, look, let me tell you more about my book. You see this Lieutenant Fagwell?
Show me a picture, mister. Please, anything more you pay?
Oh, I'm sorry, sis. I used up all the paper writing my book. I think
Well, go out on the back of this piece of paper, mister.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, first I'll draw up...
Yeah.
Hey, where'd you get this piece of paper?
This
is part of my book.
I found it.
What?
It was in that green box down by the corner, you know, the one that says, "Help keep our city clean." It's just 4 papers like this, mister.
It's more papers? You mean my book is stuffed into a trash can? Oh, no. You're kidding, ain't you, sis? Tell me you're kidding.
You want to get that hair done?
No, this is terrible. Hey, Molly.
I heard the whole thing, Magee.
No, this is all a mistake. Where's that agent's phone number? I'll call her.
I already called it, and there isn't any such number. You better go home, little girl.
Yeah, beat it, sis. I'll see you later.
Okay, mister.
Oh, boy.
I knew that woman was no good.
Who, me?
No. Not you, sis.
Oh, get it. Goodbye.
Oh. All that work for nothing. My career.
How much money did she take you for, Magee?
Well, gee whiz, she sounded legitimate.
How much did she get?
Well, she asked me for $500 to promote the book, advertising and stuff.
How much did you give her?
Then she come down to $250, and I said...
How much did she get?
All I had. $27.75.
What a fool I did. Well, it was a pretty cheap lesson at that. Huh? Now forget it and tell me what you want for supper.
Oh, am I ever the chumperoo?
Yes, dearie, I know. But what do you want for supper?
Put some oats in a pail.
What?
Yeah. As long as I made a jackass out of myself, I might as well eat like one.
An increase in neighborliness in recent months. With less driving around, there's more visiting back and forth. I'm sure that in many homes tonight, friends and neighbors are sitting around listening to this program together. The makers of Johnson's Wax are glad they can bring Fibber and Molly into your home. And they want me to thank you again for your continued loyalty to all Johnson's Wax products. All of us on the show are happy to be working for a company whose products are so helpful in these times. The regular use of Johnson's Wax protects your floors, furniture, and woodwork at a time when conservation is so vital. It saves you many hours of work when manpower and womanpower are so important. And besides, it makes your home more beautiful and more sanitary because a waxed home is a clean home.
this has been quite a day, eh, what? Jolly old novel gone up the spout and all that.
Oh, stop it. You sound like a bundle from Britain delivered by mistake.
Oh, I don't get it, old girl.
You keep calling me old girl and you'll get it all right.
Tally-ho.
Good night, Al.
The characters of the old-timer and Wallace Wimple heard on this program were played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Suppose you back up and don't call me Shorty.
Shorty or Sonny, what difference does it make? Now, you're liable to get all money if you don't put it in reverse. Move over, Black.
See the Murphy boys, and you all sit around and lie a little bit to each other and have a good time, see? Only just remember, you've got another wildcat waiting for you at home.
Oh, will I? You've got to learn to take no for an answer once in a while.
I wouldn't let you give me that answer.
Take a look at yourself. Why should I want to?
Tomorrow, then?
Okay. Mom.
Hello, big man. Long time no see.
You run this outfit? Well, he's the owner, pal, Mr. Sand. Tell Mr. Sand he can ram his $50 a day up his nose. I don't need to work. Hey. Oh, why don't you let me bust him one, boss? I'd rather have you keep your help.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
That lovable old buffoon, everybody's favorite, Fred Allen in person. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, first, I guess I ought to apologize for introducing myself, but everything is sort of confused tonight. You know, opening a new program, you know how it is. I was so busy running around all day telling my relatives that I was going back to work and then reviving them after they fainted that I forgot to bring an announcer, I forgot to bring any actors, I forgot
Did you forget to bring the commercials?
Oh, no, Mr. Bascom. I've got the commercials right here.
Lucky for you, Alan.
Yes, sir. That's the sponsor. But as I was saying, ladies and gentlemen...
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Hello, Portland, and welcome to my little one-man siesta. The program's just starting.
But where is everybody? Where's Harry, Peter, the Merrimack?
Well, this is a new program this year. Haven't you heard?
No,
Oh, why, this is the Texaco Star Theater. Everything's new but the jokes. You'll find out.
But the stage is empty. Where's the band?
Well, I'm sorry. I was just explaining all of that to the audience, Portland. I've been so busy all day, I forgot to hire any talent.
But you've got to have people to have a show.
Unless you're running a flea circus, yes. But don't worry, I'll have everything in a minute. I have got a man dragging a chopped liver sandwich up Broadway. I'll have 200 actors here in no time. Now, you just sit down, Portland. Let me worry.
All right, I will.
And now, very nice of you. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
I beg your pardon, Mr. Allen?
Yes?
I'm Shattuck Purvis.
Shattuck Purvis?
Yes.
The name, oddly enough, means nothing to me.
I'm the official network greeter here at Columbia.
Oh, you greet...
The new actors, yes.
I see.
Welcome to the Columbia Network, Mr. Allen. Are you wearing a rubber glove?
Well, not at the moment, no.
Then I shan't bother shaking hands. I never shake hands unless the other party is wearing a rubber glove.
A sanitary precaution?
No, I have a wet hand.
So many executives in radio seem to have wet hands these days.
Yes, my hand is so wet that I have kelp hangnails.
Kelp hangnails, really?
I keep my gardenia alive just stroking it.
You don't say.
Oh, yes. Shaking my hand is like finding 5 clam necks in your palm.
Well, thanks a lot for the warning. I hate those dank handshakes that feel as though one is milking a seal.
I see your point.
I hoped you would. Very nice.
Welcome to the Columbia Network, Alan.
Well, thank you, Mr.
Purvis. Shattuck Purvis.
Well, thank you, Mr. Purvis. The name wears well, but still means nothing to me.
What's that?
Well, it's a new the sound man is auditioning for another program 2 blocks down. He's overdoing it, but overlook it. It's a new program. You've got to expect a little knocking now and then. Hey, that must be my talent. Somebody unlocked the door at Afra or something. But I haven't any actors. I'm holding an audition here.
Talent in radio? Why, this is revolutionary. I'll show them right in.
Yes, I wish you'd do that. Now, order, please. Everybody's going to have a chance. Now, first, boys, I need a band leader. Is there a maestro in the crowd?
I'm a band leader.
Oh, step a little closer to the microphone, brother.
Yes, sir.
What is your name?
Goodman.
Goodman? Benny Goodman?
Not at this salary, mister.
Oh, you are the cut-rate Goodman. Well, what name will you use for what this job is going to pay?
Al Goodman.
Al Goodman, fine. You have a band, Mr. Goodman?
I have 25 men.
25 men? They all have instruments, of course.
20 men have instruments.
20 men have instruments. Who are the other 5 with your band?
Music lovers.
Oh. I see. They're doing away with the middleman. They're right in with the band. Well, you have a dress suit, Mr. Goodman.
This is it I have on.
Really?
I rented it.
Wait a minute. You do read English. I mean, you haven't just learned all this by rote, and you're not coming the hoax on me, I hope. You rented that suit? Well, I must say you took the words right out of my mouth, Mr. Goodman. That's the first dress suit I've ever seen with a belt in the back.
The guy talked me into it.
Well, why did you buy that red vest to go with your full dress suit?
Can I help it? I have no sales resistance.
Well, that explains those... They're comedy lines. I mean, if nothing happens, it's up to you. I got a witness. The man wrote when he was laughed when he was writing them. I mean, well, all right, you're hired, Mr. Goodman. Get your band together.
Yes, sir. Come on, boys.
Fine, very good. He's a man. He's got something, that man. I hope I find out what it is before it's too late. Now, What about an announcer? Is there an announcer among you folks back there?
We're announcers.
Oh, are all three of you boys radio announcers?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm afraid we're only going to need one announcer for this program, fellows. I guess the only fair thing to do then is to audition all of you three boys. I have a short test sentence here. The one who reads it best gets the job. Would you mind trying it first, son?
Oh, me?
Well, yes. Just read this one sentence.
Okay. Now listen, Muggs. I ain't no stool pigeon, see? But this time I'm coming clean, see? Texaco Products is the best, see? That's a McCoy, see?
You are a radio announcer?
I've been working on gangbusters, see?
You have been contaminated, see? You, the little man with your glasses dragging, you, the little fellow. Could you read that same sentence, please?
Say, listen, girls and kiddies. Texaco Products is the best. You're telling me, I'm telling you. So how am I doing, boy?
Is this your debut, or have you been in radio before?
Have I been in radio, is asking. Have I been in radio? 17 years I'm unsustaining. And for 2 years I'm giving out with spot announcements for Muckenfuss's mothballs.
Sorry, we can't...
So listen, you are by accident at any time tuning in on the Muckenfuss Masquerade?
The Muckenfuss Masquerade?
Yeah. 6 hits and a knish.
No.
Yeah, they're catching on, boy.
Well, no doubt, and thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome, boy.
You go away. Now, you, the tall chap.
Yes, sir.
Will you read the same sentence, please?
Yes, sir. Motorists know that Texaco products are the best.
Well, that's more like it. And your name, son?
Jimmy Wallington.
The job is yours, Mr. Wallington.
Thank you.
I guess I won't need you other boys. Sorry.
Come on, Sam.
Okay, which way is Uncle Ezra, boy?
Quiet. Now, what about a singer there? Is there a singer in among the...
Yes, sir. I'm a singer.
Oh, are you? What's your name, Bob?
Kenny Baker.
Say, that was quite a reception.
Yes, I'm a local boy.
Oh, a local boy, eh? And are you looking for work in radio, are you?
Yes, I'm around auditioning.
Oh. Have you had any radio experience?
I was on the Texaco program.
You were on the Texaco program. You are on the Texaco program right now.
Oh, boy, am I in a rut.
Yes. I would say you were. Now, have you ever been in a rut before?
Well, not all over. My voice was in a rut once.
This is mighty interesting. How did your voice get in a rut, Bub?
I sang 3 choruses of Wagon Wheels.
That'll do it. Now, tell me, Phil.
I'm Kenny.
Oh.
Kenny Baker.
Oh, excuse me. Your teeth hang down so far, I thought it was an accordion.
Say, you're pretty funny, brother.
Well, thanks. You like comedy, do you?
I can take it or leave it. I was on the radio with a comedian out in Hollywood once.
Really? Who was he?
I forget his name. It was Bunny or something.
John Bunny?
Yes, only he called himself Jack.
Oh.
He was a bald-headed guy.
Oh, I've heard of that old John Bunny. Well, he must be pretty creaky, pretty old by now.
He sure is. He finally got so weak we had to tie him to the microphone so he wouldn't fall down.
Well, how did you get him to stand up in the street?
The laundry used to put starch in his union suit.
That's very good.
That was one for me, wasn't it?
Yes, it sure was.
You know, if I didn't know I was a singer, I'd swear I was a comedian.
Well, fortunately for me, you know.
I'll say.
And which is it? You want to add something to it?
Let it go.
And which is it you want to do on this program?
I'd rather sing.
Well, I guess it can be arranged, Kenny. Now, of course, I'll have to hear your voice. Can you give me a quick audition?
You bet. I've got a song right here. It's Blueberry Hill.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, if our orchestra is ready, Kenny Baker submits for our approval Blueberry Hill. Thank you, Kenny. I'll talk business with you later, Kenny. Now, let me see. What's next here? Now, oh, yes. Where's that new announcer I hired?
Right here, Fred.
What was your name again?
Jimmy Wallington.
Oh, Jimmy Wallington. Oh,
That's
yes.
right.
Well, all right, Jimmy. Now, don't you think this would be a good time to tell our friends about Texaco Fire Chief?
Why, yes, Fred. Ladies and gentlemen, there are two things you want in gasoline: power and economy. And one filling of fire.
Oh, gosh, I seem to have mislaid my lawn yet again. Would you read this telegram for me, please?
Why, surely, Fred. Why, it's from your last year's announcer, Harry Von Zell.
Harry Von Zell.
Mm-hmm.
Good old Harry. What's he got to say, Jimmy?
He says, Dear Fred, congratulations on the beginning of your new series. May you go as far with Texaco as motorists go with Fire Chief. I wish I could be with you tonight, but on the other hand, it's just as well that I'm not.
I wonder what Harry means by that.
Well, he goes on to say, if I were there, I might forget myself and start talking about that dull, sluggish feeling. And Fire Chief is just the reverse of dull and sluggish. Fire Chief means brilliant performance and flash response. So congratulations on my absence, and good luck to you in Texaco. And it's signed Harry Von Zell.
Say, it was nice. Thank you. Make a recording of that. We'll send it to Harry. Say, it was nice. It was nice of Harry to send us that wire.
Yeah, it was nice of me to read it.
Yeah, and it was nice of me to deliver it. How's about a tip?
Oh, yes. You're the little fellow. Jimmy, have you a tip for the boy?
I certainly have. And here's the tip, son. If you want real power and economy at regular gasoline prices, get Fire Chief at your neighborhood Texaco dealer.
Goodman, with his All This and Cymbals 2 orchestra, has just completed La Cinquantaine. And now, ladies and gentlemen... I talking...
Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen.
Oh, yes, Kenny.
Well, this is later. How was my song?
Oh, Blueberry Hill was fine, Kenny. You're hired.
I did a good job, huh?
Oh, boy, did you do a job. You know how well you sang? I am allergic to blueberries. And as you were singing Blueberry Hill, I could feel the lumps coming out all over me.
I was wondering why you suddenly had 4 Adam's apples.
Yes, that's what did it. And don't tell Ripley. And please don't go away. Do you want to meet Mr. Baker? This
How do you
photographer. Do you want to come up and take a picture, Kathy? Why don't you come up and take a picture of the audience? That's the thing to do. Then we'll have something. But and don't go away. I might need you in a little while, Kenny, for an encore.
Okay, if you want me, I'll be over back of the bass drum working on my stamp collection.
Oh, good. Do you enjoy pasting in your stamps?
Oh, I don't care about the stamps. I just like the taste of the glue. Yum, yum.
Save me an old special delivery I'm not going to use. I'll be over for a snack later. And now our guest tonight...
Mr. Allen.
Oh, now look, Portland, I'm frightfully busy.
Well, how is the program going?
But there is only one way to tell, Portland. If I am not here next Wednesday night, you will know it isn't going. It's gone.
Oh, you'll be here all right.
Well, how do you know?
I just passed the sponsor over in the corner, and he's humming.
No kidding. Say, that's a good omen. What song is the sponsor humming?
I'll never smile again.
That's all I wanted to know. Now, look, Portland, I am right in the middle of...
Are you going to have a guest tonight?
Yes. This year, to be frank about the whole thing, I'm going to try something new in guest stars, Portland.
What?
Well, Major Bowes has so much excellent talent on his programs that I thought that it might be nice if we invited the Major's outstanding amateur each month to make his or her first professional appearance and receive their first radio salary on our program.
And you could call it Major Bowes Amateur of the Month.
Through a strange coincidence, that is just what we are calling it. I have spoken to the Major, and everything is arranged.
Gosh, how did you get the Major's permission?
Say, when the Major looked out of the window and saw me drive up in that brand new Chrysler, he capitulated.
And your first guest is here now?
That's right. Tonight you will meet a young lady whom I heard on Major Bowes' program only last Thursday night. The Major and I both feel that she is a soprano of rare ability and destined to go far. Now, may I, at this time, present Miss Christina Carroll. Good evening, Miss Carroll. Now, before we start, may I say that I enjoyed your singing immensely on the Major's program last week.
Thank you.
I hope you are not nervous on this, the occasion of your professional debut, Miss Carroll.
Well, to be quite honest about it, Mr. Allen, I am.
Are you really? Would you feel better if I held your hand?
I don't think so.
I get it. Well, how old are you, Miss Carroll?
I'm 19.
Sweet 16 with interest, huh? And where is your home?
In Cleveland.
Ah, Cleveland. That's the town where a fella needs a ball team. Cleveland is where they couldn't hold that tiger last week. When Detroit left the field after one game, home plate had a vegetable dinner on it, I heard. But tell me, were you born in Cleveland, Miss Carroll?
No, I was born in Romania, but my mother is Hungarian and my father is Polish.
Say, you have the makings of a Balkan crisis right in your own home. Well, have you done much singing as an amateur?
Quite a lot. I was soloist in the choir at the Cleveland Heights High School and also at the University of Southern California.
Well, how did you get from Southern California to Major Bo's program? Did the major have a unit at the college, majoring in bows?
No, I came to New York last May to continue my vocal studies.
You what?
I came to New York last May to continue my vocal studies.
Yes?
Well, one day a few weeks later, I thought I'd try for an audition on the Major's program.
And P.S., you got the job.
Yes, Mr. Allen. And now, thanks to you and Major Bose, here I am.
Oh, shucks. Don't thank me, Miss Carroll. Now, I know if you had a program and heard me sing. Oh, well, why go into that? But tell me, have you set yourself any particular goal in the world of vocal calisthenics?
Well, naturally, my ambition is to sing at the Metropolitan.
Oh, good for you. You know, to look at me, you wouldn't think that I once sang at the Met, Miss Carroll, would you?
In New York?
No, it was the Metropolitan in Brooklyn, a low theater. But enough about I sang obligato there at a community sing one night and was held over by two ushers till the manager took a punch. But enough about my off-key past. Tell me, Miss Carroll, isn't grooming oneself for an operatic career rather strenuous work?
It certainly is. I spend 4 to 5 hours a day practicing, and I also devote a great deal of time to memorizing operatic scores.
Or something tells me that with your determination and talent, one day you will achieve your ambition and find yourself at the Metropolitan.
I'm going to try my best.
And I certainly hope you succeed. Now, on your opening night at the opera, Miss Carroll, if you happen to look down and see a frowsy figure in a tattered tuxedo and burlap spats standing on his seat yelling, "Beast, beast," it will be I.
Thank you in advance, Mr. Allen.
And now, what are you going to sing?
Villanelle.
Well, thank you. Mr. Goodman, if you will. Thank you. And now that folks have heard your voice, Miss Carroll, they know why the Major and I have such high hopes for your future. And I'm sincere about that. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, Alan, you got a minute?
What? Well, who are you?
The name is Malachi, Alan. Mark Malachi, creator of radio comedy. And boy, have I got some swell gags about service stations.
Well, who needs jokes about service stations?
Well, you do. The Texaco people's got pictures of you out all over the country, dressed up like a Texaco dealer, ain't they?
Well, yeah.
Well, okay, if you're going to be a Texaco dealer, you got to have a good routine of jokes to go with it.
What jokes?
What jokes? Get this one. You're in the service station, see? A guy drives in and he says, "Will you look at my hair?" And quick as a flash, you go into a Cockney accent. You say, "Look at your hair?" "Why, yes, sir. Take off your hat." You get it? Hair. Look, here's another one. A guy says, "Check my oil." You say, "This ain't no check room. You'll have to take it with you."
Oh, no.
And get this. A guy drives in...
Just a minute. Excuse me, Mr. Malachi. I'm doing the world a favor. I'm butting in here. Jimmy, am I going to need jokes like that to be a Texaco dealer?
Well, I'd say no, Fred. To be a typical Texaco dealer, you need courtesy, efficiency, and a thorough acquaintance with the requirements of motors and motorists. Then, too, your Texaco dealer sees that you have a neat and tidy place in which to freshen up, identified by the Texaco registered restroom sign. So look for the big red star with the green T's that identifies the Texaco dealer. He's friendly, he's cheerful, but he's not there to give you laughs. He's there to give you service. Service that matches the quality of Texaco products.
Wake up Al there.
This is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Roundtable, where three persons selected from our studio audience are invited to give their opinions on a question that concerns some prominent issue of the day. This little session is entirely unrehearsed. Fred takes his place at the round table now, where he meets his fellow debaters for the first time.
You guys have only been doing one show. You get to bed at 10:30. Now you're up till 12 o'clock. You're all dozing off here. Well, the forum is officially open, ladies and gentlemen. That's a 4 hours difference in time, Jimmy, you guys from California. But the forum is officially open. Portland, would you kindly present our first... Would you like to come up and join us? What are you doing there? Working for Click? In the aisle with the camera, and I don't see any lights going off. It goes click every once in a while. I think it's propaganda. But, Portland, will you introduce the first member of our little board?
Yes, Mr. Martin Friedgood from Brooklyn, New York.
Well, good evening, Mr. Friedgood.
Good evening.
Is it Brooklyn or Mr. Friedgood you're afraid? Mr. Friedgood, may I ask your profession?
I'm a publicity writer for United Artists.
United Artists, really?
Yeah.
You mean one of the fellows who goes around writing stories about the glamour folk in the United Artists pictures?
Well, that's the idea.
What picture are you writing about now?
Principally the Thief of Baghdad.
The Thief of Baghdad, really?
Yes.
Who is in the picture? This is what we call in radio a plug, you see. It's all right. Who is in the picture?
Sabu and...
Sabu? Has he got his elephant in it this time?
No, he hasn't.
He hasn't.
All alone.
All alone. Well, he's working for peanuts, probably, which he will give to the elephant when he gets him back from the other picture. How do they pay off Sabu? In rupees or what money do they use?
I guess they use dollars.
He counts, I imagine, Sabu, doesn't he?
I think so.
I do Sabu and I do Sabu. But best I can do, I'm up a little late, Mr. Friedgood. But tell me, when does the Thief of Baghdad open?
Roughly in about a month.
About a month, huh? Well, thanks. I'll make a note of it on my cuff, because I've got my October shirt on, and I'll certainly go to see it. Thank you. And now, Portland.
Miss Shirley Carson from Providence, Rhode Island.
Good evening, Miss Carson.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
From Providence. May I ask what you're doing here in New York?
Well, I work here in New York.
Do you really? I'm going to go farther, I warn you. Where do you work?
I'm secretary to the Department of Philosophy at Columbia University.
Philosophy?
Yes.
Our interview is over. I know I'm not going to get drowned in conversation that's out of my depth. But now, Portland, thank you, Miss Carson. I didn't mean to be so abrupt, but you and I have nothing in common if you know about philosophy.
Mr. Louis Olson from New York City.
Mr. Olson, may I ask your calling or profession?
Investment counselor.
Investment counselor, really? I'm going to ask you I hear down at the stock market now, the seats on the stock exchange have swivels on them so the brokers can spin around and keep up with the market. Is that true, do you know? But, you are not in the market for a good, scarcely cold egg, are you, Mr. Olson? But what would you say as an investment counselor, Mr. Olson, if I had $1 million right here on the table? What would you tell me to do?
Well, the Stock Exchange Institute teaches one how to operate.
Yeah.
Of course, there's a tuition, and I wouldn't want to cut in on that.
Oh, I see. You wouldn't want to do a little freelancing around this $1 million, eh? Well, I think that's the wrong answer, Mr. Olson. I think if I had $1 million right here on this table, the first thing you should advise me, is to put it back where I got it. Well, that seems to bring us to our question. With our national election, I've got to get glasses of longer arms here, I guess. With our national election but a few weeks away, tonight we scan verbally a matter that remotely concerns the great American ballot. Since the day women were granted the right to vote, husbands and wives in many homes have wrangled about their choice of candidates. You're all following me? Oftentimes, the husband who feels that he is an authority on the men and issues involved will attempt to influence the wife and tell her for whom she should vote. So our question tonight is, should a husband try to sway his wife and tell her how to vote? Now, Mr. Friedgood, how do you feel about this matter?
I feel that a husband should try to sway his wife wherever he can.
Even in the matter of voting?
Yes.
You think that the husband should come in there with the button on that he means business, and if the wife doesn't like the button on the coat, she should not give him a hot lapel to get rid of the button. You think, in other words, then, that the husband should tell his wife how to vote?
Absolutely.
You're sincere. You're not just pulling my leg, because if you are, I'll take my stocking off. Well, thank you, Mr. Friedgood. You're in favor of the husband dominating. Now, Miss Carson?
I don't think it's a question of whether a husband should or not. I think we can take it for granted that a husband will try to influence his wife. The question is whether a wife should try to influence her husband.
Well, are you married, Miss Carson?
No.
Well, you're just speaking from
from
hearsay. I mean, little
my
things.
sister was recently married.
Oh, your sister was. She has passed on these opinions to you. Well, it's very nice of her. Having used an opinion, you might as well pass it on to someone else. But you think that the wife should be free to vote as she sees fit?
Yes, I think she should try to influence her husband subtly.
Oh, you think? Oh, we're going to have trouble here now. That leaves it up to Mr. Olson, and I'm afraid he's going to be no help at all. Now, Mr. Olson, how do you feel about it? Should the husband influence his wife's vote?
I feel that the paramount issue is harmony in the home.
Harmony in the home.
And naturally, he should not influence the wife in her vote.
Not influence the wife at all. Do you think they both should talk it over and come to some general agreement and both vote for the same person? Or do you think they should lock themselves in a room, fight it out, and the winner come out and vote for whoever he or she cares to vote for?
Not unless she brings it up first.
Unless she brings it up. Well, you have answered a question I haven't asked, Mr. Olson. But if you'll come back next week, I'll try to think up a question to go with that answer you have given me. And have it for you here, fried in butter, at 12:42 Eastern Daylight Saving Time, a.m. Well, I doubt our little committee seems to be all muddled up here. In fact, we've arrived at no decision at all. I think that our little discussion will have no great effect on the marital riots that precede each local and national election. Each home, I'm sure, presents a different problem. Many a senator who has been yelling himself hoarse in Washington all winter arrives home when Congress adjourns to find that, after all, his wife is still Speaker in the House. So on this dulcet, far negligent observation, our forum closes, and thank you a lot for your kind assistance. Thank you. And now, Kenny.
Yes, Fred?
How about giving us your encore now?
All right. You mind if I sing Cynthia?
Why, not at all, old boy. Now, Mr. Wallington has a word for you about Sky Chief. I give you Jimmy Wallington.
Thank you, Fred. And I give you Larry Elliott.
Oh, now, wait a minute. What is this, an announcer with his own guest announcer? Who is Larry Elliott?
You tell him, Larry. Well, you might say I'm a specialist in ground flying, Fred.
Ground flying? What's that?
That's what I call driving with Sky Chief. Your Texaco dealer's different premium gasoline. You know, Sky Chief was perfected for automobile use by the same scientists who created Texaco's special aviation gasoline. And Texaco aviation products are used to fly more scheduled airline mileage in the United States and to other countries than any other brand.
The Texaco Comedy Workshop Players. Tonight they present a burlesque of one of radio's most popular quiz shows. It's called Grab It or Leave It. Overture, Al.
This is station KLUK. We now present Grab It or Leave It, the quiz program that's different. Grab It or Leave It is brought to you each week by the makers of Shapiro's Double Duty Spaghetti. The only spaghetti that can be eaten as spaghetti or pulled through the teeth and used as dental floss. Housewives endorse Shapiro's spaghetti, folks. Mrs. Olive Bays of Gimmel, Nebraska, right?
My husband kicked about my cooking for 20 years. Last week I bought a box of Shapiro spaghetti. He ain't complained since.
And how did you serve it, Mrs. Bays?
I cooked it with knots in it, and he strangled to death. Please, wonderful.
Become a widow the easy way, ladies. Buy Shapiro's today. And now, grab it or leave it. And here is our genial master of ceremonies, Bob Squawk.
Thank you all, folks. Now, here's how our grab it or leave it quiz works. Each contestant picks his own subject. If the contestant answers the first question correctly, he gets $1. If he answers the second question, his dollar doubles and he gets $2. The contestant can keep doubling or stop at any time. In other words, he can, quote,
grab it or leave it,
unquote. Are we ready, Ted?
Yes, Bob, and our first contestant tonight is Mr. Ladislaus Twine.
Where are you from, Mr. Twine?
I ain't from no place. I live right here.
You live right in the studio, do you? I see. Eating old spot announcements, I think, parsing around. Well, what is your occupation, Mr. Twine?
I'm a feeler at an orange juice stand.
A feeler at an orange juice stand?
I'll explain. You see, when the squeezer squeezes an orange juice, he hands it to me.
Oh, and you?
I put my hand down into the glass and feel around in the orange juice.
Well, for what?
If I feel any seeds, I pick them out.
Well, it's pretty trying work, I imagine.
Yeah. Some days I don't feel like feeling, but I gotta feel.
Well,
there's other days I feel like feeling, and there's nothing to feel. How would you feel? That's the way it goes.
That brings us to our quiz. Now, what would you like to talk about, Mr. Twine? Would you like to talk about animals, books, the theater, horticulture?
The books, I guess.
Books?
Yeah.
You certainly fooled me. All right. This first question pays you $1.
If I answer it.
Well, naturally. Expect a little cooperation if you don't mind, Mr. Twine. Now, here's your question. The book, A Christmas Carol, was written about a certain holiday. What was the holiday?
Wait now. What holiday? The Christmas Carol.
That's right.
The Christmas Carol. Boy, that's a toughie.
Well, think hard, Mr. Twine.
Yeah, I was
no prompting in the audience. Now, the Christmas Carol. What holiday?
Thanksgiving.
No.
Thanksgiving.
I just said no.
There's 2 Thanksgivings.
I know, and it's neither one of them. Now, come, Mr. Twine. Christmas Carol. Jiminy Christmas. Christmas.
Wait. It ain't Christmas, is it?
Yes, it is. That is correct. Well, amazing. Yeah. You have friends here, have you? You fooled me again, I must. Amazing, truly amazing, Mr. Twine. Now, how about it? You want to try the next question for $2?
$2. Gee, that's a gamble.
Now, please, no disturbance in the audience. This ain't hell's a-poppin', you know. What about it, Mr. Twine?
Well, okay, I'll take a chance.
Bully for you. We're still on books, you know, and this question here pays you $2. Who wrote Les Miserables?
Huh?
Les Miserables.
Can I settle for $1.50?
No. It's $2 or nothing.
Look, let's forget the question. I'll match you for the dough.
Now, this isn't the pot of gold, Mr. Twine. Who wrote Les Miserables?
Irving Berlin?
No. You're wrong. The correct answer is Hugo, Victor Hugo.
Oh, Victor Hugo. Don't I get nothing?
No, I'm very sorry. You missed Hugo.
Oh, yeah? Well, you got it.
Thank you, Mr. Send us a road map with your request. Now, our next contestant...
Here I am again, boys. Hit me with a question. Come on, hit me with a question.
Please.
Hey, Bob, he's back again.
I told you to keep that pest out of here.
I tried. Hit me with a question, but I know all the answers.
Good evening, Mr. X.
Here I am again, but hit me with a question. Come on, I know all the answers. Come on, hit me.
Be patient. Ted, you'd better explain to our listeners about Mr. X's sudden intrusion explain to our audience.
Yes, right, Bob. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 weeks ago, this contestant first appeared on this program. He refused to give his name. He called himself Mr. X. The first week, he answered 6 questions correctly and won...
I had $64 coming.
Yes, and Mr. X refused to take this money.
Yeah.
He came back the next week, answered 8 more questions correctly, and doubled his winnings up to...
I had $13,000 coming.
Yes, and again, he refused to take the money.
Yeah.
This is the 4th week Mr. X has been on Grab It or Leave It.
Yeah, and Shapiro Spaghetti owes me $150,000, and I ain't through yet. Come on, hit me with a question,
Now,
but I know all the
wait
answers.
a minute.
What's the chemical formula for sulfuric acid? H2SO4.
Quiet.
Who wrote Think Train Abbey? William Wordsworth.
Mr.
I'm
X.
just warming up.
Who is this fragment of sophisticated scum?
Is that me first question for $300,000?
No, it isn't.
Well, then I ain't answering. Come on, hit me with a question.
All right,
Come on.
all right, you 10th Avenue Einstein. For $300,000 or nothing, name the 17th, 18th, and 19th letters of the Sanskrit alphabet.
Let me see. That's a cinch. The letters are Gimlo, Ret, and Lamet.
That is correct. Darn it.
Dumba, Sabu, McGill, Malipa.
What's that?
That's Sanskrit for hit me with a question, but I know all the answers.
This is awful, Bob. Shapiro Spaghetti now owes Mr. X $300,000.
Yeah, now I'm going to double it.
No, not now you're not. I'm taking the next contestant, Ted. Get him away from here.
Oh, no, I don't want to go away. Who wrote the Trojan Women? Euripides!
Ted, I'm sorry we ever thought of this money-doubling idea. Well, who's next, Ted?
Our next contestant is Miss Magee McGurk.
Well, how do you do, Miss McGurk?
Call me Cuddles, big boy.
Miss McGurk?
Oh, playing hard to get, huh?
Please. You live in New York, do you?
Greenprint.
Oh, I see.
The phone number is Red Hook 19970. It's a pool room.
And they call you, do they?
Oh, I'm always in there.
Oh, I see. What is your occupation, Miss McGurk?
Well, my specialty is organizing sunshine clubs and billiard parlors.
Oh, you spread cheer in pool rooms, do you?
Yeah, if I see a party behind the 8-ball, I kind of mosey over and drop a kind word.
You are doing a wonderful work, madam.
Yeah.
Now, what would you like to talk about, Miss McGurk? Art, sculpture, taxidermy, plumbing?
I'd rather talk about you, glamour boy.
Miss McGurk, this is a quiz program.
So I'm quizzing you. What are you doing later, good looking?
How dare you? I think you'd better go.
Okay.
I'll meet you in the pool room later. And thank you, Miss Magee McGurk.
Hey, I'm getting restless. You owe me $300,000 and I want to double it. Come on, hit me with a question. Come on.
All right. You moronic compendium. You've finally gone too far. I've got a question that'll shut you up. Answer this.
Okay, shoot the sticker to me, slicker.
How many hairs were there in Ivan the Terrible's beard?
6,174, of which 369 was ingrown. That's why Ivan felt so terrible.
Correct. Correct. You're uncanny.
Yeah, and Shapiro Spaghetti now owes me $600,000.
$600,000.
Stop it, I say. It's Mr. Shapiro, our sponsor.
Mr. Shapiro.
Oh, you're just in time, Shapiro. You owe me $600,000.
$600,000. This farce is going far enough, Squawk. Who is this man?
That's what I'd like to know, Mr. Shapiro. Who are you, X? A Harvard man in disguise?
Not me. The name is Philpott Sweeney.
Well, what do you do?
I'm a janitor in Radio City.
A janitor? How did you assimilate this vast knowledge?
I sweep up the studio where they broadcast information, please.
You mean?
Sure. I've been sweeping up all them questions and answers. I know everything. No man living can stick me. Come on, hit me with a question, but I know all the
Just a minute.
answers.
You're into me for $600,000 already. If you answer another question, I'll owe you $1 million. Shapiro Spaghetti will be bankrupt.
I don't care. I got me legal rights. Come on, hit me with a
Squawk. This double or nothing program was your idea. You've got to stump him and get me out of this, or
I've got it, Mr. Shapiro.
And you better have.
Oh, yeah?
Philpott Sweeney, for $1,200,000 or nothing, I challenge you to answer the question I have written on this piece of paper. Here.
Oh, sure. Okay. I know all you...
Oh. Oh! Hey, this is a brute.
No comment, Mr. X. Let's have your answer.
Gosh. Is it, Owasso, Michigan?
No.
Is it, Nokomis, Mississippi?
No. This is your last chance, Sweeney.
I give up. I'm licked.
Oh, Squawk, you're a miracle man. Shapiro's spaghetti is safe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Shapiro.
But how did you do it? What is the question on that piece of paper?
It's a question he can't answer, you can't answer. It's a question that nobody in this country today can answer.
And that question is?
Can you name one town in America Mrs. Roosevelt hasn't visited?
Every year, awards are presented to the bus companies showing the best maintenance records. 4 out of 5 of the 1940 awards for intercity service were won by Texaco users. In fact, nearly 70% of the buses winning awards in all classifications use Texaco. Since 1930, when these awards were first presented, more winning bus companies have used Texaco than any other brand. The next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry by the Texas company. Americans have a special knack for giving things appropriate names, names which become part of the language. And in that regard, it is interesting to note the name which the American public itself gave the country's gasoline and oil dealers, service stations. The name tells the story, a story known to every motorist who has ever stopped for air in the tires.
Special announcement. Kool's, America's finest mentholated cigarette, have been radically reduced in price and now cost no more than an reduced in price and now cost no more than an reduced in price and now cost no more than an reduced in price and now cost no more than an reduced in price and now cost no more than an reduced in
In my heart for the one I love best, and I still keep her picture tattooed on my chest. Girls. Hey, look. Manuel is in town.
Girls?
Oh, sure. Beautiful girls. Oh, I got maybe 5, 6 girls in Gloucester. I tell each one I like her best. You gotta tell big lies to girls to make them happy.
Oh, you don't go with the girls.
Oh, sure I go with girls. Oh, Long Jack, what do you worry about? He admit the whole thing like regular grown fella. He say he's sorry, everything all right
Nothing's
now.
all right till I beat his ears off. Get out of my way.
Jack, you touch that kid, I tear you apart, see?
Yeah?
Me, Manuel talking, I tear you apart, see?
Step lively up there now.
Come here to your dad, son. I don't mind your crying.
Please don't get in this boat. This is Manuel's story. Manuel's married.
For 3 centuries, women and children of Gloucester men have stood upon this shore and cried, "There go the ships.
For 3 centuries, in the blasts of winter, in the calms of summer, they have stood upon this shore and waited for men who dare the dangers of the sea to bring us the abundance of its treasures. This year again, the bodies of men lie deep beyond that horizon. And from that sea returns only the memory of their courage and strength.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Funny, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what is, Chester?
Look up the street there.
What?
Coming out of the Long Branch.
Yeah, come on.
I don't understand it. I didn't hear no gunshots.
Well, that man they're carrying got hurt somehow, Chester. If he'd only passed out drinking, they'd probably left him under the bar and stood on him to improve their reach.
Oh, I've seen that happen, Mr. Dillon. I've really seen it.
Now, look, there's Doc with him.
Well, he's got better ears than I have if he heard any gunfire.
Now, there are other ways of killing men, Chester.
Oh, yes, sir, that's true, Mr. Dillon. I saw a man killed with a bullwhip once. Oh, that was
You
bad.
men carry him up to my office. The door's open. I'll be along as soon as I talk to the marshal.
Okay, take him under
Matt, you'd better get into the Long Branch, or there's going to be more of this.
What happened, Doc?
That's Bill Zant they're carrying.
I don't know him.
Well, neither do I. But that's what they said it is.
Well, it doesn't matter. What happened to it?
Well, he's been cut bad with a bowie knife.
Who did it?
That big drunk buffalo man, Noli Meeker.
Noli Meeker, huh? Is he still in the Long Branch?
Yes, he is, Matt. And you watch out for him. He's in a mighty dangerous mood.
Did you see it?
Well, I saw part of it. I was in there having a beer when it happened. Zant had a knife, too, but Noli Meeker knocked it out of his hand.
Oh, then Noli did this in self-defense.
No, he didn't. Everybody says Noli started it. Well, I've got to go and take care of Zant before he dies. Now, you watch out for Noli, Matt. Nobody can get anywhere near him.
Come on, Chester.
I saw Noli Meeker drunk once, Mr. Dillon. He sure does get mean.
Mean enough to start killing people?
Yes, sir. But when he's sober, he always seems plenty calm. I just don't know what happens to him.
Now, that's what happens to other people I don't like. Being drunk's no excuse for murder.
No, sir, it sure ain't.
See what he's going to do now. Yeah, here he now.
Oh, look at him. He's got the whole bar to himself, Mr. Dillon, and that bloody knife in his hand. How you going to take him?
You stay here. Evening, Noli.
Get away from me, Marshal.
Why don't you drop the knife, Noli? You're in enough trouble now.
I killed Zant, didn't I? I'll kill you next.
Zant isn't dead yet, Noli. Then I'm going to have to keep you in jail till we find out if he's going to live.
I ain't going to jail. Not if I have to cut me a path all the way out of Dodge.
If Zant dies, you murdered him. You're not leaving Dodge. Now, you can't be so drunk you don't understand that.
Come on, Marshal, let's fight.
With my 6-gun against your Bowie knife, you wouldn't have a chance, Nolly. Now, why don't you calm down before you get hurt?
You go get yourself a knife.
No, I'm not going to go get myself a knife.
Okay, we'll fight this way.
Forget about fighting, Nolly.
I can cut good with this knife, Marshal. I can throw it, too.
Stop it, Nolly.
Didn't know that, did you? Watch.
Hell, you don't throw too good when you're drunk.
Nolly?
This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
This is it. L&M filters. Perfect gift for Christmas, too. Light and mild. L&M filters. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you.
This Christmas, why not give the very best to all the filter tip smokers on your list? This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip. King size or regular, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. It's got everything.
Feel pretty good today, do you, Nolly?
Leave me alone, huh? I got a head like I've been sleeping under a buffalo.
Yeah. Well, you don't deserve it, but I brought you some coffee. I'll put it right there.
I'd do better on a pint of Triple X.
You sure learn hard, Nolly.
Go away. Go away. Let me sleep, Chester.
Last time I scalded my thumb brain in coffee. Great.
Well, how's our prisoner this morning, Chester?
Well, I don't think it's the liquor so much as the way you hit him, Mr. Dillon.
Well, he had it coming.
He sure did. That knife couldn't have missed you more than an inch. I still don't know why you didn't shoot him.
Well, how would it look for me to shoot somebody that didn't have a gun? Besides, I don't think Nolly really knew what he was doing.
Well, I ain't sure he knows yet.
Good morning, Mac. Chester.
Oh, Doc.
How's Zant coming along, Doc?
Well, that's what I came to tell you, Matt. Zant's going to live.
Huh?
He's going to be awful thin for a while, but he'll live.
Bring Nolly in here, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir.
Nothing vital was cut, Matt, but the man bled so much. It took me over an hour to get it stopped. And for a while there, I thought he'd surely die. You know, it's too bad there isn't some way to get blood back into a man when he loses that much.
Well, I don't know how you could do that, Doc.
Oh, if I could. I'd save twice as many lives as I do. Well, I'm going to go to bed, Matt. It's been a long night.
Thanks for coming down, Doc.
That's all right.
Quit complaining about sleep, Nolly. You've just escaped years and years of it, whole centuries.
I'll take that on any time, Chester. What'd you want, Marshal?
You sober enough now to tell me why you took your knife to Zant last night, Nolly?
Personal matter?
Well, maybe you better tell me whether it's personal or not. I'm not going to turn you loose to go stab him again.
Turn me loose?
You didn't kill Zant. He's going to live. Now, what were you fighting about?
A woman?
Is that all?
You got something against women, Marshal?
That's not what I meant. I've known you for a long time, Nolan. You never seemed like the kind of a man who'd try to kill somebody over a woman.
When I'm drunk, I get mean, Marshal. I'll fight over anything.
Even a woman, huh?
And now you're fogging me up again, Marshal.
Okay. Where did you know Zant?
We've both been working for Ezra Marcy.
Collecting buffalo bones?
We gather 'em up off the prairie and bring 'em back to Dodge and sell 'em to Marcy. And he ships 'em back east on the railroad.
It's beyond me how they can make fertilizer in China and stuff out of them little buffalo bones.
Nolly, you and Zant work together, is that it?
No. I got my own wagon. He's got his. But I still don't like him.
You going to leave him alone?
Marshal, I wouldn't hurt nobody less than I was crazy drunk.
You tried to kill me, too. Do you know that?
I did? Oh, Marshal, I don't believe that.
You threw your bowie knife at me. And you're lucky I didn't shoot you.
I shouldn't have done that.
Well, you start drinking again, and I'll throw you in jail as soon as I see you. All right, you can go now, Nolly. But you came awful close to hanging. You just remember that.
Well, my pa always said I'd hang. I won't cause no more trouble, Marshal. So long. So long, Chester.
Goodbye, Nolly. Mr. Dillon, you believe that about them fighting over a woman?
Oh, there might be more to it than that, Chester.
Why don't you ask Zan about it?
Well, if Nolly's lying, Zant will lie, too. But whatever they were fighting about, I doubt that it's over. He hurt Zant too bad for that.
Morning, Matt.
Well, hello, Kitty.
You waiting for the stage to come in?
No, I just got tired sitting in my office.
That's a funny thing about your job.
No?
You're either doing nothing, sitting in your office, or standing around the plaza like some bum. Or you're the most violent man in Kansas.
Well, it's a good thing I don't get paid for the job, isn't it?
You'd starve.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, John.
But still, nobody could ever pay me enough to go against Nolly Meeker and his knife the way you did a couple of weeks ago.
Well, I could have shot him, Kitty.
No, you couldn't. Not you. It's just what'll get you hurt someday, Matt. Or worse.
Look, Kitty, I'll die when my time comes, just like everybody else.
Matt, I'll feel better when I get some breakfast.
Oh, haven't you eaten yet?
I don't get up as early as some people.
I'll go with you, Kitty. I could
Good.
use a cup of coffee myself.
Oh, wait. Here comes Ezra Marcy. Looks
Huh?
like he wants you.
Morning, Miss Kitty. Marshal.
Oh, Marcy.
Marcy.
I got a job for you, Marshal.
Oh?
I wish I'd never made a deal with them men. Neither one of them.
Oh, you mean Zant and Nolly Meeker?
Them. They've been complaining and fighting more than they've been gathering buffalo bones for me.
Oh, why don't you deal with somebody else?
Most men would rather hunt for hides than bones, Marshal. It pays better. I buy both, so it don't matter to me. But even so, Zant ain't been much use since Nolly cut him up. Now he ain't no use at all.
Why not?
Nolly's got a shack down past the Opera House at the edge of town, Marshal. Let's go ask him. He got drunk again last night.
I thought you were talking about Zant.
It's about Zant I want to talk to Nolly.
Oh, why do you need me?
Nolly killed him, Marshal.
What?
Zant was due in with a wagon load of bones this morning, and he was late. So I rode up the river to look for him. And I found him, sitting on his wagon with a hole through him like a Sharp's 50 would make.
You think Nolly did it?
Well, Nolly tried to kill him before, didn't he? And he come in with a load of bones yesterday, and I paid him off, and he went and got drunk. Of course Nolly killed him.
Does Nolly have a Sharp's 50?
He used to be a hide hunter until he got tired of it. And it was the Sharps that killed Zant. Anybody can tell that.
Yeah, I guess they could.
That Nolly Meeker's a murderer, Marshal. You go arrest him.
Did you leave Zant at the river, Marcy?
Oh, I ain't gonna bury him.
Come along and show me where he is.
All right, I'll send somebody out to bury him, but let's go find Nolly. I don't want no murderer to get away.
I'll talk to Nolly later.
No, we'll get him first.
We're going to the river, Marcy. Now. I went by the office and picked up Chester, and he and I followed Marcy up the river. Zant had stopped in a little cottonwood grove, apparently to water his oxen, a couple of miles above Dodge. And we found him there, slumped over the seat of his big Studebaker wagon, shot in the back. The wagon, piled high with sun-bleached buffalo bones, was headed toward the river. But the oxen had stopped when Zant was hit and were standing patiently, waiting for their next command. We laid Zant's body onto the sand, and then I had Chester lead the oxen down to the water. A few minutes later, he was back.
You gonna bury Zant out here, Mr. Dillon?
Well, it's as good a place as any.
While we're fooling around here, Nolly's probably on the run.
I'll find him, Marcy. But I don't know how I'm going to prove he did it.
Well, you got all the proof you need.
What if he's got a good alibi? What if he can prove he was someplace else when this happened?
Marshal, now I ain't gonna miss Zant. But I ain't gonna watch a murderer go free, neither.
I'm kind of against murder myself, Marcy.
You're awful slow showing it. Wasting time coming out here and all this talk about proof and such. I'm telling you, Marshal, if you don't see Nolly Meeker hung for this, I will.
Lynch talks something I won't stand for, Marcy. Now, don't make it around me and don't start making it around Dodge.
You're threatening me, Marshal.
I don't threaten people. I warn them. Now, you know me. You know what I mean. We'll go find Nolly and see what he has to say. Chester.
Yes, sir?
We'll send somebody out for the wagon and those oxen. They can stand here a while longer. They've had their water.
Well, you know, that's the funny thing, Mr. Dillon. Them oxen didn't drink no water.
They didn't?
No, sir. And they hadn't been to the river, neither. There wasn't no tracks between where they was standing and the river.
Then why was Zant heading them toward the river?
I don't know. But you'd think Zant would have known if they wasn't thirsty.
Of course he would.
Well, I guess it don't matter much, Mr. Dillon.
I'm not so sure, Chester. I'm not sure at all. But let's go find Nolly.
Filter tip smokers, this is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
L&M stands out for effective filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M stands out for highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. L&M's got everything. King size or regular. It's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, L&M stands out from all the rest.
This is it, Marshal, right here. I just hope Nolly ain't awake and watching us out of one of them cracks.
You can ride back if you like, Marcy.
No, I want to be here when you talk to him.
Okay. I want to talk to you, Nolly.
What's Marcy here for?
You're still drunk, ain't you?
No, I ain't drunk. I done slept it off.
Were you drunk last night, Nolly?
I didn't cause no trouble last night.
Were you drunk?
Of course I was.
I didn't see you in any of the saloons.
Well, I was out here, sitting on the ground. I was sitting right there against the wall, me and a friend of mine downed a jug of corn whiskey. Took us most all night. What did you want to know for?
You had a friend with you?
He was here till about an hour or two ago.
Who was it?
Well, you don't know him. He's an old Indian, a Cheyenne.
Where is he now?
He's on his way home.
Where?
Absaroka Mountains.
Absaroka Mountains in Wyoming?
Well, that's what you're doing here. Looking for him 'cause he run off the reservation down south. Well, you won't find him, Marshal. That old Cheyenne's traveling alone, and he lives like a wolf. You'll never find him.
No, I don't expect we could.
Well, there goes his alibi.
Alibi? What are you talking about?
About Zant's murder.
Zant's murder?
You'll hang for it now.
Wait a
Nolly.
minute, Marcy. Zant was shot in the back with a Sharps 50 this morning, Nolly. A couple of miles up the river.
Marshal, you're thinking I did it?
Well, you tried to do it once before.
I didn't kill him, Marshal. If I was to kill a man, I wouldn't do it that way. I ain't no coward.
Arrest him, Marshal. He can do his talking in jail.
I didn't do it, I tell you. You know I ain't that kind of a man. I ain't a good man, but I ain't like that.
Okay, Nolly. I believe you. I couldn't prove it anyway.
Now, look here.
Shut up,
Marshal.
Marcy.
What
And you remember what I told you. I don't want to hear any talk out of you. Come on, Chester. There's something I want to do in town.
What are you after down here to the depot, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I want to talk to Sam Vestal, Chester. Just hope he's in.
Hello, Marshal. Chester. Come on in.
All right, Sam.
Fine, Chester. What can I do for you, Marshal?
Sam is agent for the Santa Fe Railroad. I figured that you might know something about Ezra Marcy's bone shipments out of here.
Well, what is it you want to know, Marshal?
Well, I want to know if there's been any trouble about him.
There sure has. But how'd you know? Marcy told me not to say anything about it.
Tell me about the trouble, Sam.
Well, the buyers back east have been calling Marcy a crook. But I know he ain't, Marshal. I weigh them loads myself, and I'll personally guarantee they ain't short on weight when they leave here.
But they are short when they arrive back there, huh?
Some of them are.
Zant's.
How'd you know that?
I guessed it.
Well, you're right. I checked on it for Marcy, and it's the loads Bill Zant brings in that come up short back east.
Marcy pays Zant by the load, doesn't he?
Sure, but it made Marcy terrible mad being called a crook like that when he ain't one. If you ask me, maybe it's them fellas back east. They're the crooks. All Marcy wants is to be paid for the weight of the bones he ships out of here. They come up short back there. Ain't his fault.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Sam. I'll go talk to Marcy about it. I think maybe I can straighten this whole business out now.
Marcy's coming, Mr. Dillon. I found him in the Texas Trail. You know what he was doing?
What, Chester?
Stirring up a bunch of men in there about how they got to go get Nolly Meeker. He was telling them you ain't going to do nothing about it.
I'm going to do something about it.
Here he comes.
It's no use, Marshal. You can't stop me now. I already got 10 men in there on my side.
Well, that's 11-1 against Nolly, isn't it? We shouldn't have much trouble taking him. Except for one thing.
You ain't gonna stop us.
I'm stopping you right now.
All I gotta do is yell. They'll be out here, Marshal.
Marcy, I had a talk with Sam Vestal down at the depot.
What?
The bones Zant's been hauling in. They've been losing weight on their way back east.
All right. So I told you. That's my trouble, Marshal. I'll handle it.
You've already handled it.
What are you talking about?
You're scared to death, aren't you?
I don't know what you're saying.
Those oxen weren't thirsty at the river. Zant wasn't headed for water because of them. It was to soak those sun-dried buffalo bones. You figured it out, too, didn't you? Waterlogged, they weigh in heavy here, but by the time they're weighed again back east, they're dried out.
Zant was a crook.
Yeah, sure he was. But you shouldn't have murdered him, Marcy.
Me? Murder him?
I'm arresting you for it.
Oh, no. No, you ain't.
I'm going to take your gun, Marcy.
No.
Yeah. He shouldn't have tried that, Mr. Dillon. He's about the poorest gunfighter I ever saw.
Yeah, he was slow, Chester. But he'd have killed me if I'd let him.
Why'd you try it? I don't know how you could have proved he murdered Zant anyway.
I couldn't. But Marcy was feeling so guilty and so scared he didn't stop to think. If he had, he might have bluffed the whole thing out and gone free. No, it was his own guilt that did him in, Chester.
And now our star, William Conrad.
When you're choosing Christmas gifts for filter tip smokers, you can figure a carton of L&M's will please them most of all. Filter tip smokers know that L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. And L&M's come in just about the handsomest Christmas carton you ever laid eyes on. Give king size or regular L&M's, and you're giving America's best filter cigarette.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Herb Ellis, and Frank Cady. Marley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tuberculosis can attack at any age, and it can invade any home, rich or poor. But Christmas seals fight tuberculosis. Help protect you, your family, and all of us from our country's #1 infectious killer. This year, use Christmas seals on your cards and packages. Why not go home for the holidays with Perry Como? That's the title of Perry's new RCA hit record, and he'll sing it for you next week when Chesterfield brings you all the top tunes on radio. Perry invites you to be his guest every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and reminds you to get a carton of Chesterfield for the weekend. Remember, listen again next week for another story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
It's the world against us, and us against the world. Those of you in favor of these articles, raise your right hands and say aye! Aye! We shouldn't hang this man. No. No! Hang him over the end of a gun, and we'll scatter his innards all over the sugarcane field.
You're wasting words, I say. Let's hang him.
Yeah. You win the prize covered in blood.
Au revoir, mon chéri.
Au revoir. Quel charmant capitaine. What sort of a man are you,
Faith, I'm the sort of man you like, my dear. Man with money. Jeremy! Must you be forever sleeping when I need you?
I wasn't sleeping, Peter.
Well, never mind. Get ready to come about. Set the course for Port Royal.
But, Peter, the English fleet is at Port Royal. Colonel Bishop.
Sweet merciful heaven, haven't you ears? Set the course for Port Royal!
Whoever wears that brand is known as a fugitive traitor. Burn those letters in your brains, lest they be burned in your hides, too.
I've seen your pirate ways. I've seen myself bargained for and fought over. A combat between jackals. You pirates are used to taking what you want without the formality of purchase.
I'm thief and pirate, and I'll show you how a thief and a pirate can deal.
I advise you to go back to your ladies at Tortuga, who are thrilled by your bold, lawless ways.
What matters is that now I own you as once you own me. You're mine, do you understand? Mine to do with as I please.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Jubilee. When somebody produces a rabbit from a hat, that's magic, and the kind that it takes years to learn. But you can work far finer magic than that and right in your own kitchen, and it's easy. Why, from one package of Jell-O, you can produce a dessert that's magically simple to prepare and absolutely swell eating. What's more, you have a wide choice, for Jell-O is the most versatile dish in the world. Serve it perfectly plain in a mold of shimmering beauty. Decorate it with fruits or nuts and try whipped Jell-O with a beautiful foamy texture and a tempting pastel color. Cut the Jell-O into gay, colorful little cubes and pile them high in sherbet glasses. Why, there are so many ways to serve Jell-O, you'll have a hard time deciding. Whether it's strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime, Jell-O brings you that delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor that simply can't be topped. So look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. That was Jubilee, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in this corner at 143 pounds, we bring you that Waukegan bomber, Jack Benny.
Thank you, Jell-O. Again, this is Kid Benny, your Sunday night slugger, talking. And say, Don, that was something new, wasn't it? What was the idea of that introduction?
Well, Jack, Mary told me that you were going in for a lot of vigorous training and road work lately. Are you getting ready for a fight?
Oh, no, Don. I was just a little run down and felt that I ought to get back in shape again. That's all. You know?
Oh, then those threats Fred Allen's been making lately have nothing to do with your sudden interest in physical culture.
Don, stifle the thought, please. I don't have to build myself up to fight that guy. Any man that'll starch his legs so they won't wobble. Well.
Oh, you think you could lick him then?
Don, if I ever got in the ring, if we ever got in the ring together, I'd finish him faster than a Scotchman eating a paid-up meal in a burning restaurant. And I'm the guy that can do it.
Say, Jack.
Yes, Mary?
I heard Alan's program Wednesday night, and he made one crack that simply burned me up. I thought he went too far.
Oh, yeah? What did he say?
He said when it came to fighting, you were dirtier than a Pittsburgh nudist.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. Boy, was I mad.
Well, you certainly acted. Let me tell you something, Mary. The reason Alan talks so tough is because he knows there's very little chance of us ever getting together.
That's right. If he comes here, you'll go to New York.
All right, Mary, go ahead. Make a coward out of me. You're not fooling anybody.
Oh, Jack, what sort of training have you been doing? Anything strenuous?
Well, rather. I get up bright and early in the morning, and Rochester and I toss the ball back and forth, and then we run like mad around the backyard, and then I skip rope.
You make mud pies, too?
Yes, if it'll make you happy.
Well, Jack, that sounds like you're really going in for good, solid exercise.
I'll say I am. And you know, Don, I've also got a punching bag and a pair of 15-pound dumbbells.
15-pounders, huh? Well, how do you like working with them?
I don't know, Don. I can't get them off the floor. I have a lot of fun, though, rolling them around.
Say, Jack, did you tell Don what happened to you the other day on your trapeze?
No, and never mind.
What was it, Mary?
Well, Jack hung a trapeze in that big tree in his backyard and said he was going to swing over to a limb like Tarzan.
Oh, Mary.
So when he jumped, one foot stuck to the trapeze and the other got caught on the limb.
Now listen.
He was hanging up there all afternoon.
Oh. And what happened?
A bird built a nest in his toupee.
Well, that could happen to anybody. And besides, you know very well that I don't wear a toupee. That was my coonskin cap.
Well, it had a nice wave in it.
Yes, didn't it? Now, let's forget me and the trapeze. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's muscle-bound Benny tonight?
It's all right, Phil. It wouldn't hurt you to take a little exercise once in a while. For a guy your age, you're very flabby.
Oh, I don't know.
You just don't live right.
I don't, eh? Listen, Benny, I take a cold shower every morning, the minute I get home.
Well, isn't that marvelous? You know, Phil, if they don't put sun lamps in nightclubs pretty soon, I'm afraid you won't be with us much longer. Incidentally, have you forgotten that little rebellion last week, or do you still intend to do your own program?
Oh, sure, I'm going through with it. In fact, I've been working on it all week long.
Is that so?
Say, Phil, what's the name of that product you told us you were signing up with?
Bixby's Bubble Gum.
Bubble gum. A lot of bubble gum you'll sell.
Oh, I'll do all right. And, boy, I got a theme song that'll sweep the nation. You want to hear it?
No.
I do. I helped him write it.
Oh, this ought to be marvelous. 2 minds without a single thought. Go ahead, Phil. Let's hear your theme song.
Okay, hit it, Charlie. Give me a little introduction. Bubble gum, won't you buy my bubble gum? It's for me, it's for you. Chew and chew and chew.
Oh, brother.
It's so sweet, can't be beat for Tom and Joe and Pete. Chew it up, chew it up, chew it up, blow! My bubble gum.
Oh, so that little thing is going to sweep the nation, eh?
Well, we think so.
I gave Phil another swell number for the middle of the program.
Oh, for the middle of the program. Will it get that far?
Gee, it's terrific, Mary. Sing it to him.
Okay. Thanks for the bubble gum. No matter how you chew, it's always good as new. Cats, they all meow for it, and cows, they always moo. Oh, thank
Why, Mary, that ought to be sensational. Huh?
You said it.
Phil, you wouldn't be on the radio 2 weeks with that junk.
What are you talking about? That's classy stuff.
Look what's talking about class. You've got the only pinstripe tuxedo in Hollywood. Class.
Well, I could answer that, but why bother? Fred Allen takes care of you.
Allen, that's all I've heard lately. He's just sore because I exposed him last week. That's all.
Well, he should be. You said he was nearsighted, and he claims he isn't.
Oh, he isn't. Allen isn't nearsighted, huh? Listen, Don, I saw him in a restaurant one night dressed in Portland's evening gown. So he's either nearsighted or a female impersonator, and he can take his choice. It's up to him.
Take it easy, Jack. Allen won't like that crack.
Oh, he won't. Well, I'll be just too perturbed. And now, Mr. Harris, you're still in my employ. So would you mind going over to your orchestra, wake them up, raise your baton, hold your nose, and play something?
Okay, boss.
Go ahead, Maestro. Give out one of your musical masterpieces. Wait a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I resent that crack you just made about Fred Allen.
Why, are you nearsighted?
No, I'm a female impersonator. Goodbye.
What a pest. I wish he'd stick his head in a bucket of water and let it freeze. Play, Phil. Was Umbrella Man, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And say, folks, you know how Phil would announce that if he was on his own program? You know how he talks. He'd say that was Umbrella Man, brought to you by His Royal Majesty of Rhythm. Just call me Madge, yeah. That was a goodie, wasn't it, folks? Yeah. That was right in the groove. We were in there punching. Yeah.
All right, Jack, don't give people the impression that I'm corny.
I suppose you're not. You ought to call yourself Phil Harris and his musical Cobbs. And now, folks...
Wait a minute, Jack. My orchestra isn't corny either.
Oh, it isn't, eh? I could start a husking bee here in about 2 seconds. And now, folks, tonight Don Wilson, that rising young author, has written a little play which he is about to announce. Take it, Don.
Ladies and gentlemen, the scene is a little vine-covered cottage located in the suburb of a typical American city. The time is 7 p.m. and dinner is being served. So without further ado, we take you to the home of Mr. and Mrs. Average American.
Oh, darling. Darling.
Yes, Average.
It was so thoughtful of you to have Jell-O for dinner. No wonder it's the fastest-selling gelatin dessert in America today.
Yes, indeed. Oh, Av, there's something that I must tell you. It's been gnawing at my heart for weeks, and I can't keep the secret any longer.
Gee, these sliced bananas add just the right touch to it. What were you saying, dear?
My love for you has grown cold. Please understand. I'm not doing this to hurt you. But tonight I'm leaving you forever.
Gee, this is good. I can understand now why Jell-O sales are breaking records all over the country. Where are you going, dear?
I'm running away with Oliver G. Fairfield, my new love.
I see.
Here he is now.
Hello, honey.
My sweetheart.
Hello, Oliver. Take that. You must make this dessert more often, dear, because it is not only tempting and delicious, but economical as well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Don, drag Oliver off the stage, will you?
Okay.
And now, folks, going from Mr. Wilson's play to our... Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. Who's that on the floor?
Oliver.
Oh, some twist.
And now, folks... Why, Kenny Baker, you little imp. That was a very funny gag, wasn't it, Mary?
That wouldn't be good if he sung it.
Now, Mary, give credit where credit is due. I said Oliver, and Kenny said some twist. There you are, Oliver Twist.
Oh, now I get it. That's not bad.
I had a hunch there was something wrong there. And now, folks, as I was about to say...
Well, say, Jack.
What is it, Kenny?
Did you hear You-Know-Who last Wednesday night?
Yes, I heard You-Know-Who.
Boy, did he give J.B. what was coming to him.
Kenny, you can drop this none-too-deep mystery. We all heard Alan, and I, for one, am not interested.
Well, gee, he certainly answered everything you said about him last Sunday.
With one little exception. You notice he didn't say a word about his being a juggler in vaudeville.
That's right. Why was that?
Because he's ashamed of it. Oh, Don, you remember the Cherry Sisters who used to do an act years ago, and they were so bad that they had to work behind a net?
Yes?
Well, Alan used to work behind them. In fact, when they put in revolving stages, he quit. So now, Kenny, if I've cleared that up, you can go ahead with your song, which we're anxiously awaiting. Wait a minute. See who that is, Mary.
Okay. Hello?
Hello, Mary. Let me speak to Buck.
Just a second. It's for you, Jack.
Who is it?
It's either Andy Devine or a concrete mixer.
Oh, Andy, I want to talk to him. Hello, Andy.
Hiya, Buck. Are you coming over today?
Yes, Rochester's waiting downstairs in the car. He's got my boxing gloves and everything I need. Did you ask your pa if I could work out in the barn?
Yeah, he said if it's okay with the bull, it's okay with him.
Oh, well, how does the bull feel about it?
Oh, he don't mind. He went to Pomona to see an old cow he used to know.
Well, that's fine. We'll be leaving right away, Andy. See you in a little while. So long.
So long, Buck.
I'm sorry, fellas, but I have to rush away. You can carry on without me, can't you?
Oh, it'll be a tough struggle, but I think we can do it. And how?
All right, Phil, and none of that bubble gum stuff. This is the Jell-O program. So long.
Hey, Jack, can I go with you?
Yes, but I don't want any wisecracks when I'm training. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, Jack.
So long, Jack. Well, what am I standing here for? Sing, Kenny.
Of a genie with
like a vapor on the summer air. I see her tripping where the bright streams play, happy as a daisies that dance on her way. Many were the wild notes her merry voice would pour, many were the blithe birds that warbled them o'er. Oh, I dream of Jeannie with light brown hair, floating like a vapor on the soft summer air. Just an old love song, just an old love song that brings back the past all anew. Life was then worthwhile as I saw her smile while singing an old love song. I sigh for Jeannie, but her light form strayed far from the fond hearts round her native glade. I sigh for Jeannie with light brown hair, floating like a vapor on the soft summer air.
Rochester, take it easy on this country road, will you?
Okay, boss.
I'm tired of bouncing around.
Yeah, it's a good thing we're strapped in.
Don't blame the car. Rochester, why don't you put some air in the tires like I told you to?
Well, the man in the filling station said we couldn't have no more air till we bought some gas.
Don't alibi. Now, the first chance you get, put some air in those tires.
What's the use? It just goes in one hole and out the other.
They're not that bad, so keep still.
Say, Jack, are you sure this is the road to Andy's farm?
I think so. Rochester, where's that road map I had?
The road map?
Yes.
You glued it on the medicine ball and made a globe out of it.
Oh, that's right. Now, let's see, Andy's farm ought to be around here somewhere. I know we must be close to it.
Hey, boss, there's Mr. Andy's place right down the bottom of this hill.
Oh, yes, there it is. Shut off the motor, Rochester. It's more of a thrill coasting down.
Oh, how much gas can you save on one little hill?
That's not the point, Mary. It's better for the car. Shut off the motor.
Hold on, boss. Here we go.
Yes, sir. Whee! Hey, Mary, isn't this fun?
Yes, some excitement.
Boy, we're really moving now.
Say, boss, you know that loose front wheel we got?
Yes?
Well, there it is, way up ahead of us.
Oh, for heaven's sake, catch up to it. Hurry up.
Jack, we're going too fast.
All right, Rochester, slow down a little. Slow down, Rochester. Step on the brake.
It's down to the floor now.
Well, good heavens, we're heading straight for Andy's barn. Quick, let me have the wheel.
Here you are, boss.
Don't hand it to me. Look out. Look out, everybody.
Here we come, Andy, ready or not.
Rochester, look out for the barn.
Don't worry, I see it.
Oh, my goodness. What a mess.
I better fix that fender.
Never mind the fender. Take this pig off my lap. Mary, where are you? Mary. Mary, are you hurt?
No, but it's lucky this goat hasn't got horns.
thank heaven you're all right. You know, Rochester, this is all your fault.
My fault?
Yes, and whatever the damage is, it's going to come out of your salary.
Doggone, I get docked more than the Queen Mary.
Well, you ought to. And quit making goo-goo eyes at that chicken. It belongs to Andy.
Hey, Buck! Buck!
Here comes Andy now. Act nonchalant, Jack.
Yeah, hello, Andy.
Hiya, Buck. Are you hurt?
No, Andy, but I'm sorry we crashed into your barn like this.
Oh, that's nothing. Pa does it every Saturday night.
He does?
Yeah, then the darn fool takes off his shoes and tries to sneak into the house.
Well, there's no harm trying. Say, Rochester, get the boxing gloves and my training clothes out from under the back seat.
Okay.
Thanks very much, Andy, for letting me use your barn to train in. Where can I get into my trunks?
Oh, right over there in that stall.
Oh, fine. Mary, will you excuse me while I change my clothes?
I'll excuse you while you go to South America.
It's very sweet of you. I'll be back in a second, Andy.
Say, Mary, what's Buck doing all this training for?
Oh, he's balmy. He thinks he's going to fight Fred Allen.
Well, is he?
Why, if those two ever meet, Jack will probably haul off and faint.
Well, just the same, it won't hurt Buck to get in shape.
Here he comes now.
Gee, that was quick.
Yeah. Gonna load him with those boxing gloves and red velvet trunks.
Well, here I am, fellas. How do I look?
Mama!
Now, what's the matter?
Boss, when you get off your clothes, there just ain't nothing left.
Well, that's the purpose of my training. I want to fill out.
Say, Buck, Fred Allen was right about your chest. It does cave in a little.
Oh, well, a good slap on the back will fix that. All right, Mary, what are you shaking your head for?
I thought you told me you had muscles.
Well, I have. Look when I pull up my arm. What do you see now?
A hula dancer.
I'm not talking about my tattoo. Mary, you annoy me. Why don't you go milk a cow or something? Well, what do you say, Andy? How about putting on the boxing gloves and having a little slugging match with me?
Oh, no, nothing doing, Buck, nothing doing.
I don't blame you.
I'll put 'em on with you.
Oh, shut up. You don't think I'd fight a woman, do you?
You would if you thought you could win.
Look, I came here to train, not argue. Hey, Rochester, put on the boxing gloves and work out with me.
Oh, no, not me.
Oh, come on, put on those gloves. I'm not going to hurt you.
I know that. I'm just tired.
Rochester, if you don't do as
All right, boss, I'm putting them on.
That's better. Mary, hand me my glasses.
How are we going to box if you're wearing glasses?
Well, I got to see you, don't I?
Why don't you put on a suit of armor, too?
Now, the next one who says I'm a coward can't watch. All right, Rochester, and remember, no holding in the clinches, hitting below the belt is foul.
And over the fence is out.
Never mind that. Now, let's get going, Rochester. First, we'll spar around a little and get warmed up. Then I want you to tear right into me.
Okay, let's go.
Attaboy. What's the matter, Andy?
With you and Rochester sparring around, it looks like you're shadow boxing.
Yeah. Hey, Mary, how's my footwork?
Very flat.
It's a good thing they are. It's harder to knock me over. Hey, Andy, watch me get Rochester.
Okay, Buck.
Hey, Rochester, look. What's that behind you?
Where?
Right there.
Ow!
I got you that time, Rochester. Boy, did I give you a black eye.
Black eye?
Yes.
You'll have to peel me to prove it.
You said it.
I think that was a dirty trick, Jack.
Never mind. If he was dumb enough to fall for it, it serves him right. All right, Rochester, come on. Put some snap into it. Say, I'm in better form than I thought I was.
Say, boss, your shoelace is untied.
My shoelace? Which one?
That one there.
Oh, yes. I'll have to... Ooh.
Jack, get up off the floor. Are you hurt?
Ner, I'm looking for my bird's work.
Your what?
My bird's work. The darn fool knocked my turf for.
What's he saying, Mary?
Rochester knocked out his bridge work.
Oh, that's awful.
Never mind turkey. Help me burn my turf.
Maybe you swallowed them, boy.
Swallowed them? Darn you, Rochester, you're furred.
I'm what?
You're furred. Furred.
Hey, Buck, I found your bridge work.
Well, hand it over.
Here you are.
Thanks. All right, Rochester. Come on, put up your dukes and fight. Rochester, where are you?
I'm up here in the haymow.
Oh, you are, eh? Well, I'm going to wait for you down here if I have to stay all night.
Okay, I'll see you in the morning, boy.
Why, the coward, I'll teach him to knock my teeth out.
You don't have to, Buck. He knows how.
If you want to put your husband into a good humor after a hard day's work, here's just the dessert to help you out. It's the new Jell-O butterscotch pudding, the best tasting dessert you've tried in many a long day. It's smooth as satin, it's rich and mellow with true butterscotch flavor and the good old-fashioned kind. It has a tempting color like golden taffy, and it's just plain mouth-watering delicious. Jell-O butterscotch pudding is made with fine, wholesome ingredients, the kind you'd use yourself right in your own kitchen, and that's why it has that truly homemade goodness. Then try Jell-O chocolate pudding, rich and smooth and real chocolatey. And Jell-O vanilla pudding, creamy and delicate. All three Jell-O puddings are just as appetizing and good as the kind your mother used to make when you were a youngster, but they're far quicker and easier. There's only a few minutes cooking required, and you can't go wrong. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O butterscotch, chocolate, and vanilla pudding, the real homemade kind.
This is the last number of the 18th program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Well, come on, Mary, let's go home.
What do you say, Jack? Let's go to Earl Carroll's for a couple of dances and have some fun.
No, Mary, I can't. I'm in strict training.
Well, a friend of mine is throwing a big party over there.
Oh, I suppose I could drop in for a little while, huh? Good night, folks.
Jell-O.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
Jubilee is from Paris Honeymoon, and It's the Strangest Thing is from the picture Up the River. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Casablanca, city of hope and despair, located in French Morocco in North Africa. The meeting place of adventurers, fugitives, criminals, refugees lured into this danger-swept oasis by the hope of escape to the Americas. But they're all trapped, for there is no escape. Against this fascinating background is woven the story of an imperishable love and the enthralling saga of 6 desperate people, each in Casablanca to keep an appointment with destiny.
I was willing to shoot Captain Reno, and I'm willing to shoot you. All right, Major, you asked for it.
You knew how much I loved you, how much I still love you.
I know a good deal more about you than you suspect. I know, for instance, that you're in love with a woman. It's perhaps a strange circumstance that we both should love the same woman.
What do you want for Sam?
Don't buy and sell human beings.
That's too bad. That's Casablanca's leading commodity.
You can ask any price you want, but you must give me those letters.
That's all.
Right. tried to reason with you. I tried it. Now I want those letters.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Ginger Rogers, Edward Arnold, John Howard, and Joan Perry in Fifth Avenue Girl. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One way of staying out of trouble is to follow this rule. Don't give advice when you're asked for it, and never, under any conditions, lend a helping hand to a stranger. You'll never be misunderstood, but you'll never have any friends, and you'll probably lead a very dull and useless life. Our play tonight, Fifth Avenue Girl, is the story of a young lady who left that rule behind her on a lonely park bench one day, got into all kinds of trouble, won friends, influenced people, fell in love, and lived happily ever after. The young lady is played by Ginger Rogers, who created Fifth Avenue Girl in the RKO picture, to the delight of the whole country. In fact, her performance in that picture is one of the very good reasons why RKO bought Kitty Foyle, which Ginger has just finished. With Ginger tonight, you'll hear Edward Arnold in the kind of part that made him famous, a tycoon of industry. John Howard plays his son, and Joan Perry his daughter. Together they constitute a family called the Bordens, a family with too much money but enough courage to make up for it. And Ginger is the guardian angel who pulls them back from such disasters as divorce, bankruptcy, and unrequited love. Last week, I mentioned a problem that confronts the studio wardrobe department when a musical picture is being made. But I've discovered that the problem is much greater when the picture is in color. The solution, however, is the same: Lux Flakes. In making a picture like Northwest Mounted Police in Technicolor, a costume must be kept the same shade through many hard weeks of production. Of course, so far as washable costumes are concerned, that assignment goes to Lux Flakes. It certainly plays a star role in making a color picture, and it will play a star role for you at home. Experience at the studio makes it easy for me to understand the popularity of our product with the women of America. But right now, it's time for laughter, love, and a light heart as we ring up the curtain on Act One of Fifth Avenue Girl, with Ginger Rogers as Mary Gray, Edward Arnold as Timothy Borden, John Howard as Tim, and Joan Perry as Catherine. Certainly the one day a year on which the problems of the overworked captain of industry should be lightened is his birthday. So believes Mr. Timothy Borden of the Borden Amalgamated Pump Company. But sadly enough, it's not working out that way for him. A dozen men surround his desk, all hurling argument and query, their voices growing hotter and louder, until Mr. Borden's temperature has reached feverish proportions. Right now, he's at the boiling point.
Gentlemen, please. I'm going home. I'm worn out. I've had enough for one day, and this of all days.
But wait, T.J., the Stanton contract has to be signed.
Not today.
They'll turn us down.
All right. Business can't be any worse than it is anyhow. Underwood and Company canceled their order. The stockholders want to stop the bond issue. Our tax repeal was rejected, and now Stanton. I've had enough, gentlemen.
Now, wait, T.J. Hershey and Company called.
Well, what about it? The Hershey account is foolproof. My son's attending to that.
I'm sorry, T.J.
Huh? What's that?
Well, you see, Hershey asked for a revised estimate. Your son wasn't here, so they took their account to Acme.
Is my son here now?
He hasn't been here all week. He's been out playing polo, the international finals or something.
Don't tell me any more.
Yes, Mr. Borden.
Tell Michael to bring the car around, Miss Watson.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, that's all for today. My nerves are as frayed as a weather-beaten rope. That's all. I'm going home. Well, Michael, there seems to be a touch of spring in the air.
Yes, sir. Spring is something that even the poor people can enjoy.
Huh?
Spring, sir. It's free.
Oh, I see. Well, I won't need you tonight, Michael.
Yes, sir.
Oh, good evening, Higgins.
Good evening. You're home early, sir.
Well, a man should get home early, on his birthday at least. I suppose the family will be here for dinner?
No, sir.
Nobody?
Mrs. Borden is dining out, as usual. Your daughter is going to Frisbee coming out party. I haven't heard from Mr. Junior.
I see.
Aren't you feeling well, sir?
Oh, yes, I'm all right.
Perhaps a touch of spring fever, sir.
Perhaps.
I felt it myself this afternoon just walking in the park. By the way, sir, here's a special delivery letter for you.
Oh, thank you, Higgins.
It was lovely there today.
Where?
The park, sir.
The park? Oh, yes.
Whenever I'm free, I like to go there. Some people like to look at the animals, but personally, I like trees and flowers.
Higgins.
Yes, sir.
Higgins, do you read the gossip columns?
Always, sir.
Then I suppose you've read this item. What Fifth Avenue matron is dancing her way to Reno with what well-known playboy while her husband ponders the problems of pumps? Well, Higgins?
Yes, sir. I saw it, sir.
Higgins, is there anything wrong with me?
Oh, no, sir. Not that I know of, sir.
You don't suppose my family's frightened of me?
Oh, no, sir.
Then why am I treated the way I am? Why does my wife... Well, why does she? What's wrong with my daughter and my son? Why can't they stay at home? Why do people work as hard as they do and for what?
I've often wondered myself. After all, what do they get out of life?
That's right. What do they get out of life? Sit down, Higgins.
Oh, but I'd be very uncomfortable.
I'll sit down anyway. You make me uncomfortable. So you're happy just looking at trees and flowers, huh?
Oh, no, not entirely, sir. I find my work here very pleasant.
Why?
Well, to be frank, sir, we servants enjoy the luxuries of the rich and have none of the responsibility.
None of the responsibility? Oh, I see.
I'd like to get up, sir. May I arrange for your dinner?
Just a minute, Higgins. What was the name of the tree you were talking about over in the park?
A maple, sir.
A maple. Thank you, Higgins.
Peanuts. Hot to roasted peanuts.
Do the pigeons eat peanuts?
Sure. How many?
2.
Okay, 20 cents.
They say, wait a minute. Could you tell me if that's a maple tree over there?
How should I know? I sell peanuts. Peanuts. Hot to roasted peanuts.
Oh, excuse me, miss. Do you mind if I sit here?
Why not? It's a public bench.
Thanks. These pigeons are friendly little creatures, aren't they?
Oh, they're just hungry.
Say, they are hungry. Look.
Yeah.
You know, when I was a kid, I used to have a whole flock of them.
Yeah?
Yeah, they used to fly around all over. I hope you don't think I'm trying to strike up an acquaintance.
Hey, what are you, a flatfoot?
You mean a detective? No.
Well, if you are, I haven't done anything.
Do I look like one?
You might be.
Did you ever hear of Borden's Amalgamated Pump Company?
What kind of pump?
Amalgamated pump.
Vegetable or mineral?
Business.
Oh.
And a very worrying one. It's a very distressing subject. I don't know why I brought it up.
Why talk about it then?
Well, I don't think I will. You know, as a matter of fact, I am trying to strike up an acquaintance with you. You see, I'm lonely. It's my birthday.
Well, birthdays are all right, but you never get over the first one. If you've got a knife, I'll split this apple with you.
Yeah, thank you very much. No.
Very good.
Well, aren't you afraid you'll spoil your dinner?
This is my dinner.
Are you on a diet?
Yes, but against my wishes.
Well, haven't you got a job?
Who has?
Well, it doesn't seem to bother you very much.
Doesn't. I'm alive and kicking. Got $5 in my pocketbook. My room rent's paid for another week.
And then what?
Oh, I don't know. Something will turn up. It always does.
You mean you sleep in the park?
Well, what's wrong with that?
And that wouldn't worry you?
Say, you sound like one of those Fifth Avenue cadavers.
Fifth Avenue what?
Oh, those people that live over there, those millionaires. They're always squawking. You'd think the country was going to the dogs.
Well, they have their troubles.
What troubles? I used to stand over in the plaza and watch them come home at night. They look like a lot of wax dummies who've had an overdose of dill pickles. Gee, they make me tired.
Well, I don't like them either when you come right down to it. Look, I just had an idea. This is my birthday.
Well, it's not mine.
Would it be presumptuous if I asked you to help me celebrate it?
And do what?
Oh, we could go someplace and eat.
Where?
Well, there's a place they call the Flamingo Club.
Look, mister, are you feeling all right?
Oh, people must have a wonderful time there because it costs so much money.
Is your keeper around anyplace?
No, I mean it. I'd love to go there.
Well, so would I, but I'd rather go to the automat and keep the change.
But this is my birthday. We could have lots of fun insulting the rich.
You sure you wouldn't run out on me and leave me holding the check?
No, I've got lots of money. Look, here, you can hold it.
Well, gee, hadn't you better get somebody to hold me?
No, you'll be all right.
Well, thanks.
Well, that's swell. Let's eat.
Gee, if I eat any real food, I'll probably die, but might as well die of food poisoning as anything else. Come on.
What do you have for refreshments? Champagne?
How much will it cost?
Oh, never mind that. Waiter.
Oui, monsieur.
Some champagne.
Oui, monsieur. Champagne. Look, it's your money, but do you print it yourself?
We're celebrating. It's my birthday.
You're telling me.
Now, waiter. Monsieur. More champagne. You'd better bring enough for everybody.
Oui, monsieur. Enough for everybody.
Yeah.
I wish you knew what this was doing to my Scotch blood. We ought to be able to take a table and a couple of chairs home with us and throw in some silverware.
But it is good. Will you have some more?
Why not? Every sip is like drinking 6 pairs of silk stockings.
Yeah, but you can't drink silk stockings.
Say, is this your birthday or has Christmas sneaked up on me, too?
Well, it's my birthday and we're going to have a good time. Come on, let's dance.
Yeah, let's.
Whoa.
Who are you
Wait
waving
a minute. Just a friend of mine. Her name is Mrs. Borden.
Your wife?
Yes, that's what I'm told.
I was afraid of something like this. Is that your son with her, too?
If I had a son like that, I'd disown him. Come on over and say hello, huh? Oh, hello, Martha.
Timothy, what are you doing here?
I'm celebrating my birthday, and what are you doing here?
Oh, please sit down. You're making yourself conspicuous.
I'll only be a minute. I just want to meet the gentleman.
Oh, Mr. Hopkins, my husband.
How do you do?
How do you do? And this is Miss...
Gray.
Gray. Miss Gray.
How do you do?
Say, you know, I've been reading about you in the papers, Mr. Hopkins. The gossip columns. Congratulations. I think you show very good taste.
Well, that's more than I can say for you. Tommy, let's go.
Yes, I think we'd better.
Oh. Now, there's a fellow I wanted to insult.
Well, why didn't you?
Well, I couldn't think of anything to say.
Well, let's sit down. I'll dream up something for you.
That's a good idea, too.
But the way I'm feeling right now, I'm beginning to like everybody.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, my dear. Will you have some breakfast with me?
I've had it. Are you in a mood this morning to discuss a few matters of importance to both of us?
Well, there are several things that need my attention, and
I can well imagine. That black eye of yours is one of them.
Yes, I noticed it. I had a bit of an accident.
Yes. The papers give a full account of it. Who is this woman?
Woman? What woman?
Who is she?
Oh, she's a very nice girl, yes. A very nice girl.
Where did you meet her?
I met her in the park. I never saw her before in my life, and I'll probably never see her again.
Good morning.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm glad you're here. I was afraid I'd overslept.
Well, this is my wife, Miss Gray.
I believe we've met.
What's wrong with her?
Say, where did you come from?
Upstairs, don't you remember?
In a way I do, yes. And in a way I don't.
Hey, Mrs. Borden seems upset. I'd better be on my way.
Oh, for heaven's sake, don't leave me now.
Well, I can't think of a better time.
No. I got to find out how you got here and also how I did.
Well, it's a little vague to me.
Well, maybe Higgins can help us. Oh, Higgins.
Breakfast is served, sir.
Higgins, were you awake when Miss Gray and I came in last night?
Oh, look. He's got one, too.
What?
A black eye. Say, that's a pip, Higgins.
Thank you, miss.
Oh, that's a shame, Higgins. What happened?
Well, it was this way, sir. When you came in last night,
Oh, it happened last night. Never mind, Higgins. You better get us some breakfast.
Yes, sir.
Look, I've had a beautiful evening. I've been out in society, and I've got a wonderful headache, and I couldn't be happier, but really, I've got to be running along.
Oh, no. You must have some breakfast. Besides, I need your advice. Oh, if I don't have another birthday for 10 years, it'll be soon enough.
Well, why? We had a wonderful time. We must have. I spent $1 of my own money.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that.
That's what started the argument with the taxi driver.
Taxi driver?
Yeah.
Coffee, sir.
You remember the taxi driver, don't you, Higgins?
I shall never forget him.
Well, if I'm not too inquisitive, just what is all this about a taxi driver?
He was much less belligerent than the policeman, sir.
What policeman?
The one who calmed you down after you told him you'd defend Miss America with your life, sir.
Defend who?
Miss America, sir. You were quieter after you fell down the steps, But your last request was that we put Miss America in the guest room.
Miss America? Did anybody else come home with us?
No, I'm Miss America.
Oh.
I want you to know, sir, that I hold not one moment's anger toward anyone for smashing me in the eye. It was nice to see you gay for a change.
Thank you, Higgins.
Not at all, sir.
Well, all that was last night.
And today's a new day.
Right. You know, something happened in this house this morning that hasn't happened in a long time. This is the first time in years my wife's paid any attention to me, and I think you had something to do with it.
I think I did.
Yeah, you said something had turned up. Well, here it is. Why not take a job with me?
What kind of a job?
Well, we'll think of something. I'd just like to keep you around here.
No, thank you.
I'd feel much safer. You see, yesterday I learned I was about to lose my wife.
And you want me to stay here and make sure?
Well, it might work just the other way around.
And again, it mightn't.
You know, Martha, that's my wife, is a very nice person. Though you would scarcely believe it by the way she acted toward you this morning.
Oh, well, she just had me figured wrong.
Well, that's what's so nice about it. Now, you need a job and I need you.
No, thank you. You're too rich. Besides, it'd scare me, living in a house this big.
But I didn't want all this. Is it my fault that I invented a pump? All I ever wanted in my life was to have a little fun and a family. I haven't got a family and I never had any fun until last night.
Well, thanks, but I'll see you next birthday.
Now, wait a minute, Miss Gray. Come here. Just a...
Hey, who's the mob?
Oh, my daughter Catherine and her gang, I suppose. She's probably brought them all home for breakfast.
Oh, do they do this often? I mean, does this go on all the time?
Let's go out in the garden. I have an offer to make you. A business offer.
Come on in, gang. Come on in.
Hey, Catherine, who's that?
That? Oh, it's Dad and somebody. Don't let him bother you. Make yourselves at home, gang. I'll get Cook to whip us up some breakfast.
Happy with you.
Cook? Oh, hello, Michael.
Hello.
Cook, how about some breakfast?
How many?
Oh, I don't know, 10 or 12. Will you hurry it up?
Of all things, 10, 12. I ain't running a restaurant.
Michael, would you mind helping Cook? She's got a grouch on again.
I'm the chauffeur of the house. Besides, this is my breakfast hour. I'm supposed to be eating.
Well, sit down then and eat.
I'm just a mechanical puppet. I'm not supposed to sit in the presence of my...
I know. You're not supposed to sit in the presence of your betters, as you say. But go ahead.
I didn't say that.
You were thinking it.
Oh, I'm not supposed to think. I'm only supposed to wait outside a hotel all night while my betters are getting drunk and throwing away more money than most people make in a year.
I'm sorry, Michael. You'll feel better after you get some sleep.
I'm not supposed to sleep. Just wind me up like a mechanical toy.
I didn't mean to be rude, Michael.
The rich can afford to be rude. You and your brother and all your rich friends.
What's wrong with Tim and me? Tell me, Michael.
Listen, will you get out of here and let me finish my breakfast?
Oh, Michael, you're wonderful. I love you when you get mad. But look, if I hurry and get the gang out of here, will you talk to me?
No.
Oh, thanks, Michael. See you later.
Hello, Mom. What's up? Higgins said you wanted to see me.
Read this, second column. It's about your father.
Oh, that. I saw it. Yeah, it must have been some shindig. Was Dad banged up much?
Just a common black eye. It's not funny, Tim. And you haven't heard the worst.
Who's the blonde woman they
I'm
mentioned?
coming to that. She spent the night here.
You're kidding.
She spent the night here in the guest room. Now, I want you to go right downstairs and get her out of this house.
Well, I'll do the best I can. I'm not so sure about Dad now. He might poke me in the eye. Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Mr. Borden's son.
Yes, your father's just told me about you.
Well, let's come to the point. How long have you known my father?
Oh, a long time. Ever since last night.
You only met him last night?
In the park.
Oh, a pickup.
Nothing as vulgar as that.
Well, what would you call it?
Love at first sight, I guess.
Don't make me laugh. My father's an old man.
Age doesn't matter when the real thing comes along.
How about money? Does that matter?
It helps.
Now we're getting somewhere. Look, you see this? You know what it is?
It's a $50 bill, isn't it?
That's exactly what it is. Here, hold it.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's a real thing. I can see the little veins running through it.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll bet you that $50 you can't get out that door by the time I count 10.
Oh, that's pretty far.
Well, I could count to 20.
No, I don't think I could make it. You see, my rheumatism's been bothering me. Here's your money. I understand you play polo.
What's that got to do with it?
Nothing. Just that I'm amazed.
Amazed at what?
Amazed to discover that horses have better breeding than the people who ride them.
Well, have you decided about... Oh, hello, Tim.
Hello, Dad.
Have you thought the matter over, Miss Gray?
Oh, yes. I've had a couple of propositions this morning. Your son wants me to leave, and you want me to stay. And of the two propositions, Mr. Borden Sr., I think I prefer yours.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring us Act Two of Fifth Avenue Girl with Ginger Rogers, Edward Arnold, John Howard, and Joan Perry. Meantime, you all remember the old saying, "Give me the making of the songs of a nation, and I care not who makes its laws." Well, nearly every region in America has its own beloved songs. You know this old-time one. That's "Oh, Susanna," one of Stephen Foster's most engaging songs. Remember how it starts?
I came from Alabama with my banjo on my knee. I'm going to Louisiana, my true love for to see.
Yes, and speaking of Louisiana, here's a bit of recent news from the South. Down in New Orleans, and in many other cities, too, we made a survey to find out how the women wash their nice things. And when all the results from all the cities were added up, we found
twice as many women use new Quick Lux Flakes for stockings, underthings, sweaters, and other nice things as use any other flakes, chips, or beads.
Yes, Sally. It's new Quick Lux 2-to-1. All over the country, east, west, north, south. From Boston to San Francisco, American women choose new Quick Lux 2-to-1.
Well, no wonder, Mr. Ruick. It's so much faster. It's so thrifty. It's so safe.
3 good reasons for popularity, aren't they? First, speed. In water as cool as your hand, new Quick Lux dissolves 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. Second, thrift. New Quick Lux goes further, gives more suds, ounce for ounce, than any of these soaps, even in hard water. Third, safety. New Quick Lux Flakes are safe for anything safe in water.
Mr. Ruick, I've written a verse about new Quick Lux.
Well, that's interesting, Sally. How does it go?
Well, it's a new version of Oh, Susanna. And here's our friend to sing it. Listen.
From Maine to Alabama, in states near and far away, New York to California, new Quick Lux sweeps USA.
Yes, new Quick Lux Flakes are America's favorite way of washing nice things. Why not get the generous big box tomorrow? It comes in the same familiar package, costs you no more. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of Fifth Avenue Girl, starring Ginger Rogers as Mary Gray, Edward Arnold as Timothy Borden, John Howard as Tim, and Joan Perry as Catherine. The arrival of Mary Gray in the Borden household created a storm of dissension, but all efforts to dislodge her have proved futile. Her pretended romance with Mr. Borden has stunned the family completely, and for the first time in years, the master of the house assumes a certain importance in their eyes. But Timothy Jr. feels he's been personally affronted. In the library, he faces the unwelcome guests.
Say, you.
You're referring to me.
Yes. Did you put this picture of Father on my dresser?
What's wrong with your father?
That's beside the point. Did you put these business reports there, too?
Well, I didn't know what to do with him since your father's too old to work.
That's a lot of bunk. He wasn't too old a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, he seems to think so now.
Well, what am I supposed to do with these reports?
Well, somebody's got to fill your father's shoes. I guess, though, they're probably too big for you.
Oh, I'm not a man, is that it?
Well, you wear long pants.
Say, what are you trying to do? Disrupt this family?
I haven't done anything.
What's your racket, sister?
Haven't quite made up my mind.
Do you think my mother's going to step aside for you?
That's what I heard.
So you think you're going to marry my father, is that it?
I might be your stepmother. Heaven knows I'd hate to be your mother.
I've got you figured. You're a gold digger.
What makes you think you're not a gold digger? What have you ever done to deserve all this? What have you ever accomplished?
What do you expect to accomplish?
I've got my claws in plush, and I like the feel of it.
Now, you're just kidding yourself. With Father's business going to pot, there isn't going to be any plush left.
Oh, there'll be enough for my needs. When I get through, you're going to be faced with the awful predicament of going to work for a change.
Oh, there you are, Mary. Shall we go? I'm all ready.
Yes, I'm ready.
Dad, listen.
Oh, hello, son. How's the polo coming along?
Dad, can I speak to you privately?
Well, you might ask Miss Gray for an appointment.
Miss Gray, do you mind if I speak to my father?
No.
Well, please go away then.
Not any farther than this.
Say, are you two fastened together with wires or something? Look, Dad, I don't know what's come over you. You know Mother's in a pretty nervous condition.
Oh, I didn't know. That's too bad.
I can't criticize you for neglecting Mother, but I do criticize you for neglecting your business.
What business?
The pump business. Have you seen these reports?
I told Miss Gray to throw them out.
But, Dad, the business is in a very desperate condition.
Is that so? Well, why don't you do something about it?
Dad, I don't know anything about pumps.
You can learn, can't you? Come on, Mr. Borden. We're going to be late for our rumba lesson.
Taking care of that pump business is some kind of holiday.
That's crazy.
Now,
children, we've got to be calm. The important thing is that we must change our attitude toward this woman.
Yeah.
If we're pleasant to her, she'll reveal her true colors. They always do. Then your father will get rid of her himself.
Why are you so anxious about Father? I thought you were going to Reno.
Well, Reno will come in time.
Mother's boyfriend gave her the air.
Catherine, nothing of the kind. Mr. Hopkins is simply being discreet in this emergency. Besides, we can't let your father make a fool of himself. After we've saved him from himself, we can all live our own lives.
We might as well save some of his money for ourselves while we're at it.
And just what are you doing for the cause? Hanging around the kitchen, mooing after that dope Michael.
Michael? But Catherine.
Tim, you shut up. Who doesn't know what he's talking
Now,
about?
children, bickering is not the answer to our problem. We've all got to pull together. Now, Tim, I want you to be especially nice to Miss Gray.
Well, what am I supposed to do? Enter into competition with Dad?
Can't take a girl away from your own father.
Well, the least you can do is to make the same sacrifices I'm making.
I've had enough of sacrifices. I've been going to that office every day for a week. Pumps, pumps, pumps. That's all I hear all day long. You make some sacrifices for a change. I'm not going to spend my evenings with a female I loathe.
But we've got to do something. And we can only succeed by unified action. Oh, I'm asking my family to rally round for the last time.
Hold it, Mother, hold it. You look like the Statue of Liberty.
Now, Higgins, Mr. Borden will sit here, and I'd like Miss Gray to sit next to Mr. Timothy. Miss Catherine will sit next to me.
Yes, madame.
Now, has cook prepared all of Mr. Borden's favorite dishes?
Everything, madame, including the beef stew.
Oh, thank you, Higgins.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening, Miss Gray. Well, how charming you look. Children, come and see how lovely Miss Gray looks in her new frock. Oh, won't you join us in the living room?
Well, Mr. Borden and I are going out.
Oh, Tim, doesn't Miss Gray look charming?
She certainly does.
Is that a new gown?
Oh, yes, it is.
It's very chic. Where did you get it?
Where? Oh, I don't know. I mean, that is, I don't remember.
Catherine, you shouldn't be so inquisitive. Oh, I'm sorry, dear, we haven't got to know you better. After all, you are practically one of the family.
As a matter of fact, we've all been a little upset.
Yeah, that's right. We haven't meant to be rude. Personally, I'd like to offer you my apology.
Oh, you haven't been that rude.
Mary, where are you?
In here.
6 lessons from Madame Lasanga. You do the rumba, the lula conga. 6 lessons. And hello, everybody. I'm sorry I'm late. I was just practicing that new rumba step, you know.
Oh, Timothy, I was just saying that I thought it would be a good idea if you and Miss Gray joined us for dinner.
Yes, what do you say, Dad?
For dinner? Well, I'm not quite sure.
We have all your favorite dishes.
You have? Well, why didn't you let me know about it?
Well, it's sort of a surprise.
Well, what do you think about it, Miss Gray?
We have a party of friends waiting for us.
Oh, yes, that's true. And it wouldn't be nice to keep them waiting.
I shouldn't think so.
No, well, I'm sorry, but we could make it some other night.
Just as you say, Timothy.
Well, we'd better be getting along. We're a little late now, and I wouldn't want to keep them waiting. Bye, Aunt dear.
Thank you, sir.
I'm just trying out that new rumba step again, see? 6 lessons from Madame Lasanga. You'll do the rumba and La Conga 6, you know. Oh, say, wait a minute, I got it. 6 lessons.
Oh, can you beat it? $5 million walking right out of our lives, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Say, How did you like that rumber I showed the family there?
I think you got something there.
You know, it's a shame to go on deceiving them like this.
Don't weaken now. It'll do them good.
Well, you're the boss. Oh, Michael. Michael, just drive through the park as usual. We'll let you know when we want to go home. Phew. Do people get in these clothes every night? And why they ever put tails on a man's coat, I don't know.
No, don't ask me.
And why they keep guzzling champagne night after night, I'll never know.
I can still feel the effects of your birthday party every time I shake my head.
You see, the family was being very nice to you when I came down.
Oh, they had me scared to death.
Yeah, they're even nice to me lately.
Well, it's pretty simple. You take something away from people they don't want, and they want it more than ever.
You know, you've got a lot of common sense.
You gotta have common sense on my side of the fence.
Well, there are a lot of nice people on your side of the fence.
Oh, the other fellow's pasture always looks greener.
Does my side of the fence look any different to you?
You can have it.
I'm beginning to feel sorry for the rich, huh?
I guess rich people are just poor people with money.
Oh, this vicious nightlife is getting me down.
I'm not very good at faking. When I do things, I want to mean them. But don't you think I'd better be on my way?
Why?
I better get back to where I belong before this kind of life catches up with me.
Oh, you can't walk out on a contract.
Oh, it's the goofiest job I've ever had. I don't see what good I'm doing in that house outside of getting myself into a mess.
Well, whatever you're doing, it seems to work. I've never enjoyed so much attention before from my family.
Why do you hang on to a bunch like that anyhow?
Oh, well, I like them.
You really do like them?
Yeah, they're a pretty nice family, as I remember them.
Everybody to his own poison. You're still in love with your wife, aren't you?
Well, no. You see, after love goes away, something's left in its place that's even more important.
It's okay with you. It's okay with me. I'm getting paid.
That's the girl. But, you know, we've got to begin thinking about your future.
Oh, don't worry about my future. It doesn't bother me. I haven't any squawk coming.
Oh, this nightlife.
You said it. Well, we can go home in a couple of hours. Better be quiet. Somebody may still be up.
Well, if they are, go into the act.
All right. Oh, look out. Here comes your wife.
Oh, good evening. Did you have a nice
Happy
time?
birthday to you.
Timothy!
Happy
Boy, I'll
birthday
say
to
we've
you.
had an evening.
Happy
You should have seen him at the
Mr.
Flamingo
Ford.
Club. He
Happy
was a
birthday
scream.
to you.
He kept insisting it was his birthday
to
all over
you.
again.
Happy birthday
Whoa, then wait
to
a
you.
minute. One step
Happy
at a time.
birthday,
One
Mr.
step.
Oh, I don't know
Ford.
what
Happy
I've done to
birthday
deserve
to
this.
you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Is she gone?
Say, you're a great actor. You know that?
Well, you better get some sleep. Good night and pleasant dreams.
Good night. Who is it?
Me, Catherine.
Oh, come in.
I've waited up for you. I wanted to talk to you.
Oh, well, what's the trouble?
I've got a problem.
Who hasn't?
It's about Michael.
Oh, what about Michael?
He doesn't respond.
He doesn't what?
Well, you see, Miss Gray, I'm rich and I know it. But it isn't my fault. I try to understand everything he says to me, even though sometimes I don't know what he's talking about.
What are you talking about?
You see, I'm broad-minded. I understand perfectly about you and Father.
Aren't you getting a little ahead of yourself?
Why shouldn't younger people marry older people? Fat people marry thin people. Tall people marry short
I'm
people.
afraid you don't quite understand the situation.
I'm not a child. You're young. Father's old. All right, Michael's poor and I'm rich, and I love him very much. But I can't go on waiting for the day.
What day?
You know, when we'll all be the same. Michael calls it dialectical materialism.
What does that mean?
I'm not sure, but I think it's when everybody will be more or less like Michael.
Look, I'm a little tired, and I think you're a little tired, too.
But what am I going to do about it? I know you know. You're a woman of the world.
I think you'd better talk about this to your mother.
Mother doesn't understand those things.
Oh, she's not alone.
Perhaps if I got a job, it would make a difference.
Yes, might be a good idea.
That's what I'll do. Then if I'm like him, he can't ignore me, can he? Oh, you're wonderful.
Huh? Why?
for giving me this swell advice.
Well, now, look here. I didn't say anything. I don't want to say anything. I'm in enough hot water as it is.
Well, Terwilliger, the boy's really coming along, eh?
Yes, he's really taken hold down there at the office.
Well, he's my son.
He's got ideas, TJ. He's figured out a method of marketing a cheaper pump on long-term credit. Ought to make you a mint of money.
Oh, am I butting in?
No, Mr. Terwilliger and I were just talking over a few personal matters. Thanks very much for dropping in like this, Terwilliger. Good night.
Good night, TJ. Good night, Tim.
Good night.
Say, Tim, what's all this about long-term credit and cheaper pump?
Well, your pumps have got whiskers, and so have your ideas. If I'm going to run this business, I'm going to run it my way.
All right. Do as you like.
Look, this is really what I wanted to talk to you about, Dad. I'm worried about Mother. She's taking an awful beating.
But I haven't done anything.
Well, it isn't easy for Mother to live in the same house with another woman hanging around.
What other woman? Oh.
We don't know what it's all about. Are you going to marry this girl?
Now, I don't inquire into your personal affairs, and I don't see why you should inquire into mine.
Well, why don't you at least give Mother a break? Why don't you talk to her?
I didn't know she wanted to talk to me.
Well, she does. I just left her. She's upstairs. Look, why don't we clear out of here tonight and leave you two alone? Maybe you can straighten out a few things.
It's almost 8:30. Are you ready?
Hello, Mary. Just a second. I'll run up and get my coat.
Dad?
Yeah.
I'd be very happy to take Miss Gray any place she wanted to go tonight.
Well, why not? What do you say, Mary?
Well, thanks. I'd just as soon spend one evening at home.
Now, wait a minute. Is there anything wrong with me? Have I got berry or something?
Mary, I don't like you to ask you to do this, but would you mind going to the opening with Tim?
Well, I don't know. I wasn't
please,
very...
Mary. You see, Mrs. Borden and I have a few things to talk over.
Well, in that case, I'd love to go. That is, if he doesn't mind taking me.
Mind? Why, it'd be a pleasure. Is the car outside?
Yes.
Well, come on, then. What's holding us back? By the way, where is this opening?
Oh, I don't know. That is... I don't really feel like going anyplace. As a matter of fact, we were just going for a walk through the park. Look, you don't have to come along if you don't want to.
Do you put on evening clothes to take a walk in the park?
I do it quite often.
Oh, I see. That's why you ordered Michael to have the car, too.
No. We were going to the band concert.
In evening clothes?
Look, I'm not submitting to a third degree unless you show me a badge.
Well, I'm not going to let you walk in the park alone.
I do it quite often, but you needn't come along if you're afraid of the dark.
Come on. Never mind the sarcasm.
Peanuts, hot roasted peanuts.
Some peanuts, please.
Okay, lady. Thanks. Peanuts, hot roasted peanuts.
Here. Want some peanuts?
Thanks. Will this be dinner?
Sure. Everything's on me tonight.
Well, where do we go from here?
Over on that bench.
That bench?
Yes.
How do you think we're going to find any room on that bench?
We will. Come on, squeeze in. Pardon us, please.
The nerve of some people's children.
Well, we made it.
Sure. Now, eat your peanuts.
Don't look now, but love is certainly in the air around here.
Well, a park bench is the only place poor people can make love.
Say, lady, do you mind moving over? Me and me gal's got a little necking to do.
Well, there's only room for one. I mean...
That's all we need. Come on, honey, set.
Look, is this the only bench in the park? I'm beginning to feel like a sardine still in the can.
I met your father on this bench.
Well, that ought to make it a museum piece. Say, is this what you and Dad do every night?
Not every night.
Well, you might at least have picked a bench away from that seal pond.
Oh, if there's anything you want to know about seals, I can tell you. They eat nothing but fresh oysters on the half shell every day.
It's too bad they don't like fresh blondes.
I've been thrown to them before, but they always toss me back.
Well, they've got more intelligence than I thought.
Hey, why don't you two fight at home? Can't even have a pleasant evening in the park without someone coming along to spoil it. Let's go, Milton.
Now, you see? You frighten people.
Well, we'll at least have a little more room. Shove over.
Pardon me, Bud. How about us sitting there? Come on, baby.
Okay, Commodore.
Well, that's that. Now the Marines have moved in.
Why don't you go home?
I can sit here as long as you can.
Anchors away, hey, hey.
Hey, look, sailor.
Huh?
Would you mind piping down? We'd like to listen to the band concert.
What's the matter with my singing?
Just pipe down.
Oh, now you frighten me, Bud. What are you, a junior G-man?
Well, if you think I am, just step out on a walk.
Well, when you gotta do it, you gotta do it.
Hey,
Come
wait
on.
a minute, Sailor. Sister, why don't you give your friend a liver pill?
Hey, why don't you button up your lip?
Would you two ladies like to fight it out?
Come on, Lux, and let's scram out of here.
So long, junior G-man.
Go on, beat it.
Did you come here to fight?
Look, I don't want to fight. I just want to talk.
If you don't mind, I'd rather listen to the music.
Oh, thank you, please. Would you kindly move over, please?
Here we go again. Move over.
Oh, thank you. Here is seat. Sitting down, kiddo.
It's a swell night, isn't it? The moon's just coming up.
Yeah. You know, you're very pretty by moonlight, Miss Gray. Mary.
Hey, wait a minute. What makes you think you can get away with that stuff?
What, the kiss?
Yeah. Why did you do that?
Well, because it's something I wanted to do.
Oh, you give me an idea, Mr. Borden. That's something I've wanted to do. Come in. What do you want, Catherine? I want to see you. Look, would you mind some other time?
No, right now. I just want to tell you what I think of you. You're the most deceitful, double-crossing, sneaky.
Wait a minute. Wait, what have I done?
You know very well. Michael.
Well, what about him?
I told him I was going to get a job, just as you said.
I said?
And now he hates me. He says I'm just a spoiled brat trying to take somebody's job away. Oh. He hates me. You could have stopped it. I confided in you. I trusted you.
Oh, well, we'll do something about it.
You've done enough. You don't care anything about Dad. You only go out with him so you can be near Michael.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
But you're not going to get him. If I can't have him, nobody can. I hate you. Oh, I hate you.
Mama hates me. Daughter hates me. Junior hates me. I guess I'm a pretty popular girl around here.
After a short intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Ginger Rogers, Edward Arnold, John Howard, and Joan Perry in Act 3 of Fifth Avenue Girl. Tonight, we've asked Libby Collins, our Hollywood fashion reporter, to round up some last-minute fashion news for us, just in time for last-minute Christmas shopping. Here she is, Libby Collins.
Well, Mr. Ruick, it looks like a white Christmas.
You mean we're going to have snow for Christmas, Libby? Here in Hollywood?
No, indeed. That's not a weather report, it's a fashion report. This year, white has climbed right into the fashion spotlight in the middle of winter. Joan Bennett modeled a gorgeous evening cape for one of the fashion magazines. It's made of chalky white gabardine with swirls of gold kid on the shoulders. Marlene Dietrich, in her current hit Seven Sinners, wears a beautiful white afternoon suit. Smart shops are featuring white coats, even for city streets. And white evening dresses will be as thick as snowflakes at holiday parties.
Well, I guess this year, Libby, if it's white, it's right.
That's about it, Mr. Ruick. And there's one place where white is specially right. That's in winter sports clothes. Short white woolen skating dresses, luscious white sweaters, and adorable white fuzzy hoods and mittens.
Now, wait a minute, Libby.
Oh, I know what you're thinking, Mr. Ruick. White is lovely, but it does get dirty. And
new Quick Lux Flakes is the answer. Yes, all your washable woolens will stay fresh and new-looking longer if you care for them with new Quick Lux. You see, there's no harmful alkali, no cake soap rubbing when you use new Quick Lux. It's safe for any color or fabric that's safe in pure water.
That's why leading motion picture studios use Lux Flakes for all their washables.
Yes, and that's why women everywhere depend on new Quick Lux. Why twice as many use it for sweaters as use any other flakes, chips, or beads. It's so gentle, and it's so fast, and then so thrifty. A little goes so far. Be on the popular side, the safe side, the thrifty side. Use new Quick Lux Flakes. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Fifth Avenue Girl. Next morning, and a curtain of gloom hangs over the Borden household. Mrs. Borden, Tim, and Catherine are submerged in black thoughts. Even Mary is having a time trying to straighten out Catherine's tangled romance with Michael.
Good morning, Cook.
Good morning, Miss Gray.
Mind if I join you for a cup of coffee, Michael?
Aren't you stepping out of your class?
Me? I haven't any class.
Look, just what is your position in this household?
Don't ask me. Michael, will you stop being a dope?
Atta girl. Here's your coffee.
What do you mean?
Straight from the shoulder. You're in love and you haven't the spunk to fight for the thing you want.
I don't have to listen to this nonsense.
You've made Catherine unhappy. You make everyone unhappy.
Oh, so you know all about me.
You're like a pane of glass to me, brother. You try to make everybody believe things you don't even believe yourself.
You're a pawn in the hands of your betters.
I'm a what?
You're a renegade to your own class.
Is that so? You can't call me that and get away with it.
How dare you slap Michael? I saw you. I'll pull every hair out of your head.
You'll do what, you bat-winged flapper?
Put down that knife. Put it down. Stop waving that knife. What are you going to do?
You talk too much. I'm going to carve you out a new mouth.
I don't care what you do to me, but you leave Catherine alone.
Who says?
I do.
You're going to fight for her, huh?
Yes, I'll fight for her.
Michael.
Oh, Michael. Well, that ought to prove how much he hates you. Thanks for your use of the knife, Cook. Good morning, all.
Come on in, Mary. Say, where have you been all day?
Oh, just taking care of some odds and ends.
I slept most of the day, getting in trim to go out tonight.
Do we have to? Why don't you stay home for a change?
Oh, I'd love to, but we started this thing and we've got to go through with it.
Don't you think we've gone too far?
You don't know my wife like I do.
Well, yes, I do. She's completely cured.
Has she been talking to you?
Oh, just to say hello.
Well, you've got to be careful. She's a very persuasive woman, especially when she cries.
Listen, if I stay in this house any longer, you're not going to have any family, and I'm not going to have any sanity.
Oh, you're not going to run out on me.
I've been thinking of it.
No, you can't. Not yet. I'll put you out when the time comes. But if she thinks she has anything to do with your leaving, I'd be right back where I started.
Well, whatever you say, but I've got a feeling that
Mary, leave it to me. Will you leave it to me? When the right time comes, I'll put on a big scene.
You mean get out and never darken my door again?
That's it. What do you say?
I'll think it over. Oh, Higgins.
Yes, miss. You want me to order the car?
No, Higgins, I'm leaving. Will you tell Mr. Borden in about a half an hour, please?
You mean you're leaving for good, miss?
Yes. Now, don't forget to tell him.
Very good, miss.
Hello there.
Oh, hello.
Where are you going? On the prowl again tonight?
Maybe.
Any special victim in mind?
I don't play favorites.
What's the matter? You're not dressed up. No band concert?
Good night.
Oh, no, don't run away. Let's sit down.
Listen, I haven't got time to go...
Come on.
Then.
I haven't sat on the front stoop since I was a kid. Anyway, there's a couple of questions I'd like to ask you. You don't mind, do you?
Well, it depends.
Well, to begin with, what is your angle? What are you doing in this house?
You know the answer to that. I'm gold digging.
Look, let's quit stalling. I'll admit you've had us all pretty upset, but that's okay. It's probably done us good. But I'm getting tired of this mystery stuff.
There's no mystery about me.
You know, you're really a pretty nice girl.
That's what you think.
Well, aren't you?
What do you care?
You got my father all mixed up, and now you've got me all mixed
Why
up.
pick on me? I haven't done anything to anybody.
Not much you haven't.
What have I ever done to you?
Do you really want to know?
No. Look, why don't you go away?
Oh, no. I'm going to sit right here, and you're going to sit right here until you open up.
All right. But you're going to be sitting here for an awfully long time.
Mary.
Keep your distance. Remember what happened to you in the park?
Yeah, I'm thinking about that. And it was worth it.
Listen, you. Let me go.
Why don't you be honest, Mary? You know
Let
that
me go.
What's the matter? Afraid?
I'm not afraid of you.
Afraid of yourself?
Listen, you keep on your own side of the steps or I'll bat you down.
Hey, what's the matter up there? Anything wrong here, lady?
No, officer. Everything's all right.
Was this fella annoying you?
I told you everything was all right, officer.
Well, watch your step, buddy.
Well, now are you satisfied?
Well,
Thanks for saving me from the law. But I came here to talk, and cop or no cop, Miss Gray, that's what we're going to do.
What do you mean she's gone?
It's true, Timothy. I heard her tell Higgins.
I don't believe it. She wouldn't do a thing like that.
Timothy, do you mind so very much?
Of course I mind. I'm going out and look for her.
Oh, Timothy, I thought perhaps we could stay home tonight together. I made some stew, Timothy.
Stew? You made stew?
Yes.
Well, all right. I'll look for her later.
Oh, Timothy, thank you. Oh, it'll be like old times, won't it? Just you and me alone.
Uh-huh.
Timothy, I was thinking, couldn't we start all over again?
Start all over again? After the way I acted? I wouldn't think of asking you, Martha.
Well, you haven't acted any worse than I have. The whole thing's been my fault.
No. It was my fault. Those innocent flirtations of yours meant nothing.
Of course not, but there'll never be another. Timothy, do you know what I've been doing in my spare time? I've been learning to rumba.
What for?
So that I could go out dancing with you, if you'll let me.
Oh, well, we'll see.
Oh, Timothy. And you won't go looking for Miss Gray?
We'll see about that, too.
Oh, Timothy.
Come on in, Michael. Hello, Mother. Hello, Dad.
Catherine, what's Michael doing in here? Oh, you didn't have an accident, did you?
No, Mother. Tell them, Michael.
No. You tell him.
All right. Michael and I are man and wife.
Michael and you are what?
We're married.
Oh, stop this nonsense.
It isn't nonsense.
Oh, but I don't believe it. Married to a chauffeur?
He's not a chauffeur.
Here, you may have the cap. I relinquish the badge of servitude.
Michael, you go to the kitchen.
You're not going to separate us.
Go to your room, Catherine.
You stay where you are.
Oh, send him away, Timothy. The girl's out of her mind.
I'm afraid you'll have to go away, Michael.
I'm taking Catherine with me.
Naturally, she's your wife.
Oh, Dad.
Congratulations, Michael.
Oh, Timothy.
Now, wait a minute, Martha.
Oh, but this is too much. Married to a chauffeur.
Well, I wasn't much when you married me.
Oh, but she's such a baby.
About the same age as you were.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, well, all right. Congratulations, darling. I hope you'll be very happy. Congratulations, Michael. What's your last name?
Theron's bother.
Oh.
What's going on?
Yes, is anything wrong? Oh, Mary. Mary, you're wonderful. Just wonderful. I can't thank you enough.
What's Mary done?
Tim, Michael and I are married. We're going on our honeymoon now. Say goodbye, Michael.
Goodbye. Dad and Mom.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Bye, Mary, and thanks again.
Goodbye and good luck. Great kids, huh?
Timothy, hadn't you better tell Miss Gray?
Huh? What? Oh, yes, Miss Gray. What have you got to say for yourself? Is it true you advised my daughter to elope with a house chauffeur?
I suppose I did.
You suppose you did. I want you to know, Miss Gray, this is the end. You've come between me and my family for the last time.
Aren't you being a little rough,
Rough?
Dad?
After what this woman has done to all of us? Your mother on the verge of a nervous breakdown? Your sister? Well, look what she's done to your sister. You're a wicked, conniving woman, Miss Gray. You've hypnotized me for the last time, and I must ask you to leave this house.
Oh, I can't play any longer. I wasn't doing anything to anybody. I was just sitting on a park bench, minding my own business. I didn't ask for this job.
No.
You forced it on me. I'm sorry I ever saw you. I'm sorry I ever saw this place. I can't take it any longer. I'm going.
Hey, wait a minute, Dad. What was that about a job?
Huh? Job?
Yes, Timothy, what was that?
Dad, was she working here?
Huh? Working?
Was she working here? She was working here. I knew it. Mary! Mary, come back. Listen, Mary.
Timothy, look me in the eye.
Well,
Timothy Borden, you old fake.
Well, gosh, Martha, I had to do something.
Well, I'm glad you did.
Oh, Martha.
Mary, wait. Listen, Mary.
Let me alone.
Come here. Where do you think you're going?
Why should you care where I'm going?
Well, I do care.
I'm going back to where I belong.
I'll say you are. You belong with me. And you're coming back to the house right now.
I'm not.
You're coming back if I have to carry you. Come on.
No, put me down. You can't do this to me.
I'll show you.
Let me down. Do you hear? Let me down.
Here, what's going on here?
Out of the way, officer.
Put that girl down or I'll run you in.
Officer.
Yes, lady?
Why don't you mind your own business?
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring our stars back to the microphone for their curtain call. But first, there's a Christmas hint I'd like to give our listeners. It's about Lux snow on your Christmas tree. Lovely, real-looking Christmas snow for your tree that you can make from the same pure white Lux flakes that you use for washing all your pretty things. This Lux snow costs so little, yet it makes your tree distinctive and different, just like one that's been out in the woods in a real snowstorm. It's very easy to make, and it lasts right through the holiday season. Now, here's what you do to make this snow out of Lux Flakes. Take a large box of Lux Flakes and empty it into a big bowl or a dishpan. Then take 2 cups of lukewarm water, just 2 cups, and pour them into the bowl with the flakes. Now, with an egg beater, beat this mixture until it gets fluffy, like rich whipped cream. Then take handfuls of this whipped up snow and spread it with your fingers along the branches of your tree. If you want more sparkle, get some of that shiny artificial snow that you buy in a store and sprinkle it right on top of the Lux snow while the Lux snow is still moist. Christmas wreaths will look gayer than ever in your windows if you add a touch of Lux snow to them. For your holiday table decorations, take pine boughs or just bare branches from a tree or shrub and spread on the whipped up snow. Now remember, to make this Christmas snow, use 2 cups of lukewarm water to each large box of Lux Flakes. Then beat with an egg beater till the mixture is fluffy, like thick whipped cream. Be sure to buy the large box of Lux Flakes. And now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
We're a long way from Fifth Avenue now, but here's our Fifth Avenue girl again, Ginger Rogers, with Edward Arnold and John Howard.
You know, C.B., Ginger is a constant source of amazement to me.
Is that good or bad, Eddie?
Oh, good, very good.
Well, then you can speak freely, Eddie.
Yes. What's amazing about Ginger this week?
The discovery I made the other day.
Good?
Excellent. I was wandering around an art gallery downtown when all of a sudden I found myself in front of a drawing signed by Ginger Rogers, a charcoal sketch of the actress Maria Uspenskaya, and it was great.
How do you plead, Ginger? Guilty or not guilty?
Well, it's a form of insanity, Judge. You know, like you navigate your boat or Eddie gets out in the kitchen and cooks dinner, I draw pictures.
And a very nice hobby it is, Ginger, especially when they hang your pictures in art galleries.
What's on the program next week, Mr. DeMille?
Next Monday night, the marquee will read Mickey Rooney, Beulah Bondi, and Virginia Weidler in Young Tom Edison. Our play is adapted from the MGM picture with Mickey in the same part he played on the screen. It's the drama of a genius, but a genius who was a regular American boy. Tom Edison got into more than his share of scrapes. So Mickey Rooney will be right at home in the part next Monday night when we present Young Tom Edison.
Well, that's a swell Christmas present for any audience, Mr. DeMille. We'll be listening.
Ginger, I understand they're previewing your new picture, Kitty Foyle, tonight.
Yes, that's right, John.
Well, I hear great reports on it. Good luck.
Thanks. Thanks, John. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, C.B.
Good night. We'll ask Santa Claus for some more like you. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Mickey Rooney, Beulah Bondi, and Virginia Weidler in Young Tom Edison. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
We want to remind you that this is the time to help the 1940 drive to fight tuberculosis. Purchase your supply of anti-tuberculosis Christmas seals now. Use them on all your Christmas mail. Show that you are helping to fight this dread disease, too. Buy seals for Christmas, and you buy health for the new year. Edward Arnold will soon be seen in the Frank Capra production, The Life of John Doe. John Howard has just completed the Universal Pictures, The Invisible Woman. Heard in tonight's play were Claire Videra as Mrs. Borden, J. Arthur Young as Higgins, Tristram Coffin as Michael, Lou Merrill as Terwilliger, Fred Mackay as Hopkins, Verna Felton as Cook, and Sally Payne, Ralph Sedan, Alan Wood, Gene Webb, and Bob Burleson. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Roig. And this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Give me a light. Thank you. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Orson Welles. I'm speaking for the Mercury Theater, and what follows is supposed to advertise our first motion picture. Citizen Kane is the title, and we hope it can correctly be called a coming attraction. It's certainly coming to this theater. And I think our Mercury actors make it an attraction. I'd like you to meet them. Speaking of attractions, well, the chorus girls are certainly an attraction. But frankly, ladies and gentlemen, we're just showing you the chorus girls for purposes of ballyhoo. It's pretty nice ballyhoo. But here's some of our real Mercury people. This is the first time you've seen most of them on the screen. Hey, give Joe a little light. Thanks. Now smile for the folks, Joe. Smile. Joseph Cotton, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. Joseph Cotton. I think you're going to see a lot of him. Here's Ruth Warwick, whom I know you love. Ruth. Look at the camera, Ruth. We caught Ruth with her hair up. And here's somebody you've all heard on the radio, so I don't have to tell you he's wonderful. Ray Collins. Dorothy Commongore is a name I'm going to repeat. Dorothy Commongore. I won't have to repeat it much longer. You'll be repeating it. And here's George Coulouris, who's a grand actor. I'll say that name again. George Coulouris. Watch it. Here comes Everett Sloane. Look out, Everett. Oops. Everett Sloane, ladies and gentlemen, he isn't necessarily a comedian. And here's one of the best actors in the world, Agnes Moorehead. I've said a lot of nice things, but Erskine Sanford deserves some more. Erskine Sanford. So does Paul. Paul Stewart, everybody. Citizen Kane is a modern American story about a man called Kane, Charles Foster Kane. I don't know how to tell you about him. There's so many things to say. I'll turn you over instead to the characters in the picture. As you'll see, they feel very strongly on the subject.
Charles Foster Kane is...
Sure, he started the war. But do you think if it hadn't been for Mr. Kane, the United States would have the Panama Canal?
Charles Foster Kane is nothing more or less than a communist.
Kane, governor. Listen, when the voters of this state and Mrs. Kane learn what I found out about Mr. Kane and a certain little blondie named Susan Alexander, he couldn't be elected dog catcher. I'm going to skin Mr. Charles Foster Kane alive.
I'm going to marry him next week at the White House.
Emily, I hear you've been stepping out with Charlie Kane.
Of course I love him. I gave him $60 million.
Well, of course I love him. He's the richest man in America.
But all the girls say about him at first.
But you know, I can't help but admire him.
He's crazy.
He's wonderful.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what you'll think about Mr. Kane. I can't imagine. You see, I play the part myself. Well, Kane is a hero and a scoundrel, a no-account and a swell guy, a great lover, a great American citizen, and a dirty dog. It depends on who's talking about him. What's the real truth about Charles Foster Kane? I wish you'd come to this theater when Citizen Kane plays here and decide for yourself.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air. On horseback. or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Each season of the year brings special problems for the Rangers, and fortunately the problems are the same each year with each season. This is the restless time of the year for man and beast. The end of winter is in sight, and the promise of spring gives birth to what we call spring fever. A few mild days here and there only serve to stimulate the surge of spring fever in our blood. But the few mild days here and there cause other things to stir and surge as well. And this spells headache for the Rangers.
Think we're going to make it up the grade this time, Charlie?
Aye, sure, Herman. That double diesel can pull a mountain of freight cars. He always crawls this grade over Shady River. You should know that.
Charlie, I haven't had this run for 3 years. You kind of forget after that long.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Charlie, he isn't going to make it.
Aye, sure, Herman. Them missiles were pulling her heavy. Old M ain't flunked this run yet.
We're stopping. I told you we can't make it.
Well, you'd better get down to the track and protect the rear. Watch your step. We're on the trestle.
I'm going. Call him on the intercom and ask him what's up.
Lem, what's the big idea? You run out of gas? This is no place to stop.
Hey, Charlie, is the caboose on the trestle? I can't tell because of that curve.
Sure, we're on the trestle.
Do me a favor, will you? Go on out on the trestle and tell me what you see down on the river right under the bridge.
Well, sure. Don't go away. I'll be right back.
You don't have to tell me why we stopped, Charlie. I know.
You do?
Yeah, take a look down on the river. Lem wanted us to check that ice jam.
Great day in the morning. Look at it.
Come on, let's get off this trestle.
Right. Don't bother killing the flare. It'll burn out. Come on. Lem, let's get off this trestle. Don't spare the horses.
Hey, Charlie, you better drop a message off at the next telegraph station.
You said it, Lem. Get that locomotive up there full speed ahead. And if that bridge goes, this railroad's in trouble. Big trouble.
Ranger Headquarters, Bill Jefferson speaking.
Oh, Bill, this is John Bostrom.
Oh, yes, John. How's the number one superintendent?
Worried.
Oh? About what?
Bill, the hotshot freight passed over the Shady River trestle about a half an hour ago, and they sent word back that there's an ice jam building up on the river at the bridge.
Well, that figures. With 3 days of warm weather that we've had.
Bill, I'd be mighty obliged to you if you'd take a look at it. You know, if that bridge goes out, all the missiles and jet engines we highball over that bridge, well, we'd be in mighty serious trouble.
John, I understand your concern. I'd be glad to take a run out to the bridge and see what's going on.
I'd be mighty obliged to you, Bill.
And don't mention it. I'll jump in my car and take a look right away. I'll let you know what I find.
Thanks. I'll be waiting to hear from you. I just hope we haven't waited too long.
This ain't no cow pasture trestle, young feller. It sure isn't. This is the main line track.
Well, that ice jam doesn't look so bad from here.
Come on, Ralph. Stumpy. We'll get down to the river and take a close look. Where do you think we are, mountain goats? Get going, Billy. Okay. Hey, not so fast now. I ain't as limber as I used to be once upon a time.
Take your time, Stumpy. That water's awfully cold.
Don't remind me. This is far enough for now.
Boy, look at those pieces of ice.
Sure are big ones, all right.
That jam doesn't look so bad. Maybe a few sticks of dynamite would break them up enough to let them pass.
This young feller's got a good idea. What do you say, Bill? I say it should work. Let's get the gear out of the truck and make up some bundles of explosive.
Right. This'll be work and fun at the same time. Boy, I never realized so many trains pass over this bridge. That's the fourth one since we've been here. That's 2 each way.
Unless I'm mistaken, about 20 trains a day pass over this trestle.
20 each way?
Yeah.
Well, that's 40 trains a day. No wonder the superintendent's worried. Hey, did you see the missiles and jet engines on that last one?
Sure did, Sonny. This is a main blood vessel, all right.
Main artery, Stumpy.
Well, that's what I said.
Uh-huh. Well, I got 2 bundles taped up. 3 sticks and a cap. And a long fuse.
Well, fellas, as soon as I put on my hobnail boots, we'll be ready. Great day in the morning. Look what's coming. They even got compact trains now.
Stumpy, you always have the correct remark for every occasion.
Well, thank you kindly. What brings you all the way out here on a handcar?
I've got ice jams on the brain. Say, will you fellas help me lift the handcar off the track? I don't want it run over by a full-size train.
Well, sure, John. Grab a hold, fellers.
There we go. That's fine. Thank you very much. Bill, how's the ice jam look?
Not bad at all, John. In fact, we think we can clear it out with a few bundles of dynamite.
Oh, that's wonderful news. The center pier of the bridge being right in the middle of the river caused me lots of worry.
We were just getting ready to set the charges.
Oh, don't wait on me. Go right ahead.
Let's go, men.
Watch your step, John. That's awfully cold water down there.
Thanks, Ralph. I will.
Ralph, give me the bag with the bundles and the wire.
Here you are.
Bill, what are you going to do?
Nothing spectacular. Just walk out there and place these charges in the right places so we can blow up this jam.
You make it sound like a walk around the block on a sunny day. Be careful. It's dangerous out there.
Don't worry. I've got spiked boots on. Pay out the wires slowly, Ralph, so we don't snag.
Yes, sir. Don't slip.
Tell me something, will you, Stumpy?
Sure, shoot.
How can you fellas be so relaxed in the face of such danger?
Well, it's this way, John. First of all, we're trained to be calm in the face of danger. All kinds of danger. You know, there's an old saying around here, keep your head and save your life.
That's true, but isn't Bill being a little reckless going out there in that ice the way he is?
Nay, look, reckless, young feller. He's calculated all the risks.
He has?
Well, certainly. That comes from years of experience with danger of all sizes and shapes and forms. Don't you kid yourself, Sonny. We ain't the suicide kind. We figure the risk and the danger involved and how to overcome it quickly and safely. Now, you watch where he's walking. See? Hadn't stepped near the edge of that ice jam. As it might be thin, he'd plunge into the river. Also, those hobnail boots give him sure footing.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It sure gives me the willies watching him out there.
And I'll agree to that. But there's one thing you forget, John.
Oh? What's that?
Somebody's got to do the job. Unless you want your bridge to go smash into the river.
That can't happen.
Well, relax your willies. Oh, there's one more important point I overlooked to answer your question.
What if something goes wrong, even though everything has been carefully planned?
Stop reading my mind. You see, Sonny, Bill, Ralph, and me, and quite a few of the rest of the Rangers are Christians.
What does that mean? I'm a Christian, too, but I wouldn't go out there. I'm no coward, either.
Didn't say you was. I didn't think it either. You say you're a Christian?
Of course. I believe in God. I go to church. Try to do right by my fellow man. I'd say I'm a pretty good Christian.
You know the Lord Jesus Christ is your personal Savior.
Huh? Well, no.
Well, we do. That's why we're not afraid in face of danger if something goes wrong. If we're killed, our soul and spirit go to be with the Lord.
Well, I guess maybe I'm not a real Christian after all, if what you say is true.
We're all set now to blow up the jam.
I certainly hope it moves the ice out after all the work you've gone through, Bill.
We'll soon find out. Got your plunger wired, Ralph?
Wired for sound.
Well, make noise.
Boy, look at those flying chunks of ice.
There goes the jam down the river.
Oh, that's fine work, Bill. Very fine work. You fellas sure do know your stuff.
You said it. Anytime you're in a jam, call us. We're the best jam busters you ever saw.
Hey, what's that you're reading, Stumpy?
This is the new seed catalog that just come in the mail. Say, how do you like this flower seed? They call it the honesty or money plant. I thought that money didn't grow on trees.
How can you tell which grows on this one? Honesty or money?
Well, if it's money, the plant must grow only nickels and dimes. 'Cause they ain't big enough to grow dollars and half dollars. Say, will you two cut it out? I'm trying to get this report finished. Say, have you ever seen strawberries climb?
Do they have them, too?
Well, read it for yourself.
Why, you're right. It says climbing strawberries.
They sure must be hard to round up for eating, with them climbing all around the place. Sure glad they ain't running. Will you two, Ranger headquarters.
Hello, Bill.
Oh, are you, Archie? What's new?
Nothing much. Just waiting for spring to come.
So are Stumpy and Ralph. They're looking over the seed catalog.
That's what I called you about.
The seed catalog?
No, the coming of spring.
Oh, good. I was going to say, don't use Stumpy's catalog. It's a little wacky. What's on your mind at the coming of spring?
Bill, this warming trend is going to stick around for another few days. In fact, it's going to get quite mild.
Wonderful. Warm weather can't come too soon for me.
I heard about the ice jam at the Shady River Trestle.
Oh? We cleared that out several days ago.
Your job isn't over.
Oh?
With this mild weather, I figure that the Shady River ought to be getting all the melt off from the Big Moose, the Little Moose, Beaver Creek, and the Big Six Country.
When?
She ought to start rising late tomorrow.
When will the Shady crest?
That's a tough question. But you're going to have more trouble than floodwater.
Ice?
Mm-hmm. The Big Six will start sliding a lot of ice in 2 or 3 days unless the temperature drops. And that's going to give you problems at the trestle.
Thanks, Archie. I'll check into it right away. I appreciate the early warning.
Don't mention it. But you guys are going to be in a real jam if this jam materializes.
Stumpy, are you still reading that seed catalog? Yeah, I gotta have something to do while we ride up to the headwaters of the Shady, don't I? Say, These are awful mean flowers.
Mean flowers? What kind are those?
Snapdragons. Here they got 'em here with and without teeth.
Oh, no.
Now, here's one for you. It's an apple tree that has 5 different kinds of apples. 5 different kinds. Yep. And the poor thing is a dwarf tree. I guess it gets plumb tuckered out just trying to keep the right apples growing on the right branches.
Oh, come on, Stumpy.
What do you mean, come on? If you was that tree and you got things mixed up, why, hard telling what might happen. Why, suppose you was growing yellow transparents, Jonathans, and delicious apples, and you got confused. You'd have Jonathan's delicious yellow transparents, and you'd be eating something you can see through, which would be nothing. And if you can see through them, how do you know they was there? Whew, what a mess. That tree stays dwarfed just from worrying what might happen.
Stumpy, you're a nut.
If the price is right, I might grow some of them, too.
Boy, Archie wasn't joking about the ice breaking off in the Big Six and falling into the rivers.
Yep. Every little creek is now a river with this fast thaw. If those large pieces of ice don't break up in the river before they reach the trestle, we're going to have a grade A jam on our hands.
Say, can't the railroad route their trains over another line until this all clears up?
Hey, you might have an idea there, young feller.
What do you think, Bill?
Like Stumpy said, you might have something there, young feller. Let's go have a talk with the superintendent.
Ralph, you have an excellent idea.
I have?
Yes, you do, but unfortunately there's a fly in the ointment.
Then my idea isn't so hot.
Here, take a look at this map. See this? This junction line here runs right through Central City, and we could use it, but it's only a single track.
But these are passing sidings, aren't they?
Right.
Then the problem's solved.
This is too easy, Ralph. Too easy.
Stumpy's right. You see, Ralph, there's one thing you couldn't know about.
Like Stumpy said, it's too easy.
40 trains a day ride the Shady River Trestle and our main line, which is 2 tracks. And of those 40 trains, 3 of them are missile hauling trains going to Florida, and 10 inbound trains carrying missile parts and jet engine parts. And then 3 more trains a day carrying nothing but jet engines. Now, that means that 16 of the 40 trains highball along the main line, and they stop for nothing. And I mean absolutely nothing, except, of course, fuel and maintenance stops. Otherwise, they run wide open.
So with 16 highball fast freights that must go through and 24 regular freights, wow, that's like pouring 5 gallons of water into a drinking glass. There just isn't enough room.
Right. You put your finger right on it, Ralph. Right on my sore spot.
Your sore spot ain't as sore as it's going to be if all that ice we seen at the headwater starts pushing your trestle around.
Bill, you haven't said a word. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking we'd better go out and have a look at that trestle.
Oh, no.
She's a-building fast. Dynamite ain't gonna help this time.
Listen to that trestle strain.
Pressure is being applied to the center piers.
Boy, that sends duck bumps all the way up and down my spine.
Me too, Sonny. Bill, that trestle can't stand that pressure if it builds any more.
Yeah, Bill, come on. Let's make us some ideas. Don't let us down now.
How far away do you have some loaded gondolas, John?
What kind of load?
I don't care. Sand, gravel, ore, coal, scrap. Just so long as they're loaded. You can get them here shortly and run them onto the trestle to apply downward pressure on the center pier.
But, Bill, that'll tie up one of the tracks.
Well, one track is better than no track.
Charlie, uncouple that locomotive, will you?
Sure thing, John.
Hey, Lamb.
Yes, sir.
Take the engine back to the yards.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. He ain't groaning now.
Yeah. Maybe that tonnage did the trick, Stumpy.
We're going to have to stand watch, though, till this buildup of ice stops.
You mean let's not count our chickens before the eggs are laid?
Right. The ice jam hasn't stopped building, nor has the pressure against the center pier.
I'm afraid I'm optimistic, fellas. We've got 40 gondolas of sand on that trestle, and each one of them weighs 30 ton.
Wow. There's 250,000 pounds up there pushing down on the center pier.
Not all of that weight is on the center pier. But there's a large amount of the total bearing down on it.
Boy, I'll say there is. It ought to keep the pier fastened to the footing and the footing fastened to the river bottom.
I think our troubles are over. How can more ice build up against the pier now? Any additional ice will have to pile up at the rear of the jam.
You're right, John. And as it piles up at the rear of the jam, it'll exert more pressure laterally and forward. And don't forget there are tons and tons of water, flood water, cascading down the river and pushing against the jam.
Bill, pardon my saying so, but I think you're building your bridges before you have to cross them.
That's better than having to fish one out of the river.
Well, we sure picked a nice, mild spring night to camp here by the bridge.
Yeah. All this fresh air is sure making me sleepy.
Oh, Ralph. Stop it. You got me doing it. You fellers close your mouths. You two turn in. I'll take the first watch.
Let me. You older fellas need your rest.
Now, listen to the young scallywag, will you? Just for that, I'll take the first watch. Show you how I can stay awake. Us older fellers can take it better than you youngsters.
Okay, old-timer. I won't argue. I'm bushed. Good night.
Well, looks like one older fellow is running out of gas.
Yep. Tonight I am.
Well, here's one that ain't. Now you get to bed, youngsters.
Okay, Stumpy. Good night.
Good night. Must have dozed off. Bill must be snoring hard.
Stumpy, stop groaning in your sleep.
I ain't groaning.
Yes, you are. Cut it out.
Groaning?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Listen to that trestle.
You two get flares out down the track. I've got an idea, but the superintendent is going to have to move fast to save his trestle.
What did you say?
I said I want a jet engine, a crane, and sufficient cable to make a sling for the engine.
Bill, are you crazy?
Never mind personal questions. Can you get them?
Yes.
How soon can you have them here?
Oh, in less than an hour.
Make it as less as possible.
On the double, but I still think you're crazy.
That could be. If you move fast enough, this crazy man can save your trestle. Good work, John. Your men have the jet engine rigged in a very fine sling. Is your crane man willing to stick with me?
Yes. He says if you can ride that engine down over the ice, he can sure stick with that crane.
Fine. Now, here's the plan. We'll lower the engine on this side first and close into shore. That way we can melt an opening for the floodwater to run through. But it'll be along the shore and away from the center pier. Now, when this side is running good and strong, we'll move the crane and the engine to the other side and do the same thing. But don't waste any time bringing me up. Just have your man move the crane across the trestle and swing me over the ice. Now, when both sides are open, the running water is warmer than the ice, and it'll eat away at the jam as long as we can keep the two sides from jamming up. This should take the lateral pressure off the pier footing. Any questions?
Oh, I understand, Bill. And I'll make sure that my man does. But please, don't take any more chances than you have to.
If it'll help, John, I'll wear a parachute. Okay. Roll away. There's no time to talk.
Boy, it's working like a charm. Look at Bill tip the rear end of the engine toward the ice. Boy, that jet blast really makes juice out of those pieces of ice.
That's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Hey, the trestle ain't groaning anymore.
He did it. Bill did it with his little jet engine.
Yeah, with his little jet engine, Ralph, and his ability to face danger without fear.
The superintendent sure said a mouthful, boys and girls. After taking all safety precautions, I knew I stood a good chance of making good with my little jet on the end of a cable. That doesn't mean that I wasn't afraid or a little shaky for a while, until I knew the trick worked and the ice started melting quickly. However, if I made a mistake and was killed, I have no fear of death, because the Lord Jesus Christ gives me the power to overcome fear of death. I think this fact impressed our friend John so much that he's asking questions about how he can have the same kind of Christian faith. So you see, even a situation like this one gives the Christian an opportunity to witness. Now, you be sure and look for these opportunities too, and take advantage of them. And be with us next time for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Ranger Bill was produced in the radio studios of the Moody Bible Institute of Chicago. This is a Moody Radio Network production.
俺を呼んだのは君だろ。ボディーガードからデートのエスコート、何でもお引き受けいたしましょう。人呼んでシティ。やめた
ー！猫探し？絶対ここにいるわ。
都会のスイーパーだなんて。もし今冴羽さんが殺されたらどうします？
亮は死なないわ。
ただ一人エンジェルダストに飲まれなかった男。やっとお前とやり合えるぜ。
ナノマシンによって超人兵士へと変えるエンジェルダスト。
うして亮を殺したいの？
誰かが仕向けているのなら乗るしかない。冴羽亮という名前気に入ってくれているようだな。
これがあなたの最高傑作なのですか？
生き延びている限り過去は追いかけてくる。
決して逃れられない。
ユニオンテオーペ、
香りを頼む。
劇場版シティハンターエンジェルダスト。
お前の望みを叶えよう、亮。
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Hello? Are you there? Well, we're here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 ways better, Swan soap.
Yes, sir. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's 8 ways better than old-style floating soaps, presents Paul Whiteman. Your Swanee announcer, Bill Goodwin. Our singer, Jimmy Cash. Well, I Swan, the stars of our show, George Burns and Gracie Allen. Yes, sir, it's the new Burns and Allen show. And now we listen in on Gracie at home.
Hello? Yes. Yeah, this is Gracie Allen. Who's this? Who? Well, you'll have to spell it. M-O-T-H? Moth? M-O-T-H-E-R? Oh, the mother. Oh, sorry, but we have all the mothballs we need. What? M-A-M-A. Oh, hello, Mother. How are you? What? You think Mr. What? Well, hold the phone, Mother. Jimmy Cash, please, I'm on the phone. What, Mother? No, that isn't George singing in the bathtub. No, today's Tuesday. Say, Mother, how's Bessie? What? You think Mr. Peterson the butcher is falling in love with Bessie? How do you know? Oh, last night she found a forget-me-not on her calf's liver? Oh, good. You went to the football game Saturday. Oh, really? $4.40 a ticket? My, that's expensive. What? Papa made a touchdown. Oh, Papa made a touchdown of the Elks Club. Oh. Well, I'll have to say goodbye, Mother. What? A message for George? Yeah. Oh, wait, I'll have to write that down. Hilda!
Yeah, Mrs. Burns?
Go in the den and get me a pencil, please. Oh, by the way, Mother, yesterday I went out in the garden and I picked the most beautiful sweet peas, but George didn't like them. Well, maybe I should have cooked them plain instead of with carrots. Oh, yeah. Well, I must tell you.
Here's your pencil. Mrs. Burns.
Oh, thanks. All right, Mother, I've got the pencil. What was that message again? Well, not so fast. Say hello to George. Oh, all right.
Oh, hello, sweetheart.
Oh, George, Mother just sent you a message. Hello.
Hello. Well, sit down, Gracie. I've got some wonderful news for you. MGM wants you to make a picture.
Really?
Yes. Mr. and Mrs. North was a big hit on Broadway last season, and now MGM wants you to be Mrs. North.
Well, I couldn't do that, George. I'm already Mrs. Burns.
I know that,
Oh,
but...
my mother wouldn't like it if I took a second husband.
I know that, but...
She isn't crazy about my first one.
I know that, too. Gracie, this is a wonderful opportunity for you. And another thing, it'll be a great experience. Then again, look at the practical side. Now, don't only think of yourself, think of me. Think of the money we'll make.
Oh, George, you sound just like you're proposing again.
Gracie, will you make the picture?
Certainly.
Well, Gracie, you've made me so happy that you can have anything you want.
Oh, will you give me my half of my salary?
I'm not that happy. Well, anyway, you're going to make this...
Hello, Bill.
Oh, hello,
Gracie.
Bill.
Hello, George. Say, what's this I've been reading in Luella Parsons' column that MGM wants Gracie to do Mr. and Mrs. North?
Is it in the paper already?
Yeah.
Say, I've got one in the den. I'll take a look. Gracie. What's that?
It's Jimmy Cash. He's rehearsing here.
Oh, yeah? Well, let me listen.
Open the door. I want to see if he made it. He did.
Say, George, Mr. and Mrs. North was a Broadway play, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, boy, I'd like to play a part like that Mr. North.
Do you think you can do it, Bill?
Oh, do it. There's nothing to acting. Watch, I'll be Mr. North, and Gracie, you're Mrs. North.
Oh, I just can't wait. Go ahead.
Mrs. North, darling, I've something important to tell you.
Yes? Well, go ahead.
Darling, did you know that Swan is the first really new white floating soap since the gay 90s? And Swan is 8 ways better than old-style floating soaps.
Oh, you say the sweetest things. Go ahead.
Why, for instance, darling, you should see the suds you get with Swan soap. Richer, longer-lasting suds. And Swan lathers twice as fast as any old-fashioned floating soap, even in the hardest water.
Oh, Mr. North, I'll bet you tell that to all the girls. Go ahead.
Mrs. North, darling, try Swan for washing your dishes. Try Swan for all your soap and water tasks. I love you, and you love Swan. Try Swan. It's the most...
You call that acting? Why, Bill, you've got no feeling. Look, I'll show you how to do it. Ah, Mrs. North, I love you. and Mrs. North, you love Swan. Swan, that wonderful soap. That floating soap. Just give me a cake. That white floating soap. And I'll go alone, happy, with you. And Swan.
Oh, what a ham.
He is not a ham, are you, George?
I should say not.
Oh, George, I want to thank you for that gold locket you left on the table yesterday.
A gold locket?
Yes.
What gold locket?
You know, the one that has the picture of the walrus in it.
A walrus?
Yes.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, I have to call up MGM and tell them that the deal is okay. Say, that's funny. There's a woman talking on the other end of the phone.
Oh, let me listen. Oh, it's my mother. She's still on the phone. I forgot to tell her to hang up. You can hang up, Mother. Goodbye.
Mr. Burns, you want to hear my song now?
Well, yeah, you can start, kid, but I've got to make a phone call. I'll be right in. Operator, get me MGM Studios.
Wasn't it you wakened my lonely heart? Wasn't it you showed me a world apart? Hasn't it all been thrilling, living from kiss to kiss? And weren't you more than willing to keep it forever like this? Wasn't it you who planned each exciting day? Heaven for two, and didn't you lead the way? Wasn't it you who said our love would never die? Wasn't it you who planned each exciting day? We found a heaven for two, and didn't you lead the way? Wasn't it you who said our love would never die? Can it be you now saying
Oh, Jimmy, that was swell. Now you can run back to the grocery store and close up.
Not tonight.
Oh, I bet you're going out tonight.
Yeah.
With a girl?
Yeah.
Nice?
It reminds me of my mother.
Who is she?
My sister.
Goodbye, Jimmy.
Oh, George, did you get MGM on the phone?
Oh, yes, and Irving Asher, the producer, is coming over in 20 minutes with a contract for Gracie to sign.
Well, gee, that's wonderful, George. It sounds exciting.
Well, it is.
Imagine Jimmy Cash going out with his sister.
Gracie, I'm talking about the picture.
Oh, that's wonderful, too.
Wonderful, and what a part that Mrs. North is. She's in every scene. She talks for hours. She says the silliest, staffiest, dumbest, craziest things you ever heard in your life.
I'm not going to do it.
It's one of the greatest, the most... You're not going to do it?
No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to get on that screen and say a lot of silly things. I want to act natural.
Act natural?
Well, certainly. I'm not going to have people laugh at me.
Look, Gracie...
It's the trouble with Hollywood. They miscast everybody. Like I saw a picture called Tom Harmon of Michigan, all about a football player. And the fellow who played the part of Tom Harmon wasn't the type at all.
The part was played by Tom Harmon.
Oh, now you see, he got the job because he was a relative.
Gracie, I've listened to you talk for years and years, and you say less than any woman I know.
That's why I can't play the part of Mrs. North. I don't talk enough.
That's because the days are getting shorter.
And then again, I don't believe that being quiet should be carried to extremes like some people do. Like I met a woman at the club last week, and I chatted with her just to be polite. And all the time I was with her, she didn't even say one word. But on the other hand...
Gracie, who was this woman?
Billy Burke. But on the other hand...
Billy Burke?
Yes.
Yeah, a regular sphinx.
Now, please, George. She's one of my dearest friends.
Gracie, this is a great part.
Not going to do it.
Hilda!
Yeah, I'm bringing the aspirin.
Yeah, that's what I meant, yes. Bill, you're a smart fella. Why don't you talk to Gracie?
Because I'm a smart fella.
Thanks.
Here's the aspirin.
Oh, Hilda, how's your boyfriend Olaf? You know, the one who always says hut-sut?
Please, Bill, now, Gracie, this is...
Not going to do it.
Oh, I don't go around with Olaf anymore.
No?
No, you know, he was so bashful that he never even kissed me on the forehead.
Oh, well, don't let that worry you, Hilda. I went around with George for 3 years before he kissed me on the forehead. And then he went back to kissing me on the lips again.
Yes, that's because you started wearing bangs. Anyway, listen, Gracie...
Not going to do it.
Mrs. Burns, I'm sorry. I had an accident. I tore one of your towels in half.
Oh, well, that's all right, Hilda. You can use it like Swan soap, half in the kitchen and half in the bathroom.
Well, thanks, Gracie.
Welcome.
Gracie, will you listen to me?
Not going to do it. So, Hilda, you gave up Olaf, huh?
Oh, yeah, I had to give him up. I couldn't understand him. He spoke with a dialect.
Well, who's your boyfriend now?
He's in the kitchen. I will call him. Come in, sweetheart.
Sí, mi vida, ¿qué quiere mi pedazo de caramelo?
Well, that's all I needed. It's Senor Lee. You're Hilda's sweetheart?
Hutsut.
Oh, go with that Hutsut.
Senor Burns, don't be a grouch. I like to see a man with a smile on his face. In your case, I would even settle for a face.
Look, Senor Lee, Olaf happens to be Hilda's childhood sweetheart.
I have thought it all out, Senor Burns, and the voice inside of me says, Senor Lee, you are a rat if you take Hilda away from Olaf.
Well?
Squeak, squeak.
Lee, you're not the guy for Hilda. She's just a nice, plain girl.
So what? What has Hedy Lamarr got that she hasn't got?
Well, nothing.
Boy, do you need glasses.
Hilda, take him back in the kitchen. Gracie, Mrs. North is a great part.
I'm not going to do it. Oh, it's Paul Whiteman. Hello, Paul.
Oh, hello, Paul.
Hello, everybody.
Gee, Paul, you've taken off some weight.
Yes, and I've got to take 10 more inches off my waistline.
Really? Why?
So I can get close enough to the table to reach the food.
Well, you look great, Paul. Just drag up a loading platform and sit down. Gracie, the producer is going to be here.
Not going to do it.
Look, honey, don't think that I'm trying to bribe you. But you know that beautiful caracal coat that we saw at Magnan's? The one you like so much?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'd like to see you buy it.
Well, then you should have been with me yesterday.
Gracie. MGM doesn't offer these parts.
Not going to do
No,
it.
not going to do
Hey,
it.
I hate to change the tempo, but when I was here yesterday, I left a gold locket on the table. It was for Mrs. Whiteman. It's her birthday today. May I have it?
Oh, so that's the locket Gracie was talking about. Paul, was that your locket?
Yes, my picture was in it.
Oh, yes, the walrus. Gracie, where's the locket?
You mean the locket?
Yes, the locket.
You mean the gold locket?
Yeah, the gold locket. Where's the locket?
Well, you never can tell when something might be missing, and if it is, I didn't do it.
Gracie, don't...
Say, today is my wife's birthday. Don't tell me it's lost.
Well, it isn't exactly lost. What happened was, I was sitting and knitting some backless sweaters for soldiers, and all of a sudden...
Backless sweaters?
Well, yes, they asked me to knit sweaters for the boys at the front.
Gracie, what about the locket?
Well, I'm coming to that. And all of a sudden, a burglar climbed through the window.
A burglar?
Oh, yes, the town's full of burglars. They're here for a convention, I guess.
Yes, I read about it in the papers.
You did?
Yes.
Then you believe this story?
Oh, sure I do.
Oh, boy, wait till you hear the finish. A burglar came in a half an hour ago, took the locket, hit me on the head, and I was unconscious for 5 hours.
You were, huh?
Why, Gracie, according to that story, you'd be unconscious right now.
That's right. That's why I think she's telling the truth. Gracie, where's the locket?
Oh, I'm awfully sorry, Paul. I thought George left that locket there as a surprise for me.
Well, where is it?
Well, you know that antique shop around the corner?
Yes.
I traded it in.
You traded it in?
But, Gracie, how could you think it was your locket? Didn't you see P.W. engraved on it?
Well, yeah, but, Paul, I thought the engraver had an impediment in his speech and pronounced my name Tracy Wallen.
Tracy Wallen? Well, anyway, what did you trade the locket for? I mean the locket. What did you trade it for?
Well, I traded it in for this musical powder box. Look.
But that locket was an heirloom.
Yes, but this musical powder box is a genuine antique. It's 150 years old, and when you lift up the lid, it plays music. Listen.
Oh, Daddy. 150 years old?
Yeah, an old daddy.
An old daddy, huh? Close it. Close it.
Come on, Gracie. Let's go over to the antique shop and get my locket back.
All right, Paul, let's go.
But, Gracie, the producer is coming with the contract.
I won't do it.
Gracie, you're staying in the house.
I won't do it.
Gracie, you're staying here.
I won't do it.
You will.
I won't.
You will.
I won't.
You will.
I won't.
You will.
I won't.
You will.
Paul Whiteman and the orchestra playing The Waltz of the Flowers.
this is great. A producer from MGM is coming to our house, and here we are in front of an antique shop.
Oh, now, boys, I better go in alone. If we all go in, he might think the locket's very valuable, and even though it's worth nothing, he might double the price. And double nothing is $64, and it's certainly not worth $64, so I think the best thing for me to do is to go get it myself.
Now go in, and if you're not out in 2 minutes, I'm coming in to get you.
All right. Now, don't go away.
Oh.
How do you do, madam? Aren't you the lady who swapped the locket for a musical powder box?
Well, yes, and I'd like to swap it back for the locket.
Oh, gladly. But can I keep the picture inside?
Do you like it?
Oh, yes. It'll make a wonderful design for a poker chip.
Oh, well, here's your powder box. Will you wrap up the locket?
Gladly.
Oh, my, you have lovely things here. Isn't this adorable? A statue of a woman with a clock at the center of her forehead.
Madam, this is an exact reproduction of Venus de Milo.
Oh, the poor thing. She has no arms. How does she keep the clock wound?
Well, I couldn't say. My partner will be back later.
Well, wrap it up.
Gladly. Well, here's your locket all wrapped up in a little box for you.
Oh, thank you.
Gladly. Who's that?
Oh, that's my husband knocking on the window. If he thinks I'm going home to sign that movie contract, he's crazy. I'll stay here all day, even if I have to buy the whole store.
You mean you've got a chance to be a movie star and you don't want to?
I should say not. If I'm a movie star, I'd have to put my footprints in cement in front of the Chinese theater.
Well?
Well, if I got lost in the woods, then no one could find me because I wouldn't have any footprints.
Yes, I see. Well, here's your clock, madam.
Here they come.
Gracie, what's taking you so long?
Well, I just bought the prettiest clock. Here, hold it.
All right, Gracie, the producer is waiting.
I'm not going to do it. Here, George, put this little box in your pocket.
But, Gracie...
Oh, mister, what a beautiful vase.
Oh, fine.
That's an antique.
You'd never know it.
Well, the older they are, the more valuable they become.
You know, if I were you, mister, I'd get a younger clerk in here so it'll make your antiques look older.
Now, look,
Gracie, I'd like to give that locket to my wife for her 27th birthday. And that happens to be today.
Oh, really, Paul? Well, you ought to buy her a present.
Gracie, we've got to get home.
Not going to do it.
Madam, that vase you admired is a genuine Ming vase.
Ming vase. Wrap it up.
Gladly.
And,
Gracie.
George, you'll have to buy me a coat to match it.
Oh, a Ming coat.
Yeah.
I thought so, yes.
Oh, and my, what a beautiful antique bed. I must go over and see it.
George, you'll never get her home to sign the contract.
Well, what can I do, Bill?
You better do something. I'd like to give that locket to my wife for her 35th birthday.
Well, I'm trying to get it, but I keep getting sidetracked.
Well, don't let yourself get sidetracked. I'll show you how to get it. Watch me. Hey, mister.
Yes, sir?
Now, look, that gentleman over there happens to be Paul Whiteman.
Paul
and
Whiteman?
yesterday,
Why,
yes,
my,
and
he's put on some weight, didn't he?
Anyway, this
oh,
lady...
You know, I've been listening to Paul Whiteman for years, and I just love him on that new radio show.
Never mind the new radio show, and never mind Paul Whiteman. This lady
Is
came
it
in...
true about that soap? Does it really do all they say?
Never mind about the... Is it true?
There we go.
Why, listen, Mr. Swan is even more than they say. It's a brand new kind of white floating soap. 8 ways better than old-style floating soap.
Bill, don't get sidetracked.
Don't worry, I won't. Why, Swan is whiter. It smells fresh and clean. And Swan soap is pure and gentle, as mild as the very finest imported Castile soaps.
Oh, Bill, I'd just love to hear you talk, but talk slower. I'm in no hurry.
Oh, well. Swan soap is so mild, it's ideal for bathing the baby.
Bill, don't forget it's my wife's birthday.
Congratulations. And remember, each cake of Swan is really twins. Break Swan in 2. Use half in the kitchen, half in your tub or shower. Try Swan. It comes in that cool-looking green wrapper with the white swan on the front. Now, you see, George, nobody sidetracks me. When I talk
Bill.
about
I
a
heard
subject,
it. I
don't
was
get...
here all the time. Now, look, I've got to get Gracie home to sign that contract. Look, Gracie.
I'm not going to do it. What did you say that bed was?
Well, this is great.
It's genuine antique. Why, George Washington slept in this bed, and so did Thomas Jefferson, and so did James Monroe.
Who slept in the middle?
In the middle?
Wrap it up.
Gladly.
Gracie, please get that locket. I'd like to give it to my wife on her 48th birthday.
Gracie, the producer
I'm
is...
not going to do it. Mister, what's on the 3rd shelf?
That's dust.
Wrap it up.
Wrap it up. Quiet. Look, mister, I've had enough of this.
Well, look who's hello. Oh, it's Elsie Myers who lives across the street from us. Hello, Elsie.
Hello, Gertrude.
My name is Gracie.
Oh, yeah, I must remember that. Say, Gracie, is that big antique moose head yours?
Yeah, we've been married for years.
I knew that barber gave me a bum haircut.
Well, I just dropped in to get an ashtray for my husband. What's his name?
Frank.
Oh, yeah, I must remember that.
Gracie, get that locket. I've got to get home with it before May Robeson leaves me.
Now, I'm going to settle this. Mister, where's that locket that my wife traded?
Why, I gave it to her a half hour ago.
You did?
Gladly.
Gracie, where's the locket?
I gave it to you. It's in your pocket.
In my pocket?
Gladly.
Gladly, look. Well, come on, let's go. Oh, here it is, Paul.
Oh, goodbye. Oh, Elsie, you remember Bill Goodwin. You met him last week.
Oh, yes, he sells duck soup.
Swan soap.
Yeah, must remember that.
Well, come on, let's go.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, boys.
Bye.
Well, come on, Gracie, let's hurry home. I hope that producer is still here.
Come in, Senor Burns.
Hey, Lee, why are you opening the door? Where's Hilda?
She's upstairs putting my clothes in the guest room.
You're going to live here?
Why not? If you can stand this house, I can.
Hey, Lee, is there a man in here waiting for me?
He left a half hour ago.
I knew this would happen now. The whole deal is probably off.
George, would you like some homemade cookies from the May Company?
No. After working for weeks trying to get you that part, and such a great part, and such a great picture, and such a great story. You...
Hello? Who? Yes?
Who was that?
Mr. Lasvogel.
Oh, that snoopy neighbor who's always looking in our windows. Gracie, hang up.
What? Oh, thank you very much. Goodbye. George, Mr. Lasvogel said that the man who was here smoked 2 of your cigars and left a note on the piano.
That guy knows everything. Always looking in our windows. Say, Gracie, look at this. Dear George, I waited as long as I could, but will be back tomorrow to have Gracie sign contract. Mrs. North will be a wonderful part for Gracie.
Not going to do it.
I know that it's a perfect part for her because all Gracie has to do is be herself. Signed, Irving Asher.
Be myself? Well, that's different. Now I'll do it.
I thought so, yeah.
Well, I thought they wanted me to play a dizzy dame like Betty Davis and the Little Foxes.
Betty Davis and the Little Foxes is a dizzy dame?
Well, sure, any dame that would kill Herbert Marshall must be dizzy.
Well, I guess so. I guess you're
Remember, folks, buy Swan. Try Swan. Get Swan at your dealers today. See for yourself if Swan isn't really 8 ways better than old-style floating soaps. And now, once again, George and Gracie.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Gracie. This is Mrs. Whiteman.
Ask her how she liked the locket.
How did you like the locket Paul gave you?
Well, I traded it in.
Well, I don't blame you. For what?
Listen.
Good night, folks. Good.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time. Until then, this is Phil Goodwin saying, well, I Swan. Why don't you? This is...
Somebody's friend 誰かのために生きられるなら一夜
して優しさに甘えていたくはない Get chance and love 君だけが守れるものがどこかにあるさ Get chance and love 一人でも傷ついた夢を取り戻すよ
Hunt the Biggest of All game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of the great detective. The Green Hornet strikes again. An interesting book is an ideal form of relief from torpedo tension and convoy fatigue. The American Merchant Marine Library Association needs 100,000 books right now for the men that man America's fleet of victory ships. They request that all books be wrapped in clearly marked books and sent to them. Most urgently needed are novels, westerns, and biographies, while the demand for subjects such as the war and post-war planning are on a steady increase. Mail your books for seamen today to Merchant Marine Library, New York 6, New York. And if you live west of the Mississippi, to Merchant Marine Library, San Francisco 11, California. Mail your books today. And now, the Green Hornet. The girl looked up as a well-built, pleasant-looking man approached the switchboard at the Daily Sentinel.
Daily Sentinel? Just a moment, please. May I help you, sir?
I'd like to talk to the city editor.
Yes, sir. May I have your name?
My name is Perry. Oliver Perry.
Oliver Perry? Oh, yes, sir. Just a moment.
Gunnigan speaking.
Mr. Oliver Perry is here to see you, Mr. Gunnigan.
Oliver Perry, did you say?
Yes, sir.
Have him come right in.
Go right in, Mr. Perry. The city room's through that door.
Thanks a lot.
Daily Sentinel. Oh, hello, Jenny. Listen, who do you think just came in? Oliver Perry. What? Why, I thought everybody knew about him. People talk about what he's done from coast to coast. Yeah, he's the country's greatest detective.
Say, have you read about the Nazis' latest move?
Yeah. But say, what do you think about Oliver Perry solving that New York murder case?
I don't see how he did it. He's a wonder.
You think Japan's sincere when she says she wants to keep the peace?
It's hard to tell. Oh, by the way, I noticed that Oliver Perry's cleared up that Hollywood kidnapping case. Oh, believe me, that man sure knows his stuff.
Millie, do you have to drive so fast?
To tell the truth, I'm scared to death of being stopped by that awful auto bandit. The police should do something.
Oh, don't you read the newspapers? Something has been done. The auto bandit's been caught by Oliver Perry.
Well, have a chair, Mr. Perry.
Thank you.
Now, what can we do for you?
I have a little time to spend in your city, and so I decided I could use a certain reward which is offered by your newspaper, if the offer is still open.
Reward?
Yes, the $25,000 for the capture of the Green Hornet.
Say, this will rate a headline. Oliver Perry hunts Green Hornet. You'll get the reward, all right.
Hold on. I don't want any publicity on it just yet. Time enough for that if and when I catch the Hornet.
Okay, Mr. Perry. Of course, it goes without saying the Sentinel gets the exclusive story from you on the capture.
Well, he isn't caught yet, Mr. Gunnigan.
Yes, I know. But I hear that you do a lot of research and always have a particular suspect in mind when you go on a case. Say, by the way, do you suspect any certain one as being the Hornet?
The conclusions I drew from my research pointed to one of two people, Mr. Gunnigan. I might say now, though, that it's narrowed down to one. Yes, I definitely suspect a certain person.
Holy mackerel, who do you think is...
You really don't think I'd tell that to anyone, do you?
No, I suppose not. Well, I'll assign a reporter to help you. Ed Lowry's one of our best.
That won't be necessary. I can... Well, on second thought, he might be able to help me out with information from time to time. I'm stopping at the Midtown Hotel. Have him come there this afternoon about 3.
Okay, Mr. Perry. As I see it, the Green Hornet is about to meet his match at last.
Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, alighted from a cab and crossed the walk to the Sentinel building. He met Ed Lowry coming out the open door.
Hello, Ed. Where are you heading for?
Oh, hi, boss. Oh, I got a couple of things to do, and then I'm going to the Midtown Hotel to help Oliver Perry on a big case.
Oliver Perry, the famous detective?
Right, and wait till you hear what's cooking. The scoop of the year it is, boss, that's what. And it's one scoop, though, that's going to cost the Sentinel a lot of dough.
Cost the Sentinel dough? How come, Ed?
Well, boss, you can get ready to fork over 25,000 smackers because Perry's out to run down the Green Hornet himself.
After leaving the Sentinel office, Oliver Perry returned to his hotel room. There, he was talking to an assistant whom he hadn't mentioned to Mr. Gunnigan.
Well, Jack, I've set the stage by a visit to the city editor of the Daily Sentinel.
You think he'll keep his mouth shut like you told him to?
Outside of the reporter he's assigned to assist me, I think he'll keep quiet in hopes of getting a scoop for the paper. We made a bargain along those lines.
Why do you need that reporter, Chief? How can he help?
Oh, he'll be a sort of a contact man between us and the Sentinel. You know what I mean?
Yeah, not a bad idea at that.
The reporter and the city editor will be the only ones knowing what I intend to do. Now, let's check over this data to be certain we've missed nothing. Also, I'll add to it the notes I made while going through the files of the Sentinel today.
According to what you've got there, Chief, the Hornet's methods always follow a certain pattern.
That's right. I've concluded we're up against a very clever man, Jack. I'm going to exert every ounce of strength and ability in running down this guy who calls himself the Green Hornet.
Meantime, Britt Reed found it impossible to concentrate on his work. Finally, he leaned back in his chair and vacantly stared at his desk, while certain thoughts raced through his mind.
From what I know of that guy Perry, he doesn't rush into a case unless he's gathered a lot of dope beforehand. That makes it more or less of a sure thing. If he's done a lot of research on the Hornet cases, he may already be on the right track to disclose the identity of the Green Hornet. Gosh, I can almost hear them shouting the headlines.
Hextree, paper! Publisher, Daily Sentinel exposed as Green Hornet! Hextree, paper!
Great Scott, I'm letting this thing make me jittery. It's one thing I can't allow now. I'll call Cato on the private line and promote a little action at least.
Miss Britt Reed's apartment?
Cato, would you know Oliver Perry, the detective, if you saw him?
Oh, you, Mr. Britt. Yes, I see his picture often in papers. I not forget faces.
And that's what I was counting on. Listen, Perry's stopping in the Midtown Hotel. Go down there and watch for him. If he goes out, trail him.
Mr. Perry work on case Green Hornet need to solve?
You said it. Perry's after the Green Hornet himself, and he's no slouch when it comes to sleuthing.
Oh, he one hound that bay a little too close for comfort, perhaps.
Right. And in this case, the fox will have to find a way to bite the hound. But good.
I read article in magazine which say Perry never go on case without plenty of facts which point to guilty one.
Cheerful little earful you're handing me, Cato, but you've hit the nail right on the head. He's not going into this unprepared by a long shot.
You think of plan, Mr. Britt?
I'm thinking, but the plan will have to come later. Anyway, I'll wait for him to make the first move. So that's why I want you to keep tabs on him.
I get down there plenty fast. Right away, Mr. Britt.
Good. Call me when you find out anything.
Yes, sir.
See you later, Cato. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Meantime, Ed Lowry arrived at the door of Oliver Perry's room. Hearing his knock, Perry sent his assistant, Jack, into an adjoining room so that he could talk to the reporter alone.
Oh, hi, Mr. Perry. Here I am.
Come right in, Mr. Lowry. Come in.
Yes.
Let me take your hat and coat.
Thank you.
Find a chair and make yourself comfortable.
Thank you. Oh, this one will do, right here. You know, you don't look like I thought big shot detectives do look.
That's all?
Yeah. I've heard real detectives went around with a magnifying glass and looked for clues and stuff.
I'm not up to all that, I guess, Lowry. Actually, I do a great deal of paperwork, research, and all that sort of thing. For instance, I've got notes on the various cases in which the Green Hornet's been involved. I've learned a lot from them.
Well, what do you know? But believe me, Mr. Perry, that Hornet's not going to be a cinch to grab off. He's a tough egg and a darn smart one.
So I understand. By the way, I hope you haven't told anyone I'm hunting the Hornet.
Well, no, nobody but the big boss.
Big boss?
Yeah, the publisher of the Daily Sentinel, Britt Reed. He's the guy who'll pay out that dough if you catch the Hornet, you know.
Oh, I see. I suppose Reed's the old, crabby type of boss, huh?
Oh, that's a good one. No, as a matter of fact, Mr. Reed's just about your build and the youngest publisher in the game. Why, he'd be a cinch for a fullback on anybody's football team, that guy.
Keeps himself in trim, huh? The, athletic type, maybe?
And how? He's a swell guy, the boss. Plenty of dough, high society and all that, but a regular guy.
That's interesting. Young, husky, owner of a newspaper through which he can get inside dope on what's taking place. Plenty of money, and probably plenty of time on his hands, too.
Yeah, that's just about it. Mm-hmm. And he's no lily either. When the boss gets to fighting rackets or graft or something, he goes all the way out in his editorials. Yes, Reed's plenty smart. You can take it from me.
I believe you, Lowry. I'm sure he is very smart.
Well, when do we start detecting for the Hornet?
Oh, I have a little more groundwork to cover before I'll need your help. You might phone me tonight if it's convenient.
Oh, okay, Mr. Perry. That all for now?
Yes. Thanks for coming.
Well, I guess I'll scram then. I'll get my hat and coat here. Thank you. I'll call you tonight. So long.
Goodbye, Lowry. Okay, Jack. He's gone. You can come in now.
Did you learn what you expected to from the reporter?
I sure did, Jack. Plenty. I want to go over my notes for a minute. Now, according to this data, the Hornet always uses a very distinctive high-powered car of unusual design. Also a unique gun which shoots gas.
Well, so what?
Proving he's above the average in intelligence. Somewhat scientific turn of mind. Also, as we discovered, he's often taken big sums of money from other crooks. Then, within a day or two of the crime, exactly the same sum has been anonymously donated to some charity.
You think the Hornet gave the money away, then?
Yeah. That shows he's a man of means, therefore not in need of money. Then again, he leaves identifying Hornet seals at the scene of each crime.
A bit of bravado, as Dr. Watson might say.
Right, Dr. Watson. We also noted that each crime has been scooped by the Sentinel, which led us to believe someone in that paper must be in contact with the Hornet.
Yeah, and the Sentinel's the only paper offering a reward for the Hornet. $25,000, which is a lot of dough.
That might be an act of bravado on the part of an official of the paper, Jack. That reporter told Reed, the Sentinel publisher, what I'm after, as I knew either he or Mr. Gunnigan would. Did you happen to overhear our conversation about Lowry's boss, Britt Reed?
Well, I heard you egging him on, though I don't see why. Say, do you mean you suspect...
Jack, I suspected the Green Hornet could be either Gunnigan or Reed. I got a look at Gunnigan, and he's definitely out. But after pumping Lowry about his boss with good results, my suspicion now points strongly at Britt Reed himself as the Green Hornet.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Today, the home front battle against rising food prices is almost won. But this battle is by no means over. The danger of inflation continues as great as ever. There's a ceiling price for almost every food we buy, and these prices are posted in food stores all over the country. They were put there for a good reason. Unless grocer and housewife work together to maintain price ceilings, food prices will skyrocket and inflation will inevitably follow. Remember, the danger of a runaway price rise will not cease with the defeat of Germany. So abide by the rules, so we can continue to keep food prices down and help ensure a stable and prosperous America when the war is won. And now, back to the Green Hornet. Unaware that by his research and deductions, Oliver Perry was hitting close to the truth, Britt Reed stood talking to Gunnigan in the city room when Lowry came in.
Oh, hi, boss. Oh, hello, Gunnigan.
Hi, well, Ed, how do you like detecting?
Oh, nothing to it, boss. You just do a lot of figuring and then go out and bring in your criminal.
Did Perry tell you that, Lowry?
Oh, he didn't tell me much of anything. In fact, most of the time I was there, we talked about you, boss.
About me?
Yeah. Perry was sure interested to know all about you. And believe me, I sure gave you a big build-up.
Oh, thanks. I hope he was satisfied with what you told him, eh?
Ah, he ate it up. Well, he couldn't have shown more interest if I'd been giving him inside dope on the Hornet himself.
Oh, I see. Did you volunteer this information, Ed?
Oh, no. Come to think of it, he sort of drew it out of me. But it was all good, boss, so don't worry.
Well, thanks for the tip, Ed.
What, tip?
The tip not to worry. I'll try to follow it.
Listen to him, Gunnigan. A guy who doesn't have a worry in the world. That's a hot one.
I'll take over your worries anytime, Chief.
Oh, who can tell? You might take over something you didn't bargain for, Gunnigan. Well, I'll be getting upstairs in my office.
Okay, boss. And I'll let you know when Perry catches up with the Hornet.
Thanks, Ed. That's one moment I'm waiting for. And how.
Britt Reed returned to his own office and sat at his desk thinking over what Lowry had said.
That guy Perry's sure getting hot. No one has any doubt that he won't succeed.
You ask me, boss. The Hornet's the one that's going to need the luck with Oliver Perry on the prowl. He always gets his man, you know.
He always gets his man, they say.
I read an article in magazine which say Perry never go on case without plenty of facts which point to a guilty one.
And he gathers enough facts so as to be sure of himself. I wonder what his facts he has this time.
Perry sure was interested to know all about you. He couldn't have shown more interest if I'd been giving him inside dope on the Hornet himself.
Little did Lowry know that he was giving Perry just that. Perry purposely pumped him about me. That means only one thing. Perry definitely suspects me. Oh, well, no use letting it get me. There's bound to be a showdown, and soon. I've got to keep my nerves steady to meet it. From here on, it's Perry or the Green Hornet.
A short time later, Oliver Perry, who had left his hotel for a while, returned to his room where his assistant, Jack, was waiting. Following a previously discussed plan, Jack put in a call to Britt Reed at the Sentinel.
Hello?
You the big boss?
I'm the publisher of the Daily Sun.
Then you're the guy I want to talk to. Is that offer still good for the capture of the Hornet?
Yes, of course. Why?
Then listen, buddy, I got a tip for you. The Green Hornet's going to stick up Big Boy Lewis at his roadhouse on East Highway tonight at 9 o'clock.
Well, how do you know that? Who are you?
I just know that's all. And if that Hornet gets hooked, I'll be around. Don't worry. So long.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Tip about the Hornet, huh? That's...
Oh, sorry I take so long, Mr. Britt.
Hello, Cato. What did you find out, if anything?
I watched for Mr. Perry. He come out of hotel, take taxi to Lewis's roadhouse on East Highway. I follow. Then he leave there and come back to hotel. I come right here then.
Oh, so that's it.
What do you mean?
Cato, someone just called and tipped me off that Hornet was to pull a hold-up at Lewis' place at 9 tonight.
Oh, it seemed like trap set by detectives.
Exactly. If I don't go, his suspicions will be more or less confirmed. If I do go, he'll have a trap set.
That sounds like you think he already suspect you.
He does suspect me, Cato. I'm sure of that from something Lowry said. But Perry doesn't know that I have any such idea. He wouldn't waste his time here on a hit-or-miss hunt for the Hornet. He came here with a definite suspect in mind.
Shades of ancestors. Well, what we do, Mr. Britt?
Lowry told him I knew of his mission. Therefore, he'll expect me as Britt Reed to phone about the tip and notify the police, which would be the normal thing to do.
Well, he not know you realize it be trap, perhaps.
No. And in that case, he'd figure if I am the Hornet, I'll probably go out to protect my honor. His research would have shown him that the Hornet always did that in the past.
Then if Hornet not show up...
His suspicions would be confirmed, Cato. Well, I'll first do my duty as Britt Reed. After that, the Hornet will make plans. I'll phone Perry and the police right now.
Hello?
Mr. Perry, this is Britt Reed of the Sentinel.
Oh, yes, Mr. Reed, the publisher. I've been hoping to meet you.
Yes. I'm calling to tell you we had a tip that the Green Hornet would be at the Lewis Roadhouse at 9 tonight. I've already let the police know.
I see. Thanks for the tip, Mr. Reed. Too bad the police have to be in on it, too.
It's the usual thing to call them in such a case, don't you think?
Oh, yes, of course. I have an idea, Mr. Reed.
Yes?
How would you like to have me pick you up and take you out there with me? After all, you, as the publisher of the Sentinel and the one offering the reward, must be very much interested in seeing the Hornet captured.
Say, that's a good idea, Mr. Perry. I'd like to go with you. I'll be waiting for you in front of the Sentinel building.
Fine. I'll be seeing you, Mr. Reed, in front of the Sentinel building in about 20 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Perry. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, Jack, that was Reed himself. I'll have him right where I can watch him tonight. I'll bet you odds that because he will be with me, the Green Hornet won't show up.
Looks like you've really cornered Reed. But suppose while Reed's with you, the Hornet does show up.
Jack, I'm staking all my ability at deduction on the fact that Britt Reed is the Hornet. If it turns out he isn't, and the Hornet shows up as proof of that fact, well, I'll admit I'm licked and give up the hunt.
After a brief discussion with Britt Reed, Cato left the office and returned to Reed's apartment, intent upon carrying out a plan which Britt Reed had outlined to him. Meanwhile, at the appointed time, Oliver Perry stopped for Britt Reed, and the two men started out the river road in Perry's car, headed for the roadhouse.
You really think the Hornet will make an appearance tonight, Mr. Reed?
Well, one never knows about the Green Hornet, Mr. Perry.
No, but one can suspect, or make a guess.
I presume you suspect rather than guess.
That's the nature of a detective, Mr. Reed. But I never suspect without good cause.
So I've heard. You build up quite a reputation for yourself, Mr. Perry.
Thank you. I always build up a case after I get facts that point to a definite suspect.
I see. Then you suspect a certain person of being the Hornet, no doubt.
That's right. If it turns out that I'm wrong, I don't intend to pursue the case any further. But I hope for success.
Of course. Yeah, that car behind us is closing up pretty fast, I notice.
Yeah, some speed demon, no doubt. I'll have to give him plenty of room. This road isn't too wide along here. Say, what is this? He's crowding us over.
Look, he's masked. Must be the Green Hornet.
Maybe. Whoever he is, we're being crowded off the road. If I didn't have my hands on this wheel, I'd take my gun.
Perry. You better stop.
Nothing left to do. We'll stop.
He's coming. Get your gun out. I don't carry one.
I'll shoot him down before he can get... Holy smoke, my gun's gone.
Quick, look around. It must have slipped out of your pocket.
If I don't find it, I'll be certain that my suspicions
are... We can't sit here like this. He's coming. I'll get out and tackle him. Come on, Perry. Hurry.
Reed, come back here. I know that you're the...
Hurry, Perry. I've got him. Get me hard. Make it a real fight.
I'd not like to, but...
Hurry. Put this gun on the car floor. Use the gas gun on me, then leave and go to his hotel room and do what I told you to do. Gas me quick. It's my only chance. Quick. Perry, he's got me. Do something. Hurry.
I found the gun. I'm coming.
Take this mug. Run. Leave now. Gas.
Reed, if you can. Great Scott. Reed's not faking. He's out cold. That could have been the real Hornet at that. Hey, stop! Stop, I say! Now, it's no use. I guess he's getting away. The mask, that special-built car, the gas gun he used on Reed. It could have been the Hornet. Yet I'm still not sure. I told Jack to go on out to the roadhouse, but I think I'll take Reed to my hotel room. I'm still not satisfied that he's not tied up in this some way.
After leaving the scene of his fake battle with Britt Reed, Cato took another route and doubled back to town at a fast clip in the Black Beauty. Meanwhile, Perry lifted the seemingly unconscious Reed into his car and returned to his hotel. By the time they arrived, Britt Reed had regained consciousness, though he still acted a bit groggy. Soon he was resting in a lounge chair in Perry's hotel room.
I've often heard of the effects of the Hornet's gas gun.
You seem to have felt the effects of it, Reed. Yet I'm still wondering if...
What were you going to say, Perry?
Perhaps I'll tell you after I read this telegram. My assistant must have opened it and left it here in my desk.
Good news, I hope.
No, routine business in a way. The trial of a big racketeer has been moved up. They want me to return to the coast as witness. I'm not so sure that Great Scott.
What's the matter?
This envelope. It must have been lying under the open telegram. I just noticed it. It has a seal on it. The seal of the Green Hornet.
Holy smoke.
I'll open it. What? Listen to this. It's a printed note. Sorry you was out when I called. Took all your notes about me so as I could read 'em for a laugh. I'm laughing already, mister, when I know you're way off the track chasing the wrong guy. Maybe you ain't so smart at that. What do you think? Well, I'll be...
Why, he must have come out here while we were on the way to the roadhouse and before he stopped us on the pike.
Yes, I guess you're right, Mr. Reed.
What does he mean when he says you are cashing the wrong guy? Did you really make a mistake by suspecting someone who isn't the Hornet?
I think I told you I had a definite suspect in mind. But this convinces me he couldn't have been the Green Hornet. That criminal is yet to be caught.
What are you going to do, Mr. Perry?
I'm going to the coast as requested by this telegram. Perhaps someday I'll come back and pursue my hunt for the Green Hornet.
Well, Mr. Perry, I guess all I can say to that is better luck next time.
That's the Lux Street paper. Britt Reed attacked by Green Hornet. Oliver Perry rescues young publisher. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. That's the Lux Street paper.
The work of the Junior Red Cross is ever increasing, and its importance cannot be emphasized too much. By means of voluntary contributions and money-raising campaigns, the Junior Red Cross has established and maintains the National Children's Fund. This fund helps to meet the emergency needs of boys and girls throughout the world. Children should have their school teachers call the local Red Cross chapter. Teachers will be given complete information and may then enroll the youngsters of America as members of the Junior Red Cross. Mothers and fathers are urged to cooperate wholeheartedly with the schools of America to help make this the biggest year yet for the Junior Red Cross. Joining this organization is the best way for your children to help the country's war effort. You may obtain further information at your local Red Cross chapter. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Henry Stambaugh speaking. This is the Blue Network.
Face extinction. A rogue soldier leads an unstoppable force across the galaxy, and only you stand in his way.
Don't you understand? You've lost. Everyone you know and love. Everyone, you will all die.
Let's finish this!
Join us. Is submission not preferable to extinction?
We just spotted a troop ship, and there's bleeding gas all over the bomb site.
Can you hold them off?
There's too many! I don't think we can hold them! I'm activating the nuke!
I'm sorry, Ash. I had to make a choice.
I understand.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Up fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, when gun law ruled the range country, many towns were under the domination of a local boss. Even the sheriff took orders from him, and the true principles of democracy might have been destroyed on the frontier if the masked rider of the plains had not taken a hand. It was he, more than any other man, who brought justice to everyone, who put an end to the law of force and made the winning of the West possible. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're
heading for Sumner. There's going to be trouble. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The traveling troupe of players calling themselves the Great Winston Repertoire Company, purveyors of polite entertainment and cultured drama, was in reality a seedy group of third-rate old-time actors and amateurish youngsters. Nevertheless, as it made its way through the rich western mining towns on its journey to San Francisco, it met with great success. The miners, starved for amusement, paid well to enjoy its mildewed plays. In Sumner, the troupe was beginning the second week of an indefinite engagement. And when, on the night our story opens, the curtain was lowered on the final act, the delighted audience howled and stamped its approval.
Hey, ain't that Nora girl pretty to look at? She nearly had me crying, Wolf. Aren't she great in the second act there where she told off that polecat in the stovepipe hat?
Come on, Roof. Let's get out of here.
Gosh, you're a lucky fella, Mr. Meade.
Yeah?
I mean, being friends like that there play-acting girl. Gosh, I never knew a female could be as pretty as that, outside of pictures.
She's pretty, all right.
Not to mention she's got a rich brother she don't know nothing about. You ought to...
Shut up about her brother.
Wow.
You ought to savvy my orders by this time.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Meade. Honest, I am. I forgot was all.
That's enough.
Yeah. Ain't that there your buggy?
It is.
Going riding with that play-acting girl again?
Making it your business?
Shucks, no, but every evening you...
One of these days, Ruth, that blabbing mouth of yours will be shut for good.
I ain't saying nothing.
You're like all the other fools in this town. You talk your head off, I'd let you.
Gosh, Mr. Meade, I guess there ain't nobody in Sumner that'd have the nerve to go again you.
They'd better not. Blasted, here comes everybody out. I'd hope she'd get here before they could see her.
Oh, here she comes.
Clear out.
Yeah, I'll...
Did I keep you waiting? Am I late? I hurried just as fast as I could. You are...
Quick, into the buggy. Stand clear. Get up there. Come on, get up. Get up there. Get up there. Get up. Get up. Get up. They would have mobbed you.
They're just being friendly, that's all. It shouldn't matter to you.
Well, it does. Get up there. Get up.
Where are we going?
Out the mountain road. Fine?
Oh, no, I love it.
Like this country?
You know I do. I've never seen anything half so beautiful or wild back east.
Then why don't you stay in Sumner?
Please.
Still hoping to find that runaway brother of yours, eh?
I told you that's the only reason I came west. And I will find Bob someday.
How? By play acting on a stage?
I have my living to earn.
No, you haven't.
Oh, but I have. You don't understand. I haven't a penny except what Mr. Winston pays me.
That ain't what I meant.
No.
Nora, you and me are going to have a talk.
What about Mr. Meade?
And don't call me Mr. Meade. Can't you say Carl?
I'd rather not.
You'd get used to it. Wouldn't be near so hard to say later on if you just get started now. Whoa there, whoa, boy. Whoa, whoa.
Oh, my favorite view. You remembered, didn't you?
Uh-huh. That's why I stopped here.
The valley, thousands of feet below. The moon shining on...
Now, wait. I said we was going to have a talk.
A talk?
About us and your brother.
I...
Look here, Nora. You hanker to find Bob pretty bad, don't you?
Of course I do. Our folks are dead. He's the only family I have. We haven't seen each other for 5 years, but we were such awfully good friends.
Just picked up and hightailed, eh?
There was nothing for him in the East. He'd heard of the gold, the silver to be found out here.
Ever hear from him?
Just the first year, twice. Nothing after that.
No idea at all where he located.
Both times he wrote, it was from a different place.
Uh-huh. There's lots of drifters come out here. Most of them come to a bad end.
Oh, no, not Bob.
Well, that wasn't what I was getting at. Nora, I reckon you've been in town long enough by now to have some notion how I rate in Sumner.
Everyone says you're awfully important.
Just about run things, I guess. Got twice the cash anybody else has, too. Got plenty. Got plenty for 2 people.
2 people?
Sure, why not? You and me.
You don't waste much time, do you?
Never have, never will. Now, how's it strike you? Wouldn't be so bad for a penniless girl getting hitched to me, would it? Not so bad, eh?
Really, I don't know what to say.
Don't see the difficulty.
We scarcely know each other.
That can be changed.
But I'd never thought of it before.
What do you suppose I was taking your buggy riding for? Didn't I give you no hint?
I'd rather not talk about it now. Some other evening.
Never no better time than the present. You heard me say I had plenty of cash, didn't you?
Money doesn't matter.
Cash always matters. Ain't nothing matters more than cash. Ain't nothing nicer to have. You ain't got the right feelings toward cash. That's one of the things you'll have to learn different after we get hitched.
Oh, but I haven't said we would. In fact, I'm almost certain we won't.
Just said you'd give a heap to find your worthless brother.
I would, but he isn't worthless. He isn't.
Ever think how much better the wife of a rich fella like me could do some hunting around than a play-acting girl that ain't got no choice where she goes?
Yes.
If you haven't, you'd better.
Mr. Meade, would you answer a question?
Sure.
The people in town, when I've inquired about Bob, they always say they've never heard of him, and yet all the time I have the strangest feeling they're hiding something from me. Are they, Mr. Meade? Are they?
Of course not. Just your notion. Still not saying yes?
I'll have to have more time.
Back up there, fella. Back up.
Where are we going?
Back to town. We said no for tonight. If there ain't nothing to do but go on home and ask you again tomorrow. Get up there. Get along with you. Come on, get up. Get up there.
It was several days later that the Lone Ranger and Tonto were watering their great horses at a spring beside a small cabin just outside Sumner. The man who lived in the cabin, an old-timer, regarded them with a lively curiosity.
Don't suppose, stranger, you'd welcome any questions about that there mask you're wearing?
No.
Thought not. Ain't going into town wearing it, though, are you?
Well, I hadn't thought about it.
You're the doggonedest feller. Only man I've seen that explains himself less than you do is that Injun pard of yours. And he ain't saying nothing at all.
Had enough, old fella?
Them all right now.
Tarnation, you kin speak, Redskin. Never figured you had it in you.
Thanks for the water. Let's go, Kemosabe.
Hey.
Yes?
You better hold on for a second. There's Meade coming in the buggy there. You won't want him seeing that mask.
Is he the law?
Him the law? Well, in one way he is. Whatever he says is sure enough law around here. There they are.
That must be his daughter with him.
Daughter? That's a good one. Oh, golly, what I wouldn't give to see Meade's face if you heard you say that.
She's an attractive girl.
You really don't know who she is?
I don't.
That's Nora Stevens.
Yes?
Say, where have you fellows been that you ain't heard of her? She's an actress, that's what she is. Sure, stands up on the stage there in the Opera House, as bold as brass and talks words by the hour. Don't have to read 'em off a paper, neither.
I see.
But that one about her being Meade's daughter, I won't be forgetting that for a spell. And him trying for near a week now to get her to marry him. Oh, golly.
There's quite a difference in age.
That ain't the only difference.
No?
She's doggone nice, fair-spoken as you please. And him, that viper so plumb poisonous, he'd poison himself. Meanest man for 100 miles around. And between you and me, stranger, just about the last one I'd care to cross.
Bad, huh?
Nothing you'll ever catch him at. But he runs Sumner, I can tell you that. Why, take that girl he just rode by with, for instance. She's traveling to that show just so she can find Bob's... You said your horses had all the water they wanted, huh?
What did you start to say?
Nothing. I'm gonna finish, stranger. I had my orders along with the rest of the folks around here, and I think too much of my health to go agin 'em.
Orders from Meade?
I've said too much already.
You didn't hesitate to tell us what you think of the fellow?
Oh, that's some different. Meade, he likes being called names. Thrives on it, he does. But there's things you can say around here and things you can't.
I believe I understand. Steady, Silver. Gonzalo. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Good day to you.
Where we go?
Back the way we came.
We not go town?
Later, perhaps, but not now.
What matter?
I don't know. Maybe nothing. But we're not going into Sumner until we find out.
Then what we do?
I think that old fellow back there started to say Bob Stevens before he caught himself.
Oh. Him feller got big mine over that way.
That's where we're headed, Kemosabe. To see if Bob Stevens ever heard of a girl by the name of Nora Stevens. Come on, Silver. Come on, old fellow.
Racing over the trail through the rest of the day, the Lone Ranger and Tonto did not pause for a rest until late that night. Before dawn, they were on their way again, until at last they saw ahead of them Bob Stevens' mine and the shack he had built near its entrance.
There's the place, Tonto. Come on, Silver.
I don't see him.
He's come to the door. He must have heard our horses. Hello there.
What do you want?
Oh, Silver. Whoa, Scout. Whoa.
And a redskin with you.
Don't slap, brother.
Hold up. Oh, my arm.
I said not to reach for that gun. Drop it back in your holster. Drop it.
There.
Now then, forget that gun for a while. You're in no danger.
Then what do you want here?
I'm not sure myself.
Huh?
I won't be until you answer some questions.
What questions?
Something curious happened yesterday near Sumner. I don't know whether it concerned you or not. A man there started to say that a young woman was searching for Bob. He stopped before he pronounced all of the last name. It sounded as though he might have started to say Stevens.
I don't see...
The young woman was named Nora Stevens.
Nora?
You recognize the name?
You are tricking me, are you? This isn't just some crooked game, is it?
It isn't. But you'll have to judge that for yourself. Who is Nora Stevens?
I've got a sister by that name. Have you seen her? Don't stand there, talk.
I saw Nora Stevens just briefly. She was riding near Sumner.
What'd she look like?
I said I had just a glance at her. Her hair was dark like yours. And I'd say there was real resemblance between you.
But how'd she get here? I've written, had people looking for her, done everything.
She's with a troupe of actors.
Actors?
They've been at the Opera House in Sumner for 2 weeks now.
Could be. Sis always was crazy about the stage.
Strange you didn't know she was there. I've been told almost everyone in the district has heard of her.
I hardly ever go to Sumner.
No?
It's a good place to stay away from with that crook Meade running the place. There's no telling what he'd frame up to cheat you. I've struck it rich.
So I've heard. I've heard a few things about Meade. You probably know more about his reputation than I do, however.
He's the worst kind of a crook.
Yes?
As cold as a fish and as greedy as I don't know what. I haven't got the names to describe him. But he's crooked all through.
What about the law in town? In Meade's pay?
Sheriff's all right. He just isn't smart enough for Meade.
I see. You going to Sumner now?
Nothing will stop me. And, stranger, I'm apologizing for the way I drew on you. You brought me the best news I ever heard.
It's easy to misunderstand this, Mask. How soon are you starting?
I'd like to start right away, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, that's all right.
I've got some fixing up to do. Don't want Sis to see me like this if it's really her.
We may see you again. Tonto, I couldn't tell Bob we'd seen Meade with Nora. Not after what we'd heard about Meade. Looks like there's trouble ahead, Kimasabi. Bob hating Meade and Meade attempting to marry Bob's sister.
Maybe plenty trouble.
If there is, we'll try to stop it. We're going to get to Sumner before Bob and see what we can do. Hail Silver!
Get him, let's go!
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now, to continue our story. On the day after the Lone Ranger talked with Bob Stevens, Meade rode in his buggy to the home where Nora was rooming, dismounted, and approached the door.
Oh, it's you.
Well, why wouldn't it be?
I just wasn't expecting...
Said I'd be here, didn't I? I always do what I say I'm going to do, don't I?
Yes.
Well, ain't you going to invite me in? Ain't I good enough, huh? You think I'm not good enough?
I'm alone.
That don't matter.
Well?
You might close the door.
Yes.
Now then, I'll just sit down and wait for you.
Wait for me. We're going someplace? You didn't tell me.
Going to the Sky Pilot. You and me.
What?
We're going to get hitched. Got the license right here. Paid cash for it. Well, what are you standing with your mouth open for?
But, Mr. Meade, I never said I'd marry you.
I know it, and I ain't deaf. You needn't shout at me.
Then why...
I said I'd be here today and ask you again for the last time. Well, consider the question asked. You ain't going to turn me down when you know I won't ask again, are you?
I should.
And make me waste the cash I paid for the license? Nonsense.
I simply can't decide.
Women folks never know their own minds. That's what men are for, to tell them.
Oh.
Now go on, put on your doodads. Female always craves to dress fancy for getting hitched, to tell me. Go on.
You've already told the minister?
I ain't told him nothing. If I did, he'd say he had to wait for me and charge me double. It ain't worth it.
Oh, I don't know.
Said I did, didn't I?
You really meant it when you said you'd help me find Bob? That you wouldn't care how much it cost to locate him?
Didn't say I wouldn't care. Just said I'd spend what had to be spent. What more do you want?
That seems fair enough.
Of course it is.
Then yes, I will.
Miss Stevens.
What? I'm asked, fella.
You're Meade?
What if I am? You ain't scaring me none.
I'm interfering with your plans, though.
What are you-
Miss Stevens, I've news for you.
News?
Your brother's on his way to town at this moment. He should arrive by evening.
My brother?
Bob's wealthy. He struck it rich. Discovered a vein of gold less than 2 days' journey from here.
That's a lie.
Quiet. There's something else.
Yes?
Meade knew all the time where Bob could be reached. So did almost everyone in Sumner. I've been making inquiries and learned that Meade threatened anyone who told you.
You did that to me?
No, it ain't so. It's all a pack of lying tales. Don't you believe him, Nora. Don't you pay no attention to him. You come along with me to the Sky Pilot.
I'll do nothing of the kind.
Now, don't say that, Nora. It's a mistake. I'm warning you. You can't put no credit what a mask outlaw says.
We'll see. I'm waiting until morning.
You'll be sorry I'm warning you. Said I wouldn't ask you again. Well, I won't. And don't you come begging me neither.
Get out.
Don't you hit
Out.
me. Folks are going to be sorry for this. Certain folks I can name.
Meade, don't try anything. If you do, you'll pay for it.
Ain't me that'll pay, but other folks will. You wait and see.
Trembling with rage, Meade sent his buggy careening back to Sumner's business district, where he pulled up in front of his dingy office. As he opened the door, he ordered the 2 men who'd been loafing outside to follow him.
You, Roof, Smokey, get in here.
What's the matter, Mr. Meade?
Something wrong?
Get in here. I'll show 'em. I'll teach 'em. They'll learn what it means to run up against me. I'm boss of this town. They'll be sorry.
Hey, Mr. Meade. Must be something plenty wrong.
I give orders nobody was to tell Nora Stevens about her brother being nearby.
Someone did?
Just so. But they'll be sorry. I said it. And I never waste time saying what I don't mean.
Gosh, who was it?
Oh, I'd sure hate to be in his boots.
It was a masked fella.
Yeah? You didn't see his face?
It don't matter. You pay just the same. I got orders for you two.
Sure, Mr. Meade. Anything.
Bob Stevens is coming here. The masked fella said he'd be in town tonight. Meaning right now he must be somewhere over by Porcupine Ridge.
And after all you done to keep the girl from finding out. Gosh, they'll meet up tonight, sure as shooting.
No, they won't.
No?
How you going to stop him?
I ain't. You are.
Oh. What do you got in mind?
Both of you. You're going to lay for that young Stevens whippersnapper just this side of White Rock Hill. You can make it there. You'll have plenty of time. Now, don't try and tell me different.
Sure, we can make it. But you want him dry ghost?
Just so.
Well, if them's your orders...
Now, don't get hasty. Just hold on. You ain't heard me out yet.
We're listening.
He's got to be killed just the way I say. Shoot him through the back. Then see that he falls into the gulch this side of the hill.
Why so particular? Shooting, ain't it?
Sure, I don't savvy.
You disobey him?
No, not that.
I'll tell you why, then, being as you're so curious. I want you to shoot that fella just the way I say, so as I can tell the law I seen it done.
Yeah?
So as I can tell the law I seen the masked fella do it. I'll fix him. I said I would. He'll be sorry.
You want to know how it's done? Why don't you come along?
No, you don't. You ain't getting me mixed up in trouble in case anything goes wrong.
You sure play it safe, don't you?
Of course I do. I'm smart, I am. I'm boss of this town. Think I'd be boss if I wasn't smart?
Any other orders?
If everything goes all right, light a signal fire. Don't keep it going long. Light it on top of the hill, and I'll see it all right.
And if something spoils things...
Don't signal at all. And don't come back here, or I'll nail your hides to this here desk.
We're getting paid?
Sure. I'll pay you by not telling the sheriff what I got on you. Now get going. Go on, get.
Wait.
Eh?
I still don't see what the signal's for.
Just told you, didn't I? So as I'd know how things went. And for another reason.
What's that?
So as I won't have to waste no time telling Nora what the masked fella done to her brother. Now get going before I start scheming something against you.
We're going.
We ought to be able to light that signal fire just a little after dusk. Keep your eye out for it. Go on, Smokey.
Yeah.
Said I'd fix him. Said it, didn't I? Well, I will. And after that meddling mask hombre's been blamed for the killing, Nora's gonna marry me anyhow. I'll show 'em. Sure I will.
Just before dusk, Meade, mounted upon a saddle horse, concealed himself just outside town and watched eagerly for the signal. At last, an hour after dark, it came. It shone for a brief moment only, but that was long enough. Meade spurred his horse toward town and raced to the sheriff's office.
Sheriff!
Where's the fire?
Whoa there, whoa. There's been a killing. I seen it. I can give testimony against him.
Seen who? Who was killed?
It was Bob Stevens was killed, and a masked fella done it.
Yeah?
Get in the saddle. Come on to where Bob's sister's staying. She's got to be told.
Reckon she had it there. Steady there, fella. Lead the way.
Get up there. Come on. Get up.
Get on there. Get on.
At the sound of approaching hoofs, Nora left the chair in which she'd been sitting on the porch and started down the steps.
Meade. Meade, I don't want to see you again.
Needn't act nasty.
You are...
Miss Stevens, we ain't here on just the errand we'd like to come on.
Nope. This ain't just a visit.
Sheriff, the way you look, what's wrong?
Tain't easy to say. Maybe Mr. Meade ought to tell you. He's the one that's seen it done.
So what? I don't understand.
Now get a hold of yourself.
Please tell me, what is it?
Your brother...
Killed. Shot in the back. Left to lay in the gulch this side of White Rock Hill.
No, it couldn't.
Seen it myself.
No.
And you know who done it? Want to know? Well, I'll tell you. It was that masked fella. He's the killer. The one you was so ready to believe instead of me.
You seen that masked man afore?
Sure have. He was here today. Here telling things about me that weren't true. And her taking his word for him, see? This is what it got her.
I don't believe the masked man did it.
I seen him. Can't you savvy that? I seen him, I tell you. Can't be no argument about it.
Can you give a description of him, Meade?
Well, he was...
You wanted to describe me, Meade?
Masked.
That's him. That's him, all right, Sheriff. Do your duty.
Up with your hands there, mister.
No. What the...
Fraud like lightning.
Your gun never cleared its holster, Sheriff. I don't believe you're putting me under arrest.
You're under arrest, all right. Maybe I can't make it stick now, but the time will come when I can.
I'd like to hear more about this killing I'm supposed to have done.
I know all about it. And I'll tell it in court, too.
And you shouldn't mind telling it here first.
I don't mind.
Yeah, I ain't had a chance to hear the details yet myself.
How many times did I shoot him?
Just once.
I see. And where did you say I left him?
In that gulch this side of the hill. You can't get me mixed up. I told you once before today that I wasn't scared of you or your guns.
What time of the day was it when this happened?
About an hour ago. It ain't far to the gulch. You want to go down there?
You saw the whole thing so plainly that you wouldn't hesitate to give testimony?
Hesitate? I'd be glad of the chance to give it.
You made sure the boy was dead?
I did.
I wonder if you did.
What do you mean by that?
You better explain yourself, stranger.
I won't have to. I saw some horses stop over in that grove. I think some people are coming who can do the explaining for me. That you, Tonto?
It's me. Who are those fellas with him, eh? Can't see on account of the dark.
Meade can tell you.
What the...
No, you don't. Stand where you are. Watch him, Sheriff. You'll find he's the man you want.
Bob!
Oh, Sis, gosh, look at you, grown so big and pretty. Why, you're a sister to be proud
You
of.
weren't killed, you weren't.
Do I look as if I was?
Say, what in blazes is going on here? Meade said this fellow was killed. Said he seen it done. And now, here he is.
Tonto, bring those two fellows here.
Not to do that.
You move. Let me loose. Let me loose.
Let me rope and smoky.
Uh-huh, the skunks that tried to kill me.
But what?
Sheriff,
How?
you've been out of town for some time. You didn't know that Meade tried to conceal the fact that Bob lived in this district.
Huh? What for?
Nora here is Bob's sister. She was looking for him. I'm not sure of Meade's motive, but I've got an idea he tried to keep them apart until he could marry Nora. And he likely planned to arrange something to happen to Bob so that his wife would inherit Bob's mind.
Tain't so. Tain't none of it so. Can't prove a thing against me.
And how do you explain the detailed description of Bob's death? You told it just as though it had been planned beforehand, and you knew the plan.
These fellows here, Roof and Smoky.
Must have been hired by me. They as good as said so when the Injun and me caught him.
They was laying for you?
Sheriff, when I told Nora what Meade had done, I knew he would be up to some trick. I sent Tonto to follow him. When Tonto learned his scheme, he raced ahead, met Bob, and turned the tables on Meade's henchmen.
Tain't so, I tell you. Sheriff, don't listen to him. I don't know what Roof and Smoky done it. I don't care. Tain't none of my responsibility. You can't pin what they done on me.
We should take the blame all by ourselves, huh? You're a dirty coward, trying to sneak out of it. Well, we're caught, and when we tell what we know, so you'll be.
No, keep still. You can't do this to me. I'll pay you cash.
What you'll do is go to jail. You and your hired gun hands. And jailing you, Meade, is going to do me and the town more good than anything that ever happened around here afore.
And, Sis, the masked fella not only got the biggest and slickest crook around here jailed, but he and the Redskins saved my life and brought us together.
But where'd they go to?
There, by the tree. Hold on!
They're gone, Bob, but we'll remember them always. And some days, perhaps, we'll be able to do for somebody else what they've done for us.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. There's justice to be done. Hi-yo, Silver, away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
I wonder what you'd call this kind of relationship. It's not like we have any camaraderie. There isn't really a bond here at all. Everyone just does what they want to do, and they come back whenever they feel like it. And then they take off again.
You know what the world is like? It's like a boiling pot with a soggy stew inside.
Stew mix is on aisle 5. We have two copies.
Great, a wannabe preacher with a gun. Hey, Spike, there's 3 of them. I'll go around the back.
Put my donut on their tab, would you?
Spike!
Cowboy scumbag.
Wait a minute.
CBC's Chris Riley is live now.
It's the same story on every channel.
The government of Mars has posted a reward of 300 million oolongs.
300 what?
They're treating it as a terrorist attack, but as of now, they don't have a suspect.
It'll take them a while, but they'll figure it out eventually.
Do you believe in the devil?
Well, I saw him. I got a very clear view. I know exactly what he looks like.
You can draw on the screen, just like a profiler.
There you go.
Yeah?
That's really unique, Faye. You and I are bounty hunters scratching around for a few bucks. That's all. This thing is much bigger than that.
Something that should not exist can't exist.
Too big.
What? Sorry, I've got no time to play around with you guys.
The more that you know, the shorter your life will be.
Come on, Vincent, I did everything you said.
Did you say your prayers?
I am going to kill this old lady if you don't put down your guns!
That's a real shame.
I know you didn't mean that, Spike.
He called you a cowboy. What did he mean? What are you?
Just a humble bounty hunter, man.
Spike, time to go.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is wall. W-A-L-L.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you to more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who now have on display the all-new 1954 Plymouth, your best buy in the low-price field, and who, on November 5th, will have on display the astonishing and beautiful new DeSoto for 1954. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, what do you know? That's me. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples.
Well, Groucho, I'd like you to meet a couple of guests who have unusual backgrounds. Mrs. Gretchen Alfred and Mr. Fortune Gordine. Would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Mrs. Gretchen Alfred and Mr. Fortune Gordine, eh? Gordine, eh? Mrs. Alfred, I'll start with you. Do you mind if I call you Gretchen?
No, I don't. That's my name.
Oh. Do you mind if I call you Gretchen?
That's not my name.
Gretchen, that's a very pretty name. It's a German name, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Is it so?
Mm-hmm.
Are you from Germany?
Yes, I was born in Salo in East Prussia.
Where?
In Salo in East Prussia.
Oh, well, when did you come to this country?
When I was a year old.
You must speak very good German, huh? And when was that? When were you a year old?
Well, that was in 1923.
1923, let's see. 1, 2, 55. That makes you 24, is that right?
That's right. That's close
I hope Dulles was listening. You could make me an ambassador.
That's close enough.
Yes, well, close enough for me, too. When you left Prussia, did you come directly to California?
No, my folks settled in DeSoto, Kansas.
Where?
In DeSoto, Kansas.
DeSoto, Kansas, huh? And I thought I was being diplomatic. Is there really such a place as DeSoto?
There's really such a town. It's just a small railroad town outside.
Please, no belittling now. How long since you've been there?
Well, I came out here in 1939.
Well, it's changed.
Yes.
Today, DeSoto is it's a beautiful new DeSoto, Kansas. The mayor is a wonderful fellow. I know him very well. His name is Mr. Full Power Steering, Jr. Let's see, Mr. Fortune Gordine. Are you related to Jack Gordine?
No, sir.
There is a Jack Gordine.
Is there?
Where did you get the name Fortune?
Very good
Is
friend.
that your last name?
First name.
Oh, it's too bad it isn't your last name. Imagine if you had a daughter named Miss Fortune. All is grist that comes to my mill. Where are you from, Fortune?
Spokane, Washington.
Oh, is that in Germany? That isn't near DeSoto, huh? Are you married?
Yes, sir.
You are, eh?
Yes, sir.
You say that very emphatically.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been married, Fortune?
7 months.
You're a newlywed, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Tell us something about your wife. Would you care to attempt to describe her?
Well, she's the type of girl, very striking, the type who, when she enters the room, everybody looks at her.
So what? When a rhinoceros walks into a room, everybody looks. I didn't mean your wife was a rhinoceros. Well, she could be, as far as I'm concerned. I've never seen her. Fortune, where have I heard your name? It's a very familiar name. It rings some kind of a bell, but I just can't place it.
You may have seen it on the sports page, Groucho. I saw the discus.
You saw the discus?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. At who? Are you pretty good with the discus?
Well, I saw about 194 feet, 6 inches.
Mm-hmm. Is that good?
That's the world record.
Fortune, I have seen your name in the sports pages, and I'm happy to meet you.
Thank you, Groucho.
We don't have the world champion discus thrower up here every week, you know. Not even every other week. You know? Actually, we're proud of you. Very proud of you. Now then, what is a discus? You're not a discus jockey, are you?
Well, a discus is comparable to two plates laid face to face.
and weighs 4 pounds, 6.4 ounces, has a metal ring around the outside, and metal on the inside, and the rest is wood.
It sounds just like the biscuits Aunt Minnie used to make. Gretchen, aren't you excited being up here with a celebrity?
Oh, I sure am. He's so tall and handsome.
Who's talking about him?
Well, that's what I said. He was so handsome.
You haven't got a chance here tonight, Gretchen. Fortune, by the way, has marriage affected your athletic progress? It's made a bum out of a lot of athletes, you know. And also a lot of people who aren't athletes.
It's taught me a great deal, Groucho.
It has?
Yes, I've broken the world twice since I've been married.
And you attribute this to the matrimony?
Oh, yes. Good food, good wife.
Is your wife interested in your track activities?
Very much, Groucho. She stands out about 180 feet. She did to start with, and I would throw at her for directional purposes.
You would throw at her?
Yes, sir. And then, of course, to get up to 194 feet, she'd just back up.
Well, with an incentive like that, most men could throw a piano. Yes, you got a chance to throw a discus at your wife? Gretchen, let's get back to you. Do you ever throw the discus at your husband?
No, I don't even know what one looks like.
You don't know what a husband looks like?
No,
or a discus?
No, the discus.
Oh. You have a husband?
Oh, yes, I have a husband.
I guess you're not rugged enough to be heaving a discus around, are you?
I guess not.
Well, what outside interests do you have?
Well, I'm the constable of Harupa Judicial District in
Well,
Riverside
good
County.
day. I'll see you again. You're a constable?
Yes, I am.
Well, shades of Jesse James, huh? The Wild West is wilder than I thought it was. How did you get to be a constable? What do you do as a constable?
Well, I have to serve all kinds of papers.
Oh,
and,
would you slip some over to my house someday?
I might.
Even if it's only a subpoena.
So I serve those kinds
Do
of...
you?
And I have to summon juries, and then when they have a jury trial, I have to act as the bailiff in the court.
How many crooks have you tossed in the can since you've been in office?
Up to now, none.
You're getting money on the force for taxes, aren't you? Why haven't you, Gretchen?
Well,
What a name for a constable, Gretchen, huh?
I just haven't run across any, I guess.
Oh, well,
They're hiding from me.
I wish you luck in the near future. Well, it's been very interesting talking to you two, and I'd like to continue, but now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. You run your $20 no more than our other couples, you'll get a chance at the big money later. You selected the animal kingdom as your category. I'll name three things. You tell me what kind of animal, bird, or fish they are. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you bet?
All of it.
All of it. What are Dalmatians, beagles, and ceiling hens?
Dog.
Dalmatians, dogs.
Dog is correct.
On your way, you have $40.
Now, how much of the $40 are you going to bet on this one?
All of it, sir.
All of it. All right. What are Cheviots, Oxford Downs, and Cotswolds? Cotswolds. Cheviots, Oxford Downs, and Cotswolds. Talk it over. Take a guess.
Sheep.
What's that? Sheep is right, yes.
You now have $80.
Yes, that's cheap at half the price. So you said you had me nervous there. They got $80?
$80.
All right, this is your third question. How much of the 80 do you want to try?
All of it.
All right, what are monitors, iguanas, and chameleons?
Lizards?
Lizards is right.
You now have $160.
Here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much will you bet?
All of it.
All of it.
What are sperms, sulfur bottoms, and bottlenoses? Sperms, sulfur bottoms, and bottlenoses. If you don't know, take a guess. These are part of the animal kingdom. Animal, bird, or fish?
Fish.
Fish.
No, they're whales. You were close, but not close enough.
Oh.
That's a tough question. Well, nobody leaves here broke. I give you one more question. You get this right, and you'll split $25. You ready? How many shots in a six-shooter?
Six.
Six is right. Sorry you didn't win one.
Thank you, Doctor. That's too bad.
Good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Now, news about the big, bright, beautiful event that is happening tomorrow.
It's big, the 54 Plymouth. It's bright, the 54 Plymouth. Big, bright, beautiful too. The 54 Plymouth is a car for you.
And tomorrow's the day to see it at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The big, bright, beautiful new 54 Plymouth. The car that introduces to the low-price field fabulous new ideas in beauty and high style.
Tomorrow's also the day to enter the big Plymouth contest. $25,000 worth of prizes. Your chance to win a new 54 Plymouth or one of hundreds of cash prizes. Just for telling what you like most about this exciting new car.
I like the choice of drives Plymouth gives you. Synchro silent or at slight extra cost, either overdrive or no-shift high drive.
I like the new Plymouth full-time power steering. Makes parking so easy, and it's surprising how little extra it costs.
Yes, the contest's real easy. Lots of fun. And you can get an entry blank containing the easy rules and a full list of prizes tomorrow from your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
But don't put it off. Contest closes Monday, so be sure to go in and see the new 54 Plymouth tomorrow.
Okay, George, who's next?
Well, our studio selected a woman who works in a movie studio to be on the show tonight.
Oh, actress?
Well, you'll see in just a minute. She's Mrs.
I can't wait, George.
Lorena Nelson, and her partner is Mr. Robert Disterdick. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to Your Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Mrs. Lorena Nelson and Mr. Robert Disterdick, eh? Mrs. Nelson, where are you from?
Cortland, Nebraska.
Cortland, Nebraska. I was caught in Nebraska once, too. May I ask how old you are? That's sort of a nosy question, but I'm a very nosy fellow.
Well, I have to say I'd rather not.
You rather say you would rather not? Well, let's skip it. It's all right with me.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Robert Disterdick, that's an unusual name. What kind of a name is it?
Well, that's the German extraction name.
Oh, Mr. Disterdick, that's too formal. What do the boys in the office call you?
Well, lots of things, mostly Shorty.
Well, that's logical. What other name is there for a name like Disterdick? How tall are you, Shorty?
Well, it depends on who asks me. Usually I'm 5 foot 18 inches.
In other words, you're 5 feet 6, is that right?
No, 6 feet 6.
Oh, 6 feet 6. Bob, a fellow with your height makes an easy target. I presume you're married, is that right?
That's right, I am.
How did you meet your wife? Was it an office romance?
Oh, no, I met my wife my sophomore year in college. In my junior year, we were married, and in my senior year, we had our first daughter.
I guess that's what they mean by progressive education. You had just the one child?
No, we have 3 children now.
Oh, you're back in college again, huh? You went back for postgraduate work, is that it?
Yes.
Now, Mrs. Nelson, you say you're from Van Cortlandt Park? That's in the Bronx, isn't it?
No, Nebraska.
Oh, your Van Cortlandt Park is in Nebraska?
No, Cortland.
Oh, Cortland. Well, let's get
Cortland,
back to you.
Nebraska.
Fenneman says you're from a movie studio. Is that right?
That's right.
Are you an actress?
No, I work behind the scenes.
Well, so do I, but I mean, what is your...
I am...
How do you make a living?
I'm with the Ladies' Wardrobe, 20th Century Fox.
I see. The Ladies' Wardrobe?
That's right.
Well, what do you do in your job?
I dress the stars.
Could you tell the folks just...
Get them ready for their pictures.
What stars,
Make
for
their
example?
clothes.
What are some of the actresses that you've pinned these things on?
Susan Hayward, Betty Grable, and Marilyn Monroe, then Gene Simmons, and Vera Ellen. But they're not with our studio. They're borrowed stars.
I see. You say you borrowed them?
We borrowed Gene Simmons and Vera Ellen.
Well, can anybody do that? Or, I mean, you have to be in a studio, huh?
I have to be.
Bob, what sort of work do you do?
I work for the probation department in the county of Los Angeles.
What do you do for the probation department?
I'm in the administrative offices. I'm the executive assistant of the probation department.
The job sounds pretty cushy. What do you have to know to get a job like that?
Well, you have to know the answers to the civil service examination that all people who work for the county have to take and pass.
Well, do you have to keep a civil tongue in your head when you're doing this?
Yeah, I imagine you do when you're taking your interview.
Well, what did you do before you got this job?
I was an examiner for the Civil Service Commission.
Well, you certainly know the right fellow to go to get a job. Now, wasn't that a little irregular, giving yourself your own examination?
No, I didn't do that. Someone else prepared and administered the examination that I took. I would probably have gotten a better grade if I had made my own, though.
I would think so. Well, I hate to change the subject, but now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
In the race for the $1,000, the first couple lost all their money, and the secret word is wall.
You selected English expressions for American words as your category. I'll give you the English expression, and you give me the American version of the same word. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Here's your first question. How much will you bet? Of the 20.
All of it. All of it.
All of it. In England, they call it a tram. What do we call it here?
Streetcar.
Streetcar is right.
You now have $40.
$40? How much you going to go for?
All of it.
In England, they call it an ironmonger's. What do we call it here?
Will you say that again?
Ironmonger's. IRONMONGERS.
Do you know anything about that?
If you don't know, take a guess.
Minor?
No, it's a hardware store. Ironmonger's is a hardware store.
Well, they lost all their money, Groucho.
Well, nobody leaves here broke. They give you one more question, get this right, and you'll spend $25. How many wheels on a tricycle?
About 3.
So about 3 is absolutely right. Sorry you didn't win. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Well, Groucho, we invited some ladies' dress shop proprietors to the program, and our studio audience selected Mary Campbell to be on the show, and her partner is a schoolboy, Leonard Ross. So, folks, would you come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Mrs. Mary Campbell and Mr. Leonard... Leonard Ross, eh? Say, can't we get him a box to stand on or something?
Leonard?
I'll talk to you in a minute, Shorty, as soon as you grow up here.
There you go. How's that?
No, that's no good. Now he's taller than I am. Mrs. Campbell, where are you from? Scotland, I imagine, eh?
Franklin, Kentucky.
Franklin, Kentucky, down the bluegrass country,
Close to Bowling Green.
Bowling Green, huh? Well, I'm a little bowling, but let's talk about your job. What is it you do?
I'm a sales girl.
A sales girl?
Mm-hmm. For Estelle McKenzie's dress shop.
Oh.
Between Bullock's and I Magna.
Well, tell us about the new styles and keep them short, huh?
Well, I don't think they're going to be short.
You don't, huh? Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
But I think they're going to feature full skirts and slim skirts and...
What's the difference between a slim skirt and a full skirt?
Well, a full skirt's like I have on.
Yeah, and a slim skirt is what you have off, huh? Well, that clarifies that pretty well. Now, Leonard, you're Leonard, aren't you?
Oh, yes, I believe so.
Do you have a nickname, Leonard? Or do you prefer Leonard?
I'd like to use Lenny.
Lenny, eh? How old are you, Len?
Oh, 8.
8? And where were you born?
Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm. How long ago?
8 years.
Pretty tricky, this kid, isn't it? What grade are you in school?
B4.
B4, huh? No, I mean now.
B4.
Let's not go into an Abbott and Costello routine here. What grade are you in school?
B4.
You're going to stick to that story, huh? What is your favorite subject?
Arithmetic.
I've always liked that subject myself, Lenny. Let's see how good you are. How much is 15 and 10?
25.
That's absolutely correct. Huh? Let's see. You got a pencil on you?
Oh, no. What's the way
I think that's right. I hope Fenneman's listening. I told him he could be replaced, you know. Now you ask me one and make it tough. Not too tough.
Oh, 11 times 208.
11 times 208. 11 times, 10 times 208. One more example like that, and I'll kick that soapbox out from under you. I give up. How much is it?
2,088.
2,008.
288. 2,288.
2,000. That's absolutely right, Lenny. How do you know? How did you figure that out so fast?
10 times 208 is 2,080.
That's right.
And
that I had.
208 would be 2,288.
Hey, you're pretty good, Lenny. When I was 8 years old, I could only count up to 15. That was the number of pool balls there was on the table.
There are 16 balls on the pool table, counting the cue ball.
This kid is not only an expert mathematician, he's a pool shark. Well, let's try you on some tough ones. Fenneman. Hey, George. George. Come out here. I don't want to be humiliated alone out here. Now, Fenneman, maybe a little of this will rub off on you. All right, Lenny. Multiply 640 by 5 and divide by 2.5.
Let's see, 2, 8.
1280.
Oh, come on.
What is it?
1280.
Well, I haven't even got it written down.
You say you went to Stanford, George? Huh?
And you divide by how much?
Here we are, two old men asking an eight-year-old moppet how to do a sum.
And how much you want to divide by?
To keep me out of this, I have nothing to do with it. Are you bored, Lenny? This won't take more than 10 minutes, huh? You give up, George?
Oh,
Forget it, huh?
I think so.
George, I won't. You and I at the beginning, huh? I'll see you in nursery school tomorrow morning at 9. Lenny, it's been a pleasure talking to you. I could learn something by continuing this conversation, but the time has come for you two to win a lot of money. Run your $20 no more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big money.
In the race for the $1,000, both couples lost all their money.
George, come out here again. Don't ever leave me alone with this monster. Here we go. Let's see how I can bid you $20. You selected Canadian cities and provinces. I'll give you the Canadian city, and you tell me the name of the province. Here's your first question. How much will you bet? You have $20.
Oh, 20.
All of it?
All of it?
All right. And what Canadian province is the city of Montreal?
Quebec.
Absolutely right.
You now have $40.
Why don't you make it a little tougher for yourself and do this in fractions right here? How much of your $40 will you bet on your second question? How much?
All 40.
You have $40. And what Canadian province is the city of Halifax?
Nova Scotia.
Right.
You now climb to $80.
Mrs. Campbell, aren't you going to say anything here tonight?
I don't have a chance.
Here's your third question. How much of the 80 you're going to go for?
80.
In what Canadian province is the city of Gander? This is a famous stopping-off place for planes en route to Europe.
I'll take a guess at it. I don't know if that's Saskatchewan. I didn't know it. I took a guess at it.
Well, one answer between you. Well, I'm sorry. It's Newfoundland. They're broke, huh?
Yeah, they lost all their money.
I'll give you one question now. I'll get this right, and we'll bring your winnings up to $25. What Shakespearean character gives Hamlet's soliloquy? He was buried in Grant's tomb. General Grant is absolutely right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealer.
our couples lost all their money tonight, so all three couples in just one moment get the chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question.
Say, George, did I ever tell you about a friend of mine named DeSoto?
DeSoto?
Well, that's not really his name, but it makes the sponsors so happy.
Oh, I see. Well, what about your friend DeSoto?
Do you know him, too? How that DeSoto does get around. I want you to watch this, folks. This is the trickiest lead-in to a commercial you've ever seen.
Not the dramatic new DeSoto, Groucho.
Mm-hmm.
This lovely car isn't going to be around until its first appearance on November 5th. It's well worth waiting for, though.
What was that date again, Fenneman?
November 5th.
And what happens then? 30 years in show business, and all of a sudden I'm a straight man.
November 5th is the day the dramatic 1954 DeSoto, the most beautiful and best performing car ever built, will go on display for the first time. So be on hand November 5th and see the dramatic new DeSoto.
Yes, friends, on November 5th, drop in and see your Groucho Plymouth dealer. And when you drive in, you'll tell them the dramatic new DeSoto really sent you.
Well, Groucho, here are the three couples all tied for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. Now, we've given them a little slip of paper, and if all three couples get it right, we'll split the money among them. Are we all set? Okay.
Our present calendar has been in use since 1582, when it replaced the old style, or Julian calendar. The one now in use throughout the world was named for the Pope who introduced it. For $1,000, what do we call it? What do we call this calendar? You have 15 seconds and talk it over. Write something down, buddy. First one says Gideon. That's wrong.
Nothing from our second couple.
Nothing from the second one. That's wrong. And nothing from the third one. That's wrong. This is a tough night. The correct answer is the Gregorian calendar. That means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, they all lost the big money, and they didn't win anything in the quiz. Huh?
No.
They each won $25. Thanks and good luck to the Soda Plymouth dealer.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't forget Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. Remember that the dealers who sell the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field, will have the magnificent new 1954 DeSoto on display November 5th. DeSoto, Plymouth. Two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the distinguished new DeSoto.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Caution, control, and courtesy are the ingredients that add up to traffic safety. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.